Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It can't be easy. It can't be easy. You're up 6-0, and it comes down to 2 on in the top of the ninth, and you got to get Brian Abreu to finally get the out. The strike, it was nice. It was, holy crap. That's just too much, Lance. It's just too much. And he's got to go across an inning again.
I know.
We haven't talked about I like Yaniel De Los Santos because he's come in and gotten some big strikeouts, but he also gives up some big hits.
Oh yeah, it's a roller coaster ride with him.
Yep. Yeah.
It's a roller coaster ride. He has been very good, and I won't say very bad, but he's been not good. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And yesterday was one of those cases for sure. And it almost, I couldn't believe, that was really big because you're potentially vanquishing if the Mariners keep doing what the Mariners doing and Cal Raleigh hits 70 home runs, you are potentially vanquishing your competitor. Truly competitors, it's the Guardians and the Rangers, but this is just such a big series against the Rangers.
Oh, this week I don't remember we've had a week like
last
year at the end of the season.
Yeah, last year at the end of the season. But this is a big one because you got two that are directly, this is the one that could knock you out of the playoffs. Yeah. This is one
anymore.
where you couldn't afford to. You really couldn't afford to lose. You couldn't afford to get swept. You really couldn't afford to lose. You could afford to lose 2 out of 3, but it'd make it tough. But now, man, you got a little breathing room.
Yeah, it's been nice these last 2 nights. The offense has come alive. Holy crap, nice. It's been.
Well, you just need to get rid of Yordan. You just get Yordan out of the lineup, and you can finally start scoring, even though he hit all the time.
Just get Zach Cole in there, and you're going to be fine. Yiner's come up with some huge hit. Even Altuve got a hit last night.
Yeah, and an RBI.
Yeah. Holy crap. Even Altuve just started the game right with Pena and Correa. That was nice. And then, just started chugging along and put up a 6 spot. This is over. It's all great. Holy crap.
Yeah.
And then Yell comes in. Oh, by the way, you need to apologize to that caller that said you should just stick with football. AJ Blue Ball.
I'm not apologizing for being the first one on Blue Ball talking about how impressive he looked.
AJ
I don't even
Blue
know
Ball,
what that.
7 strikeouts.
I think
out of his
he
9
must have
outs.
called the Killer Bees or something and had an argument and forgot. I was on Blue Ball, so I'm not going to even talk about Ricky or whatever his name is. I don't even know who he's arguing with. He's like, that's like arguing with me. Oh, Lance, you were the one. I was the one that said that Carson Schlesinger was going to be good. Wait, I said that. I'm the one that said that. Yeah, I said it harder. Okay, whatever. We're getting too far in the weeds. You had to have been listening at a very particular 2-minute clip yesterday.
I think you said that. Lake and Tomlinson would be good. And boy.
No, I didn't say that.
I think
I said he'd be average, and he is.
That's how I remember it. And here you are now.
Wait a minute. I just saw a highlight of Seattle and Las Vegas where somebody from Seattle made a big 3 and then did the Sam Cassell wheelbarrow celebration. How does that work in the WNBA?
No one knows. No one knows what that means.
How does say it on the air, Del? How does the wheelbarrow celebration work in the WNBA, John?
I don't know. What is the wheelbarrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that in WNBA. I'm like, woo, that is a bold celebration. All right, that's me being ADD. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't have things flashing in front of my eyes.
I'm going to put this out there right now. You're only 2.5 games behind the Tigers. The Astros are going to be they're going to get the 2 seed, and they're going to be watching the wild card round. I'm putting that out there.
Well, here's what it looks like. New York is number 1. The Astros now are the second wild card. They have been.
I'm not even talking about the wild card. I'm talking about not even being in the wild card, having the second best record in the league.
You're talking about passing Seattle?
Passing Seattle and passing the Yankees and passing the Tigers.
How are you passing Seattle?
What do you mean? You play them this week.
How are you passing them? They've won 10 in a row.
Yeah, well, when they come here,
You're not going to pass them. They haven't lost in September.
That's all right. That's all right. Well,
you're not passing them.
They're due.
They're 10-0 in their last 10.
Yeah, that's great. And they picked up 4 games on you. That's great. That's great.
I mean, we're only a half game behind. Yeah. So in theory, I'm not sure what pitching is going to do it.
You can't pass a team that's a half game in front of you.
We're literally having to pitch Colton Gordon and Blue Ball and Jared Murphy and
Murray, by the way, looked great again last night. Like I said, they should have started him.
I mean, we literally are throwing guys who haven't even – I don't even know if they're eligible to even be on a playoff roster, half these guys. Dustin Strample, Clerm, Hamper, Andrew Blueball, Jared Murphy, Jaden Jammerstein, and then Hunter Brown and Fromber.
Well, that's all right. Hunter Brown carries.
It's about what it looks like right now. And Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
Rush, get to Adele, hurry. Why is it so loud? Why is it so distorted? It's so loud. Why can't the Foo Fighters just be potted down?
It's a rock song.
It's in the middle of it starts slow and then builds up.
I know, but they could have just, it could have been potted down.
It's called something. I don't know.
See, that's bad. Now he's being a jerk. At the very end, he was a jerk.
Yeah.
And, well, this is what you need. When you lose all the ground all your ground that you had made up, that you had a 5-game lead, when you lost it, here's who was pitching for you. Javier, Garcia, McCullers. No. This is when Arrighetti. This is when you lost your mojo and lost your lead. No. When you get it back, Johnson, Jamison Murphy, and Alexander Blueball, and all these other guys.
Yeah. Well, no, it's true. I mean, you were 20 games over 500, your high water mark, back after right around that Dodger when you crushed the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. You're 6 games under 500 since then. And it's in large part because you got your guys back, your pitchers back. It's the truth.
Well, no, you weren't playing well before you got him back. It's just Seattle couldn't win. When you lost, Seattle lost. Now Seattle can't lose.
Oh, they can lose. Watch.
Well, I just don't know what it looks like in September.
Yeah, well, they're playing Kansas City. When they come here, when they catch a bit of this offense.
Well, you were bold after watching the Astros bullpen almost blow 2 in a row.
I know.
I mean, golly.
Man, the bullpen.
I was cruising. I didn't even know they hit the 4th spot in the 8th. I was like 6-0.
Well,
I'm going to finish turning point.
Yeah.
And then, I checked the phone, what? 6-3 or 6-4, 6-5?
What the shnikes? Yeah. Yeah.
That's not fair.
And by the way.
Can we just play 8? Can games just go 8? We would be so much better if they just went 8.
Yeah. And then we lost Yordan for the rest of the regular season. Just an FYI to everybody. Just an FYI. Yep, done for the rest of the
I can't even get mad. I mean, it's not like the medical staff screwed up. It's just Yordan just gets hurt all the time.
Oh. I mean, that ankle twisted. So
hand, ankle, knee. He's had, it's been, I think that's his, I feel like there's another one too. Hand, ankle. No.
Both knees.
Hand, ankle, knee, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I feel like there was another one too, but that we're forgetting. And he's going to want $40 million a year. Well, he's under contract right now. Under contract.
Yeah. They did his deal.
For how much longer though?
Oh, for another 4 years.
Okay.
You're good.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait that out.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. What do you mean wait that out? You got 4 years, and
I don't know if he's going to play.
With the Astros, 4 years is an eternity.
I just don't know if he's going to play.
Well, yeah, he is. I mean, why
you don't either. Not realistically, you don't know if he's going to play.
I know. All I know is Astros. I mean, this was the biggest series that they've played since the last series of last year.
It was a big one.
Without a doubt, the 2 biggest wins that they've had because you were on the precipice of being out of the playoffs. And you came up with 2 huge wins.
You were a
so
big
we got to
underdog.
give them their props. While we're talking all Texans football yesterday, our Astros took care of business, bang. And they take care of business, bang.
The Astros, give them credit for what?
Winning games at home against
teams that, hey, they have to win.
This is where we are now?
Well, for now, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Been
When was the
disgusting.
last time they won a big home series?
They've been who cares? You won World Series. I gotta rank them by big home series.
But this is a different year.
You threw away this division. You may still bring it back because you have the Mariners, but you threw this away.
Well, Del, have you not heard? It's not what happens when you get knocked down. It's how you get up. Have you never heard of that before?
I've heard it before.
Yeah.
When they got up last year and wound up in the wild card round, how'd that go?
That's like you saying, well, but Tua was really good 2 years ago when he wasn't.
But I don't do that, do I? I don't do that.
And then you're like, oh, I wish we had the good old days of the Dolphins almost win a playoff game.
I don't do that.
You should celebrate because you never celebrate playoff wins.
Why should I
celebrate every little?
Why should I? Why should I?
To a connection.
Why should I? Why? Because you live a life where you celebrate the mediocre. I should do that too.
We're celebrating getting to the party.
Too. Congratulations.
We're trying to get to the party, and then all bets are off. All bets are off.
Congratulations, celebrating averageness. I don't know. Some of us have higher standards, but I've been telling everyone you're the wash king. So as the show depreciates, so does your level of celebrating good things. The Astros are going to hopefully make the playoffs, but they threw away this division in August and September.
We celebrate life here.
So Zach Cole is eligible for the postseason, by the way.
He is?
Yes.
Well, maybe because Yordan
Chandler Rome made that point yesterday. He said Zach Cole would be eligible for a postseason roster. Players only have to be in the organization by September 1st to be eligible.
Oh, on the 40-man?
In the organization,
in the organization. He just started. I mean,
what
are you talking about? He's have to be on the 40-man before the.
I just told you. I'm just telling you. He will be postseason eligible. This is in Sports Illustrated 5 days ago. Given the fact that he'll be postseason eligible, he will have the chance to contribute to Houston. He's postseason eligible, so it's saying it in multiple places. So,
well, I thought you had to be up with the big team, but maybe not. Okay.
I guess not, but I just know that Zach Cole is. And I started typing this in. I said, "Is Zach Cole eligible?" And it finished with for the Hall of Fame. Now,
yes,
no,
he's not. He's not eligible. He's got to be
played
retired for
6
5
games,
years.
and that's actually filling that out in Google. Are people searching for this?
Yes. Whether
is Astros Twitter searching for this?
If anyone is thinking Zach Cole should be in the Hall of Fame now, he's not eligible yet.
Yeah, he's not eligible yet. Now he can play in the playoffs. He cannot get into the Hall of Fame yet.
Okay.
No matter how many clutch hits he gets.
Right.
Even if his OPS is 1,200 this year.
You laugh. That dude is clutch. And then he's not even in the lineup. I mean, come on, Joe. Oh, yeah, he was. I'm sorry.
What a weird year. You know what?
That's right.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's been an up and down season. It hasn't been the best Astros season. There hasn't really been any momentum. But all you want to do is just get to the party. That's all you want. I'm just cheering for them. Just get to the party. It was a good, despite what Dell's trying to wet blanket us, that was a good win. You had to beat this team. You're keeping them out of the playoff hunt. You got to win this. It's a must-win game, and you did. Don't let wet blanket Dell try to throw a sack of wet poo on you.
I expect them to make the playoffs. I'm not celebrating this. They're doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah,
you don't get applauded for coming back from the brink when you waltzed out.
Yeah,
on
you
the
do.
ledge.
It's not how you get knocked down. It's how you get back up.
I heard you say that already. Thank you.
Celebrate small. That's life. Celebrate small wins in life. Like when you said something smart the other day.
Yeah.
About
we even
Baker
said
Mayfield.
That. Maybe that was you.
I didn't celebrate it because it's par for the course. Much like I expect the Astros to make the playoffs all the time, so I'm not celebrating wins against the Rangers in September. I didn't celebrate it because I say stuff like that all the time. You guys are just too dopey to acknowledge it.
We acknowledged you said it, and then we acknowledged it was said, and then we said, "Hey, that's
wow,
a good
Dell
one. What about this one?"
I don't know.
Don't fret when you get knocked down. It's not how you handle. It's how you handle adversity in life that defines your character. Houston Astros.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
My dad told me that years ago.
Are you going to
me.
put it up someplace for them to see it?
Put it up in the locker room, and then you touch it before you go out.
Like a college football team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, the guys were embattled, and they fought back.
That's right.
And
it's
they
an
won
embattled
2
unit,
huge
Del.
games.
They've had millions of injuries, and they fought their asses off.
This team has never won a championship.
Yes, you're right. The 2025 team has never won a
championship.
championship.
This team has never won.
You're correct.
That's right.
That is
There's
correct.
a lot of new guys on this team.
Here's the other thing, Del. We don't just sit on rest on our laurels like the 72 Dolphins.
What?
We're out there trying to actually win every year. We don't just drink champagne when somebody loses their first game of the year.
Losers.
Hold on. How can the 72 Dolphins win this year? What are you talking about?
Every year they celebrate when other people lose.
Yeah, they're
we
losers.
don't just your organization, like you guys, Dolphins fans, like, what about 72 Dolphins? They're undefeated.
Have I ever said that?
They were the classic. Your own guys who are still alive are celebrating it every year.
I thought this was an argument about my perspective. Have I ever said that?
You have a Mercury
Your entire
Morris
fan base
jersey.
celebrates every time somebody
You've
loses.
never seen me wear Dolphins gear ever, but I have a Mercury
Dolphins.
Morris jersey. Okay.
Yeah. Probably framed.
I wasn't even alive.
Zonka.
Yeah.
I saw Dell with his Zonka jersey.
Earl Morrall.
Don't get mad at me because you have a Chris Brown, the running back jersey in your closet.
I love that. Love that jersey.
Chris Brown, the running back. Chris Brown, the kicker.
Chris Brown, the passer. That interception he threw was awesome. We got a break.
Chris Browns are kind of notorious.
3776. I don't know about you, but watching the game last night, it was a Coors Light kind of night for me. I hope it was a Coors Light kind of night for you. I love me some Coors Light. I hope you do too. No matter what you're doing, listen, we got a bunch of games. It starts again tomorrow night. Thursday night football, Friday night football, Saturday football, Sunday football, Monday football, Coors Light, Coors Light, Coors Light, Coors Light, Coors Light, Coors Light. Now, it doesn't have to be just football. It can be a celebration of life, like we just said. Oh, watching Astros games. What? Yes. It can be Coors Light as well. Look, if you're looking for the best way to enjoy a game, let's go. It just doesn't matter what you're doing. Even if you're just sitting around doing nothing, let's enjoy a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Be refreshed with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. I hope you got them on hand for your buddies when they come over because that's something that you got to have. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little Texans, the fallout. I'm seeing so many stats, offensively, defensively. The Texans, I just saw stats about the Texans' defensive penalties over the last 3 years, and they're not disciplined. They're roughing the passer penalties and all of the stuff going on with. I mean, it's just it's a recurring thing. It happened again. Offense actually was much better penalty wise on Monday night, as opposed to what the defense did. They were bad defensively. They had a boatload of penalties that led to first downs. The defense is a problem?
No, I don't think they're a problem.
Okay,
I mean, I don't think they're a problem. It's hard to say they're a problem. I think they could potentially have a difficult time stopping a run. I think the linebackers have been overrated by the head coach and by members of the fan base and media. I think those are just real average guys, to be honest with you. I don't think they get off blocks as well as they should. And then that's unfortunate because you don't have defensive tackles. Your defensive tackles are made to get up the field. You don't have anybody to really plug it up. You don't. They have not, like when they were re-signing free agents, they kept re-signing everyone they already had. Mario, and then they brought Sheldon Rankins back, and they're the same type of defensive tackle. And I kept thinking, Folu Fatukasi, who is supposed to be a little sturdier against the run, he wasn't on Monday. And I kept thinking, man, they really need like a true nose. They need somebody who can really eat up blocks. They don't have that. Yeah. They've got a bunch of three techniques playing basically, and they got upfield players. They don't have two-gap players, meaning control the block. Back. They don't have a two-gapper. They're all one-gappers, and it was bad against the Bucs. So I went back and watched all 22, and offensively, let me tell you a big problem that no one's talking about because they probably just don't know this. The separation by the receivers is bad. Bad. Some of them are really basic routes, and I don't like to get into route combinations and route this and that, and people like to get too far into it. But I will say, it's pretty basic route from a route break standpoint. It's one break and that's it. So you either win at the separation point or you're going to have guys all over you. And they really miss the separation talent of Tank Dell. They really do. I didn't, I wasn't expecting to say that, but when I'm watching, I'm like, Higgins and Hutchinson and Nico's not really a separator. That's not his game. Yeah. He needs to get the legs moving. He's not a player who's going to be short area. I knew that coming out of college. He's not a short area separator. What he needs to do is run over routes, post routes, because he's a build-up speed player. So now you got these three big wide receivers on the field at the same time, and none of them can separate. Higgins didn't separate underneath. Hutchinson didn't. So they had guys all over them. Yeah. And then when they were open against zone, either CJ didn't throw an anticipatory throw in the window,
or they drifted,
or they ran through the window.
Yes,
like Hutchinson. That was a terrible one.
Hutchinson did. It was awful.
Dude, you're not a rookie, Hutchinson. Sit down.
I mean, that was, you got to sit down in the zone, and it was just. I think it was Hutchinson, not CJ.
It was. That was Hutchinson. CJ threw to the.
But okay, I went back and watched every single pass.
Yep.
And I was like, after the first two drives, I was like, how in the hell did he have 42% pressure rate?
I'll give you my username and password for NFL Plus, and you can go watch coaches tape on it.
Yeah. Well, I watched all 20. I watched all 22.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. But yeah. I watched it from the side, though.
Oh, the side angle. Oh, yeah, you can still. Yeah. Oh, well, that's all you need.
Yeah. So I was like, how in the hell did he have 42% pressure rate? Because the first two drives, he didn't have any. I know that they counted the screen pass to Chubb as a pressure. That's not a pressure. It's a screen pass.
Yeah, you got to watch. The offensive line wasn't as terrible as people think.
No, it wasn't.
It really wasn't.
Now, in the second half,
it really wasn't.
Bowles dialed it up.
Bowles, yeah, they had to blitz. Now, they did have to blitz, and they were successful blitzing. So they ran through the face of Agumbawale for a sack. You had the left guard Tomlinson got beaten by Kalijah Cansey once badly, and then number 90, I think Logan Hall also beat him lost individually. You had Patterson get whipped by Greg Gaines one time. So you had some individual losses, but it wasn't. And if you watch it, John, you saw it wasn't as bad as everyone thinks it was.
No.
It really wasn't.
Now, I will say Dari got blown up.
Dari got blown up.
And put two guys into one gap hole, and they're done. And they're done.
Yeah.
Although Woody Marks came up.
Woody and Nick Chubb did a great job.
Woody Marks went from on the other side of the tackle
and chopped him.
What a beautiful play.
But notice that, Nick Chubb is a phenomenal pass pro guy too. Woody did a great job. Nick Chubb did a great job. It pretty much needs to just be those two guys playing right now.
I don't know why Dari's on the field. I know they love him.
I know, but he can play special teams.
You know what? They got to take him off the field. He can't be on the field.
Woody's a better runner. Woody's better on third downs. Woody's got to be getting the rest of those carries other than Nick Chubb.
What did you think of Thomas? The PFF grades, I'd take him with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But Tomlinson was really bad. Tomlinson was bad.
Lakin wasn't good.
No.
I thought Ed Ingram was actually okay.
Yeah.
Patterson was okay. I thought they worked their double teams really well in the run game. Tomlinson and Ursary. Ursary had a decent game.
He did have a good game.
I didn't hate Ursary. I think Ursary's going to be okay. I thought Titus Howard really hung in there. It doesn't always look pretty with him, but he hung in there and played pretty well. I'm glad you saw the same thing. I talked to John Harris briefly. I said, Johnny, I didn't think the offensive line's been that terrible. He goes, I know, right? Everyone's just saying. And I said, it's become the narrative. And, and I had some thoughts on it watching the game, like, man, the offensive line. Then when you watch it on tape, you realize, some of it is on running back. Some of it is CJ just has to start stepping up. He has to learn to slide forward and get rid of the ball.
But Kaylee can do something too. Man, they hit that out to Woody. And never went back to it. I mean, when you got Woody out there on one-on-one.
With a swing pass on the running back?
It wasn't. It was an out route.
Oh, well,
The long one. The long one was an out route. And I'm like, what? Why would you not? And another thing is, Nico's intermediate routes are way down. Way down. Why not? Why not? I swear. I know he doesn't have time, I guess, but you can move the pocket or play. And by the way, he is so predictable. If he's under center, they're running the ball. If he's in shotgun, they're throwing the ball. The stats are ridiculous. Under center, they run the ball 67% of the time. In shotgun, they throw 87% of the time. Yeah. You got to change this stuff up. You can't do this. And it's almost I hate to criticize so early, but it's almost like you got Slowick here still.
Well, so
it's not any different.
I don't mind running the ball out of from under center because you know how it is. It's hard to drop back, but what they're doing is they're trying to set up the play action. You have to run it effectively though.
But then use the play action.
Yeah. Well, they did, and they got sacked on one, which I thought I saw a little misdirection, a little counter misdirection. I thought, ooh, that is a really
Lance. Their play action rate right now, I think, just 14%.
Well, it's because
it's the lowest in the league.
Yeah, I just don't think they believe that they can run the football. I mean, play action doesn't work if the other team doesn't buy it. The linebackers aren't diving down on the run.
Well, but if you're running the ball from under center, then do something. At least try. It's just maybe you'll hold the linebacker.
Well, let me ask you something. If you know you're going to pass, why would you pass from under center when the drops are longer for you?
If you're maybe Texans. You can roll out. Maybe.
My biggest problem is, first of all, they need Christian Kirk. They got to get Hutchinson off the field.
Yep.
Hutchinson's not good enough. They have too many big guys who can't get open. They need him. And honestly, I'd like to see Jalen Noel a little bit.
Yeah.
You got to find somebody who's got a little juice because these guys don't have any short area quickness, and they were blanketed for a lot of the game.
Well,
it's not great from a separation standpoint.
And I think I saw you like a post by somebody that said it's just different without Tank.
Yeah,
and
it
one
is.
of the reasons is because that Tank separated.
Tank was a great separator. Tank ran he ran a 4.5 in his first 40-yard attempt at the combine. Then he ran, which I was like, what? Then he ran into 4.4s. Jalen Noel ran a 4.39. He did all this stuff. But honestly, Tank looks faster than Jalen Noel because Tank has short area juice. They miss rookie Tank. I don't know what happened last year. Tank couldn't get target. I don't know what the deal was. Tank played a chunk of last year before he got hurt, and he just wasn't really a factor. And I think we were all surprised about that. But they really missed that one guy with wiggle who CJ could get to on man-to-mans. You need a man beater. That was the guy. Zone, the Texans should be fine against zone. Against man coverage right now, they really miss having a man beater, a guy who can really win man routes, and Tank was that guy. Maybe Jalen Noel would be that guy, but right now he's not playing. And somebody in the media asked about rookies. When do rookies earn your respect or earn your trust? And CJ and D'Amico said, they have my trust. We trust them already. He said, all those guys, those three guys, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Woody Marks, they all have our trust. And I think Noel may start getting the game, but, it may just be a matter of Christian Kirk, maybe Braxton Berrios. He's a little wily little white slot. Well, he's not white technically. Is he, Del? Is he Braxton Berrios? No, we can claim him.
I mean, if you want to call him
is
white,
he Cuban?
You can. I don't think it's Cuban. I don't know if it's Puerto Rican or something, but he is not Hunter Renfrow.
He's got some sabor. He's got some flavor.
He's not Hunter Renfrow,
Well, we could use a Hunter Renfrow, but the good Hunter Renfrow, not the one who keeps getting cut for some reason.
Yep. All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. Time to talk a little John Daspit. And when we come back, take your call, 713-780-3776.
Hey, property loss because security issues. Did you know that that's recoverable? John Daspit has done that before. He's done that for people here in Houston at an apartment complex where they had an issue. And, it was a big to-do that he had to work on, and John just went to work. Like, that was a battle he had to take on, and he won. There's a lot of them where it's a matter of, like a refinery blast and a lot of these things that happen along the water. A lot of times they're pretty serious, and it's a matter of John Daspit taking the time to make sure that everything is accounted for, and then also make sure that he fights for your pain and suffering, and your time missed from work, or your time missed from work, short term or long term. And for some people, they'll never be able to work in their field again because the injury is just too severe. You want somebody who's on your side because there's going to be one payout for that. There's going to be one payment for you and your family, and you want John Daspit fighting for you. And that's the guy that you always want because he has a great winning percentage, and he doesn't just settle for settling. He wants to make sure that he wins for you and doesn't just sit here and work with the insurance company to try to just get to the next thing. He wants to win because you're his client, not the insurance company. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They are fighting for you. They are on your side. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Del, I saw a video yesterday that was disturbing about your team. At the end of the game, Achane looks like he scores a touchdown, right? But he stepped out of bounds. And
oh my God, the mistakes at the end.
Well, wait.
I thought you
they had like a 9-minute delay to find out that he did step out of bounds.
Yeah.
And then they have back-to-back too much time penalty. You had 9 minutes to figure out your next play.
Game.
It was what?
I believe it was a false start.
Yeah, but they were right down they were at the gun though.
Yeah.
Like they were having trouble getting men on the field.
Could, yeah.
What in the world?
In that scenario, I believe when I didn't see those first two plays, I looked back at it and I saw Waddle on the sidelines. Like, why is Waddle on the sideline late in the game? I think, yeah, the players talked about it. Tua himself talked about it after the game. Like, we had some personnel issues. He didn't. I mean, he said it without saying it that the coaches screwed something up with their personnel issues, which caused one of the delay of games. And, of course, Mike McDaniel addressed it as well. Yeah, I didn't see the game play-by-play. I was watching some other games. But, yeah, that's been kind of an issue. Time on the clock, play clock stuff has been an issue through McDaniel's tenure. And once that Achane thing happened, they fell apart, and then the sacks came, and that ended the game.
Mike McDaniel's now the minus 700 favorite to be first fired.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just a matter of time. Buffalo will wipe you out. Although it is the NFL, so probably Miami plays really well.
And for whatever reason, the last couple games up there have been buzzer beaters. Now, Buffalo's won them, but they've all been like one-possession games. Like last time they went up there, Buffalo won on like a 59-something yard field goal to win it. The game before, I mean, it doesn't matter, cold, good weather. Up in Buffalo, those games are competitive. If we're looking for a blowout and the line is like over 12, right, or it hasn't dropped under, that might be a surprise. Not that Buffalo won't win, that the game might actually be competitive. Matt Milano hasn't practiced all week. Ed Oliver hasn't practiced all week, so they may be without a couple of their best defenders. So we'll see. But, yeah, he's on the verge. He'll get the Jets game because they'll have 11 days off between the Jets game, and that'll be his last stand. That's a home game. If you go 0-4 and lose to the Jets, he'll get packed up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, he should be the heavy favorite. I mean, that was – can you imagine if that happened here? I mean – you know, as opposed to where they don't care about their team in Miami, that it would be
Hold on,
nuts.
They don't care. They flew a banner before the game saying fire McDaniel and Greer. They care. You pay for the banner. They care.
Well, you have one rich guy, that's all. Probably got a stripper pole up there, too.
Yeah, Miami has plenty of rich guys. But rich guys don't get involved in that nonsense. Some fan group got together and said, hey, let's put a banner together. Are we ever going to see a Fire D'Amico banner here? Flying above the stadium? No.
I'm seeing more and more. I can't believe it, but I'm seeing more and more people talking about D'Amico and criticizing D'Amico. I thought he was Teflon.
Nah.
No coach is
not
Teflon.
when your team does the same things over and over again.
Yeah.
To lose games.
Oh, no, he's going to pay for every coach coming after. That's the problem with the Texans is everyone pays for the sins of the previous, where D'Amico's probably thinking, man, we won 2 division titles in a row after this team was garbage. Everything was bad. Doesn't matter. You're same old Texans. Like whether you like it or not, whether it's on you or not, this is what we saw with Bill O'Brien, as we saw with Gary Kubiak. This is 23 years of this. So you have to deal with this.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
That was like us to Dell when Dell was trying to argue about the Astros having a disappointing season this year. Doesn't matter, Dell. Back in the playoffs.
That's right. That's what we are. Bill O'Brien.
You want to be the Bill O'Brien
We
era
are.
Texans?
We are kind of the Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, we really kind of are. We're really Hall of Famers.
Because we'll also yell out, "You too."
Well,
you too, mother.
Yeah, you were yelling. The social team grabbed it, put it on.
Well, what's Sam doing reposting something from like 3 weeks ago?
It wasn't 3 weeks ago. It was this week.
When I got mad about
Yeah.
No, was
that last week? That was last week, right?
Was that when I was real mad? That day I was mad?
Yeah, it was mad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's like, Lance, crash out, all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, that was last week's crash out. That doesn't count for this week.
She didn't even use this week's when you were slamming a coffee cup and
Don't say
spilled
anything about
coffee all over the table.
Keep it quiet.
Which record is most surprising? Cardinals 2-0, Bengals 2-0, Colts 2-0, Texans 0-2, Kansas City 0-2.
Oh, Bengals 2-0. They've been based on how the games went?
No.
I would say maybe
would be going into the season. Which is the most surprising? Probably
right,
Kansas City.
No, it's not. It's not. It's obviously not Cincinnati going into the season. Not the not who else? Not the Texans.
Colts. Colts 2-0. That's pretty surprising.
Denver and Miami. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Miami and who was the favorite? I guess Miami was.
The Colts were the favorite. It was a small
Colts were the favorite there, and then Broncos were a small favorite.
Yeah, those games were toss-ups.
The Cardinals are 2-0. No one knew that.
They played the Saints and who else?
Yeah.
And the Panthers.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. That's not a surprise.
The Texans 0-2.
No,
well, Kansas City had the Chargers and Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean they had tough battles. I have a hard time saying Kansas City.
The Texans didn't. The Texans might be the most surprising.
They had 2 playoff teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Same as the
they
Chiefs.
were they were a 2.5 3-point dog, and they were a 2.5 3-point favorite at home. I'm a little surprised. I didn't think they'd lose to Tampa, but it was a small number. I don't know. I feel like there's some more surprising stuff out there. Dallas lost the first week, won the second week. Oh, you've already covered the 2-0s and the 0-2s.
Yeah, the surprising ones. Anyway,
I'm a little surprised how bad the Raiders are.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that too. I thought they'd be better.
Maybe the Vikings too.
It's all on the quarterback, right? His ups and downs. He was not good for like 3 quarters against the Bears, and then turned it on. And he stunk against the Falcons.
And this is and we'll see how much patience. See, what you got to have is you got to have patience. The kid is taking his first snaps. The same way the Colts had to have time with Richardson last year because they knew he barely played his rookie season. So last year was like Anthony Richardson's rookie season, and you got to let him play it. Get to a, you have to let guys play. The Colts have been letting him play. Now the Colts are in a dire situation where you got jobs on the line, and the guy hasn't gotten any better, and he's always hurt. The Vikings are going to have to wait it out with their quarterback, and now he's hurt again. He missed all last year, and he's hurt again now.
What might be surprising is how good the Falcons' defense is.
Yeah.
Really good.
I tell you what, the Falcons got after them the other day. Of course, the Vikings have been bad in 7 of 8 quarters. So maybe they're just not very good.
The top defenses in havoc percentage of plays. The defense gets a pressure, tackle for loss, forced fumble, interception, pass breakup. Atlanta's number 1. Green Bay's number 2. Cleveland is number 3. By the way, Cleveland, if you've got a starting running back, don't play him against Cleveland because Cleveland's going to stop. And don't play your number 1 receiver against the Texans either. The Texans or Denver. That's a couple of hints because Stingley will shut you down, and so will Surtain, obviously.
Yeah, you don't really want it with Stingley.
Nope. Houston, as far as havoc percentage, 13th in the league, just under 40%. The worst team in the league, the Dolphins. They don't create any havoc defensively.
Which is kind of crazy because they've spent so much draft capital on pass rushers.
They're so loose in coverage that it doesn't matter what your pass rushers are when you are letting guys free. I don't know what the deal is. They were better at it last year, but they had more veteran defenders and corners last year. But Daniel Jones, you can't pressure him if there's guys running free in the short area. You can just get the ball away. So they can't create havoc if guys are open immediately. So that's their problem. Anthony Weaver has done a poor job. The personnel doesn't fit what he wants, but they're screwed anyway. So that's a different story.
Anthony Weaver here was
that was years ago,
I understand. Well, that's a funny thing too, because Fred Warner was asked about Robert Saleh returning and being the 49ers defensive coordinator, and he was like, "Man, this guy just knows everything. He's got the experience, and when you got experience, it just seems like you know what to call. That's a problem with the Texans OC. Zero experience, and this has been a learning experience for their OCs the last couple of last 3 years now. And look what's happening with it. You haven't seen enough, and you know what? It's costing D'Amico not hiring a guy that's got. Look at what you hire Monken in Baltimore. Look what happens. Greg Roman. You hire guys that have been there and done that, and it makes a huge difference. Huge difference. And the Texans don't do that. All right, let's break. Let's talk a little. What you knew about Walmart, right, Lance?
Yeah, I knew about Walmart. What I did actually last year, I got my son Mason we had twin beds, so we needed a new mattress. Didn't realize how easy it was going to be at Walmart. I was able to get it online. We went and picked it up, and it was the same price. And what I found out was that Walmart actually has a lot going on in terms of your ability to buy groceries, buy everything at the Walmart for regular prices, for the same prices. They don't alter the prices. They've got 500 million items online. And unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Let me say that again. The same for delivery as they are in store. They don't alter them. When it comes to feeding your family, if you got that big tailgate coming up, you got a big party that you want to throw, it doesn't matter. Think Walmart for all of your grocery needs. And did you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour? So you're not going to be waiting all day. You can get that in as fast as an hour. Fees and terms apply. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. Get them all wrapped up in one big package and get that within an hour, subject to availability. Learn more at walmart.com. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew?
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros win last night, 6-5. Astros pulling away now from the Rangers. I believe tonight's game decides the silver boot. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're 6-6 right now against each other.
We're boot havers, though.
Well, we own the boot.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a more prestigious award in all of sports? No.
Oaken Bucket, maybe, in Big Ten.
The old Oaken Bucket? Yeah.
Minnesota and Purdue, something like that.
Somebody, no one knows. It's impossible to know who plays for that.
Golden Apple, Washington State, something like that.
Apple Cup.
Yeah, Apple Cup.
Yep, that's prestigious.
Yeah. AJ Blue Ball was fantastic. Gave up just 2 hits, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts.
Man, his stuff is good.
Yeah. 50 pitches over 3 innings. Then they brought in Colton Gordon, and he gave up. It was like, but then Murray came in. He was nice.
Gordon got squeezed a little from time to time by that ump on the lower portion of the plate, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, 3 innings, he gave up a run. That's fine.
No, absolutely.
That's fine. I mean, and then Murray came in and yelled, "Woo, yikes!" That was scary. And Abreu had to go across innings on top of everything else. He gave up another 3 hits and a walk. He had 4 base runners, dude. Brian Abreu has had so many base runners lately. It's just scary.
Yep.
You can't keep – I know he can get out of it with strikeouts. I believe there was a point last week where he led all relievers in majors in strikeouts. But I'm not sure he still does. But you can't live like this. Brian Abreu is just so scary when he's out there. He can't keep up. It seems like – he's throwing such meat up there sometimes. They look so comfortable up there against him. I don't know why. How can you lead the league in strikeouts and everybody just seems to be so comfortable? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. And this is one of the things that's probably bothered me the most about this Astros season is the lack of consistency that they are showing. This has been it's one thing to have an up and down, to be a little up and down from a season standpoint. I mean, it's a long season, 162. You'll have many seasons inside the season, but the Astros' inconsistencies from Fromber, and look, you had a little bit of a little hiccup from Hunter Brown, but that's to be expected. Fromber has really turned into, this has now become inconsistency. Your bullpen, inconsistent. Great first half of the year, bat, really.
Well, you have lost a lot of bullpen, though. Let's not forget.
Yeah, no, but before you lost them, they were really trailing down after that Dodger game. The second half of the year, they had really Okert, King. Remember, King was really not good. Like the bullpen, the stats were the Astros were one of the best before the break and one of the worst after.
Yeah.
And that was the stats.
You lose Josh Hader and
I'm not even talking about closing, but yes. Yeah, losing Hader pushed everyone into new roles a little bit.
Yeah. And not only that, but
Jeremy's been consistent and solid.
Jeremy Pena? Oh yeah. All year? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pena's been great. He's hitting over 300. Jake's still hitting over 300. I mean,
yeah.
What? Jake is still hitting over 300. He came back and he's still raking.
I don't even think about Jake anymore. I'm on to Zach Cole.
What do you mean?
I'm on to Zach Cole.
Don't just kick him to the curb.
Yeah, just like
I haven't learned. Lance is a bit of a hoe.
Yeah, he kind of is.
I'm not loyal.
No,
you
not
ain't.
at
That
all.
hoe ain't loyal.
Not at all. You're a bit of a hoe when it comes to players.
Look at what you've lost from your bullpen already. Well, Walter was a starter. You lost Hader. You lost Sousa. You lost Blanco. You lost Ort. You lost Eric Getty, but he was a starter. You lost Wisniewski. He was a starter. Thankfully, you lost Taylor Scott. Who else? You had Neris. Don't forget. You had Van Way. You had, There's some guys I don't even remember. John Rooney. You remember John Rooney?
What?
Yeah.
I remember him. He made one appearance and had elbow inflammation.
Yeah, that's it. He was done.
Did he really?
Yes.
Jordan Weems. Remember Jordan Weems?
Yeah, I do remember Jordan Weems. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a blast from the past.
You have, well, it's this year, but these are all the guys that you've. How do you take all of this out of your rotation and your bullpen and still you're still where you're at, just a half game out? I'm telling you, Joe Espada he's a miracle worker. They might name the trophy after him.
Which
Manager
trophy?
of the year.
Oh, okay.
Manager of the year.
After one Manager of the Year award, he gets the trophy named after him?
Yeah.
Who has the name right now? Who's he taking it away from?
No one knows. The Casey Stengel? No one knows. You never know. It's impossible to know.
Joe Espada was fine. He's fine.
Joe's done a great job.
He's done a nice job. He's not Manager of the Year now. But
Manager of the Year, yeah. Yeah. There, I said it.
No, I know you said it.
Yeah, we heard you.
I heard you say it. I just don't think winning 87 games is going to get a Manager of the Year.
With all the injuries,
hitting his over-under in Vegas is not going to be Manager of the Year stuff.
Well, let's see who's Manager of the Year favorite.
He's been good.
No, he was absolutely the favorite for a while.
Yeah, so far, looking at since they started giving out the award. Well, actually, let me take that back. The guys who won it last year were Stephen Voigt, from the Guardians, and Pat Murphy.
Pat Murphy's going to win this year.
John Schneider from the Toronto's probably going to win it. Yeah, he's tops minus 250. AJ Hinch is plus 220. The spot is plus 1,000.
Wait a minute. Where's Murphy from?
He's in the
Milwaukee.
They have two
That's
National League.
Oh, you're just doing the American League Manager of the Year. Okay.
Wait, why don't they just give it out for? It's one league. Why is it two awards?
And they have interleague play.
Yeah.
I don't know why there is
is
two
the NL
awards.
and AL Manager of the Year?
How about Pat Murphy and then their former manager, Craig Counsell, second?
Yeah. Good luck with that Espada bet.
Where's
John.
Scott Service? Is he going to get Manager of the Year?
He does not manage
doesn't.
right now.
Man, I love that guy. He's a good dude. Nice guy.
He's terrible. No one even knew Stephen Vogt
prayed
was
on his downfall,
managing.
too.
You prey on a lot of people's
Prayed
downfalls.
on his downfall.
Maybe you should have kept him around because the Astros win divisions when he's around. Now we got to hope this new guy in Seattle doesn't fix whatever was their issue, keeping them from winning one, choking down the stretch like they've done in the past. I would actually like Scott Service back because with him around, I knew the Astros were going to win the division. That man couldn't get his team up to win a big series.
That is kind of true. That is kind of true.
And if he's up, then he's stuck.
Thank you, Cardi.
No. What?
He just uttered a line that Cardi B has uttered before.
Just when I think of baseball, I think Cardi B.
You do?
No.
Yep. Boricua.
What do you think? I mean, what do you think Framber's ERA is now?
Framber's still in the mid threes now, about 3.6, 3.5.
3.59.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown 2.27.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Hunter Brown has been.
I still don't see any way forward unless Framber somehow magically gets it together. And this just seems like he's just opened a can of quit. I mean, he's just mean mugging everything. Some of it may be physical. Maybe he's tipping pitches. Maybe he is just mad at the whole organization that he just can't focus and bear down. But I really don't know how you win with Jason Alexander and Blue Ball and who am I missing? The Blue Ball just started, but Jason Alexander, who am I missing from a starting standpoint?
Right now you got Alexander.
Well, you'd only have three anyway at the most.
Yeah, well, that's it. You got no. If you move on, you're going to need four stars.
If you move on,
no. Well, you're not even. You don't even think you're going to move on.
Well, you had a better team last year, and you got wiped out at home 2 straight.
Well, that's because you couldn't win at home then.
Well, you had Screwball and you were in trouble.
Maybe you didn't see the last 2 nights.
You don't play the Rangers.
Well, that's one of the great teams in baseball.
No,
I don't.
actually.
And Framber's probably pitching that second game. You can say what you want,
no,
but Framber's
not.
They're not pitching.
Not. Alexander's pitching the second
They're not
game.
pitching to Alexander in front of Framber.
Well, especially if you lose the first one.
Joe Espada's not going to do that.
If you lose the first
one. I know who the better pitcher is right now, but Joe Espada's not going to do that. He's going to pitch Fromber second, and you just got to – well, I guess you still have Christian Javier is the other starter. But it's like I've kind of just given up on good Javier. You just have to hope his stuff looks average and he still no-hits people for 5 innings. Because I haven't seen his stuff look electric at all. Not since he's been back. And I'm like, oh, he didn't give up any – wow, no hits in 6 innings. That's pretty good.
You know what else is pretty good? Craig DeSurf.
Yeah, Craig DeSurf is great. They have actually they've got a big event coming up at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, and you can go check out the website for that, where they do the big they do a big car show that's really well. It's the cornfield. It's cornfield and Camelot. It's Craig does a lot of really fun stuff, and if you go out to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, you'll see exactly what I mean. They've got free concert coming up October 3rd. Terry Rogers is going to be out there 6 to 9 p.m. It's Friday night with Evelyn Rubio, so they're doing that for you. You've got the 8th annual classic car show. It's called Coachella. Carchella, there it is. Carchella in the cornfield. That had to be a young person who thought of that one. It's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's the 8th annual classic car show. That is a blast. That's a lot of fun. They've got food trucks out there, multiple food trucks that are really good. They've got craft fare, got some coffee out there for you as well. Tons of different awards. A concert on that Friday night before, as I just mentioned. But on Saturday, you see some of the coolest shows that you're going, or some of the coolest cars that you're going to see. I mean, it's really awesome. I didn't grow up a car guy, and I've been out there 3 different times, and I've been blown away at how awesome these cars are. They got the owners that are sitting right out there. You can ask them questions. You can look inside the cars. It's just a fun little time. If you love cars, it's a great time to go out there, enjoy it. You got the food trucks. You got a good time for kids. It's a great family event, and it's going to be October 4th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Don't forget that concert Friday night from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Have some fun out there. Head on out to Angleton. And while you're there, take a look at some cars as well. You know, they got great cars. But go enjoy this event, because nobody throws a party better than Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Have you guys seen the Ashton?
Hold on. I want you. This is what your buddy is quoting
Here you go.
on the show.
What do you? Oh.
He's
baseball.
This is
It's just basic baseball.
This is your guy.
If it's up, then it's stuck. That's basic baseball talk.
Sure. Cardi B in baseball, yes.
Yeah. Nothing says baseball like Cardi B. Uh-huh. Did you guys see Ashton Genty on that
BBL, baseball. That's what that stands for, John. Mm-hmm. She has BBL, baseball love.
Not really.
She loves a walk? BBL?
Yeah.
No,
Ashton Genty, John. What should we have seen?
Did you guys see? You didn't see that? Where he was in pass protection and then he just stopped and he just watched Gino get killed?
I did not see that.
He's a Kenny Pickett guy.
Oh my gosh. It is so bad. If that had happened here, I mean it was almost Dalton. It was worse than Dalton Schultz. Worse than Dalton Schultz.
It's worse than Dalton Schultz?
Last year, yes.
Boy, you are
Schultz.
just slandering that man.
Yeah. No, it was bad. Dude just stood there and watched guys just destroy him. And it's all over the interwebs. You guys you probably. Well, I mean, it is. I'll send it to you, and I'm gonna put it in. I'll just I'll retweet it, and I'll put you guys on there. This is incredibly bad. Anyway, there's that. There are Texans. Let's hear from CJ, because we didn't have any CJ sound yesterday. I don't know why no one posted CJ sound after the game, but here is CJ talking. CJ talking about after the first couple of drives, because you and I both watched. I went back and watched every pass, and I was like, after watching the first couple of drives, actually most of the first half, I was like, how in the world did he get pressured on 42%? Because he had a clean pocket. I don't know. And if you're counting the Chubb screen pass as a pressure, that's not a pressure.
But pressure is subject. So they have different graders,
right?
It's really like, I want to know quarterback hits and sacks.
Right.
The pressure thing, I've looked at these long enough because I watch a tape and I look at the data, and it's just like sometimes I think, who in the world's grading the pressures on these? No one's even under. Like, pressure doesn't mean you necessarily are under duress.
Right. And oh, by the way, he had a clean pocket. And, well, tell you the truth, he really, really looked good in the first couple of drives. They looked good offensively in the first couple of drives because, in large part, he had a clean pocket, and he had beautiful throw. How good was that throw? We didn't even mention it. How good was that throw to Nico for the touchdown? I mean, it was perfect.
Great throw.
It was perfect. And you know what? In large part because he had time and he looked like very confident, and then all that went away. But here he is on what they did differently from the first couple of drives to the end of the game.
I just started pressuring a little more, especially on third down, just big stunts and, just slaying their D-line in ways. Other than that, like, their back end, they just double Nico a lot, which we kind of presumed that they were going to do. But, yeah, you got to just, those plays we're going 3 and out, or, we're just not sustaining drives. Those are the ones that lose us the game. Of course, not coming up short on the goal line is tough as well, and that's evident as well. But there's a bunch of different things we can clean up.
Yep, obviously. Coming up short on the goal line was, but it was ridiculous play calls. Can we stop? And listen, I don't know that I've seen that route either on the goal line. It's mostly, if you're going to throw that, it's mostly a fade route, right?
Yeah, that was a clever little route. I didn't think Nico did a very good job of selling it. He didn't give much of a turn, but Nico's not a route runner. He's a ball winner. That's what he is. And it wasn't a good throw.
Well, it was a bad throw.
And when D'Amico was asked about it, he mentioned Do we have that? Do we have D'Amico talking about
I think
CJ?
D'Amico talking about that one. I think he was talking about the last one.
I think he was too, but that to me, that was a much harder throw to make. The one that could have been made, it was a tight window throw, but the one that could have, your real chance of a touchdown was that one to me.
Yeah.
Because you got him rolling left. You know, here's another thing. I don't think CJ, after watching the 22 footage, there's some throws, there's some profits to be had that CJ's just not taking. You know, sometimes first option, bang, let it go, and let a guy catch it and run with it. There were some throws there that I think, and I don't love routes where you got a third down, and I know fans get mad about this, but sometime on a 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, let there be an outlet for pressure that's coming. Let there be an easy throw where you try to catch the ball in space and make. Sometimes it's okay to get it 6 yards on a 3rd and 8 and punt as opposed to taking a sack. You know, sometimes it's okay because when you got 3 routes that are running intermediate and you need 8 yards or 11 yards, you know, you're asking, especially when Todd Bowles is sending some funk at you. You need to have something that allows your quarterback to take a short profit and move on. I think CJ, I really am waiting for the quick passing game. I would think maybe it's this week if they can get to it, but I don't know. They ran little stop routes, little hooks, and they were really covered. I mean, I can't – I said it in the first segment. I'll say it again. I was shocked at how covered the wide receivers were for most of that game. It was tight windows because they weren't separating. They're not showing explosiveness out of their breaks. They're a bunch of long-legged, tall receivers that were on the field, and they don't have true separators out there. And maybe Christian Kirk changes some of that when he gets back. And he looks – D'Amico seemed positive about it. He said, of course, we'll wait and see this week. But it seemed last week I really didn't think Christian Kirk was coming back. I would bet that I would throw $20 on it that he's coming back this week.
Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully. He said that the injury was supposed to be just the first couple of weeks, so we'll see. Yeah, it will make a difference. It'll make a big difference. They need but use Noel more. Use Woody more. Use Higgins more. Use your young guys. I mean, it appears again, it's like you don't trust those guys. That's all they do is make plays. Noel's making plays. Woody Marks is making plays. Trust them. Obviously, rookies can let you down, but these guys haven't so far.
Yeah.
How many passes did they throw to Higgins? One? Did he have more than one?
I only remember that long catch.
It was on a play action. Tampa Bay dropped the coverage. He was open in the flat, and it was more catch and run than anything else. He was probably maybe 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage when he caught it. But other than that, I don't remember another target for him. I'll have to look and see if he got more than that target.
Yeah, I don't think his snap count's going to be very high.
It wasn't.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing him a lot. It's still Xavier Hutchinson time now, for whatever reason. Xavier couldn't get open in college. He's definitely not going to get open in the pros. So 21 receiving snaps actually against the Bucs. It's more than I would have thought.
Yeah, he had that. I'm looking at the defensive snaps, but it was going to be upsetting to the fans when they saw the number of snaps that Watson got, because Hutchinson got 28, and then Higgins 21, Watson 20, and Noel 15.
Wow. Boy, it was like I didn't even see those guys.
Yeah.
Were they in on well, the question is, were they in on passing downs?
Well, I mean, 13 of the snaps. Well, yeah, 13 of the snaps of the 21 snaps that Higgins was in on were passing plays. I don't remember seeing him out in a lot of routes, but then again, it's TV. You know, I was really paying attention more to when I watched all 22. I was just I wasn't paying attention to who the receivers are. I was just paying attention to the routes and if they're getting open and what CJ was looking at and what the protection looked like. So, I think we will start to see Higgins. Higgins had 27 snaps the first game. He had 21 last game. Moving forward, Hutchinson made some mistakes. I think Hutchinson's just very limited. To me, he's the odd man out. But Higgins still, when Christian Kirk gets back, Higgins is still going to be fighting for snaps. You know what I mean? You're still going to have it'll be Higgins. Well, it'll be Higgins, I think it'll be Higgins and Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. So those are your three, and then you have, you have obviously Dalton Schultz, and then Jalen Noel will be fighting for reps. You know who did a good job of blocking was Harrison Bryant. Actually blocked pretty well yesterday. If you really took a look at him in a run game and pass pro, he actually blocked pretty well. He wasn't bad. It's just too bad he fell down on that play. It wasn't going to go for as long as I thought. Once I saw the widescreen version of it, there was a guy who was going to come make a tackle, but it would have been a first down. So that was unfortunate that Harrison Bryant fell down. It was really unfortunate for Dalton Schultz that they said it was Dalton Schultz falling down. And then finally Troy Aikman's like, hey, I think that's Bryant. That wasn't Schultz that fell down, Joe. It doesn't matter if he fell. They all fell. Gleyber Torres is 21.
What?
Juan Soto's 20. Because that's all Joe Buck does is scream how young players are that are playing against the Astros.
Yeah, right. All right. When we come back, did you guys hear Dabo? We got to play it.
Yeah.
Dabo is just going crazy. Let's do that on the other side, but first we're going to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy. It's a chance for you to, you know what Underdog fantasy does? It lets you're like, man, I don't know if I want to watch this game. Buffalo's going to smash Miami. I don't know if I want to watch this game. Oh, Underdog fantasy gives me a chance to go higher or lower on stats. You mean I can go lower on touchdown passes for Tua? I can go lower on completions for Tua. I can go higher. Maybe you're thinking, hey, this is the game Miami gets together. They're going to be chasing the entire time because Buffalo's going to get out to a quick lead because James Cook is going to just gash them since Miami can't stop the run. You see, you start saying these things, and then you get to the Thursday night game, you say, I do want to watch. I want to download the app, Underdog Fantasy. I want to use promo code Lance, which is going to allow me to get a $50 cash bonus when I play my first $5. So you got to download the app and use promo code Lance. And then from there, I mean, we're going higher or lower on statistics that are out there on all these different players. The more you pick, the more you can win. Win 500 times your original play. Win 70 times, 80 times. Depends on how many plays you want. You want to have 4 different players out there. You say, you know what? I don't feel as great about this guy. Then play the flex option, which means you can win 3 out of 4 and still get paid. So there's a lot of different ways to win. You've got the ladders and the streaks that they have as well. You can check out the app and find out what that is for you. It just gives you a chance to continue to win and rake up the money until you decide to cash out. It's all at Underdog Fantasy. So enjoy yourself with Underdog Fantasy. Download the app and use promo code Lance.
big fan of HR&P. We all are. We're all big fans of HR&P. If you work with HR&P, you're a big fan of them too. You get to know the guys. You get to like you're going to like the guys. They are personable. They've got a vested interest in your business. It's important to them that you succeed, okay? They want you to get the best technology, the best service that you could possibly get, great price for getting your HR and your payroll to your people. All of these things, the taxes, that they just do it. It's all such, the technology is such that the tax season comes and it's so easy, as opposed to you doing it yourself and then having to figure this out. They've got experts on hand for the Affordable Care Act, and then they give you choices, the best choices for your business for your benefits packages. So to us, it's just a no-brainer. I hope if you're doing your payroll yourself or you have an admin company that you're not completely satisfied with, that you just look into it. Call them. Let them tell you what they can do for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Looks like Braxton Berrios said yesterday, I'm back, baby. So there's one guy that might, one of those little guys that can run horizontal routes, right? Horizontal routes are the newest rage, especially in fantasy football. The guys who run horizontal routes get you big points. And Braxton Berrios is a guy.
You want Braxton Berrios running at? He's 5'1".
That's all right. I don't care. Throw him the ball. That's right. Yeah, I want Braxton Berrios running that. Yes.
Whee!
Yeah.
You're making a lot of fun of a guy who's been in the league since 2018.
He's scrappy.
And other guys could get him the football.
I want to let him run 6-yard routes. The way God intended him to run routes at 6 yards depth. Average depth of the target, 6.2.
That's it.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're talking about.
I don't care. Throw it to him. On the run. Good. Boom. Bing, 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 boom, boom. Dabo Sweeney yesterday. He was, it's getting to him a little bit. He's 1-2, right? He barely got by Troy. He was down at the half to Troy. And he lost his other two games. LSU might not be as good as we thought if they're going to Clemson and winning that game, because Clemson's really not that good. And then he loses to Georgia Tech as well. But Dabo says this. Go ahead, fire me, Bias. Go ahead.
I want to let you know this all started with, hey, a question that was this. Hey, do you regret any of a couple offensive plays from the Georgia Tech game?
That was it?
That was the question.
That was it.
Not about Clemson as a program, not about his status, and maybe they're not as good as they once were. It was just, hey, do you regret a couple plays from the game? Okay. And this set, by the way, we're only playing like a minute. It was like 13 minutes. Dabo went off straight talking about him. And, hey, if you don't want me, I'll go coach someplace else. Okay, Dabo, relax. Okay. No one said that.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way, because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory, in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last. Always has been. Always will be. And I would just say, if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. Like, you're freaking all in. And hey, listen, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm gonna go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all gonna have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
Wow, that's scary, because it's been downhill since you won. First of all, you said program. which lets you know he's SEC or ACC if you say program.
Yeah,
Number
you're
2.
You're in the South.
I got a long memory. He's threatening people. Are y'all all in? Burn the ships like they're media members.
I'm not part of your program.
What are they, Tiger? Is he talking to Tiger Roar?
Well, it's part of their
one of the fan sites.
It's the Clemson slogan. I don't know if they might even put them on the back of the helmets. It says "All In." That's what they lean on.
Yeah. Well, Coach, you regret anything? Hey, you trying to get rid of Dabo? I'm gonna go somewhere, coach somewhere else, and bust your ass. Although Dabo wouldn't say that. He'd bust your tail is what he'd say.
No. Yeah. He's not saying ass. The ass.
No, he won't say that.
Josh Pate is pissing me off a little bit right now.
Whoa, that's our guy.
Hey.
Ohio State 1, Oregon 2.
Okay.
Oregon is really good. By the way, Lance, you got to watch that. Their tight end. Holy crap!
I've heard he's really Jeff.
Oh
Schwartz
my God! I was watching that game last week. He is a beast.
Yeah.
Georgia 3. Okay. Alabama 4. Penn State 5.
Alabama 4.
Yeah.
So I listened to this.
We're gonna act like Florida State didn't happen.
No, I listened to this. It is how one of his models judges a team's ability to win on a neutral field, not rankings. Josh even said, "Hey, these aren't my rankings.
It's the model.
My rankings will come out later in the week."
My favorite thing is this is my favorite thing Josh does. He goes, "Listen, don't get mad at me. This is what the models are saying."
Yeah. What he said, and I listened to it this morning actually, this is what the model says about how a team would be favored in a neutral site game. I would even pick against this team if they matched up against another team, but it's just the model, not my rankings. You'll hear those later.
Well, this says his JP poll week 4.
Yeah, but he considers that his
that's the model.
His model, not what he would rank.
Right,
not where he ranks a team.
He's got the U6, which y'all are good. Y'all got a good team.
Yeah, I would put you ahead of Alabama.
Yeah, I would too.
Well, I think Josh will too on Thursday.
Notre Dame is 7th, which is
Once again,
little ridiculous.
The model says they would still be favored over Texas A&M on a neutral
field.
Well,
this is the Vegas. What he's doing here is what he's telling you is this is the Vegas model, which is
right.
Yeah, well, if this team played this team, who is expected to win?
Right. This is a Sagarin thing.
Yeah.
OU 8, Tennessee 9, A&M 10, and Texas 11, LSU 12.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I've seen, I probably who was the Aggies' first game?
Aggies.
Was it Utah State? Who did they play first?
Yeah, they didn't play anybody.
How many games did the Aggies play?
They played 3.
Yeah, who was their very first game or the second
I'll
game?
find it.
Huh?
I'll find it. I don't know offhand.
Didn't they have a game that wasn't very good?
No.
They played UTSA in week 1.
Oh, yeah, they got run on. Like, gave up over 200 yards rushing to UTSA.
And then it was it was
that's
Utah
my biggest
State.
problem with A&M is they don't defensively, they really aren't very good up front. I mean, they aren't.
Yeah, they gave up to one guy 16 for 177 on the ground to
yeah,
UTSA.
They're not very good. People at the school will tell you they're not very good on their defensive front. But I didn't see anyone who could cover Craver or on the crossing route.
Concepcion
in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, and I guess it is true. Like, Marcel Reed's not a great quarterback. He's not a great passer. But if you can just throw accurately on a crossing route, I don't care. That he's doing his job then. Just put it in Craver's hands and let him get to work because that guy was dominant. That guy, they had no answer. It was crazy. At first I thought, man, Notre Dame is going to kill them. And then as the game kept going on, I realized I'm not sure Notre Dame can get a stop anymore. After the first quarter, once we got the midpoint of the second quarter, I realized Notre Dame can't get a stop. They can't stop the Aggies.
Yeah, Notre Dame gave up 28 in that first half. Their defense got it going up until the last drive, where they had only given up 6 points.
Well, that's true. Actually, the second half they did.
They did get much better.
They did get a little better
until the final drive. What does that sound? What does that sound like?
Well, sounds like Texans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, sounds just like the Texans. Notre Dame is the Texans. How about that?
0-2. You're right.
Yep.
Hey, now that Lee Corso's gone, did either one of you guys lock in on College Game Day because Lee Corso was going to put a mascot hat on?
I haven't cared about that since I was a kid, really. the headgear.
No, but it was always interesting to watch.
Were you waiting for Lee Corso to
when
make
I was a
pick?
kid, but not as an
you
adult.
were? See, that never resonated with me. I didn't care that he made a pick. I was really more interested in what Herb Street thought because I figured he had a better handle on who would win a game.
Now it's just about
it was always a little sideshow, though.
Yeah. No, that's true. I guess it just didn't really.
Yeah, and to watch him play to the crowd, particularly if he picked the road team.
Yes.
I liked his little catchphrase, "Not so fast, my friend."
And then he cursed when he was sitting
with
the Cougs.
F it. That was here in Houston.
Yeah, it was in Houston.
It was Houston.
F it.
All right, we got a break. Why are you not watching it now, or people not watching it now?
Well,
because Corso's gone.
It's just too much going on. I just don't watch it as much anymore. And it's a good show. I think it's a good show.
It's a really good show. And you know what? McAfee's actually. I think that's the best thing he does.
McAfee is. I just have McAfee fatigue, but he is. That's probably
that's
where
the
he's
best
best.
thing. He gets the whole crowd.
He's unbelievable.
Going.
He truly is.
He knows
unbelievable.
all of their cheers where they go.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not.
He knows the inside.
Yeah,
inside
I know he's
of
good at
what
he does. He's just not for me. That's all.
Yeah, same with me. But he's like, he's a wrestling promoter type.
Yes,
that's what is.
Yeah.
And so he's great at getting people whipped into a frenzy. I mean, he is phenomenal at that. And watching Nick Saban, like he's not intimidated by Saban, so he's still himself. It's not like, oh, I gotta tone it down. I'm next to Nick. Nope. He doesn't do that, so I kind of respect that. Nick kind of laughs about it.
Uh-oh.
We have to go to break, but I will reveal the breaking news on the other side.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Let's do it. But first, we'll talk a little jewelry, a little Zadig jewelry.
Zadig Jewelry is Zadig has got their big party's coming up, as a matter of fact, as well. And at this party at Watchtoberfest, they're going to have coffee. They're going to have food. It's going to go on from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on October 3rd and 4th. So that's Friday and Saturday. They are going to have they're the premier collector. It's the premier collectors event, and it's going to feature over 25 luxury watch brands exclusively at Zadig Jewelers. And if you're looking to have something really, really cool, if you're looking for a cool timepiece, Watchtoberfest is where it's going to be. And even if you're just shopping, you just want to see cool things, that's where you want to go. They've got global novelties as well. And it's going to be a place that if you are someone who collects luxury watches or you like to buy, sell, or trade, that's your home, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, because they are really into buying or into selling and trading as well. And they'll buy your watches from you. They'll also buy the watch as well. They have Oktoberfest inspired bites. Craft beer is going to be on hand for those of you 21 or older. Specialty coffee and a Saturday supercar showcase presented by Indigo Auto Group. And of course, the coolest watches you're going to find in the state, all right there on location at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. That's October 3rd and 4th. So kind of set that aside and go have fun at Watchtoberfest at Zadig Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Gentlemen, I guess it depends on how you stand on things, but I got some not so great news. Or maybe we congratulate the happy couple. I'm not sure they're a couple, but it has been confirmed. This man,
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
Will be having a child with Cardi B, who you mentioned earlier.
Okay.
I thought they were broken up.
But she has confirmed that she is pregnant with
he got
Stephon
one in
Diggs'
before
kid.
he got one in before the breakup.
Yeah. So
well, actually, are they broken up?
I don't know that, but either way,
stop caring.
Yeah, they will be welcoming a baby. Don't know the sex of the baby.
They're going to have to hurry up and get married quick before this happens.
This is in 1950.
This is a shotgun wedding. He's going to have to get married. This is the thing. When's the bye week?
I don't know when the Pat's going to buy.
What's the invitation list going to look like?
I'm looking at all the
How many Texans are going to be invited? Tank Dell will get an invite to the wedding.
Apparently, they are still together.
They are?
Yes.
Well, nobody want me to do this, is it?
No.
Well, that's off the table. You're dating Cardi B, and will be the father of her child.
She's somebody's sister.
I don't know that. I don't know if she has family, a brother or a sister. I don't know what her familial relationship is. But because you'd think you would have seen, hey, this is Cardi B's sister or brother. I've not seen that, so I'm not sure if she was an only child or not. But either way, Stephon Diggs, he secured a bag.
Oh, yeah. Wait, Stephon Diggs secured a bag?
Yeah, she's wealthier. She got money. What are you talking about?
Well, he ain't married, and he's probably not getting married. Just because he had a baby with her doesn't. He's actually put himself on the hook.
Well, here's the thing: is he doesn't have to pay child support more than likely. That's where he's winning.
Yes, you do. You still have to.
Well, I don't know.
Depends on who's the primary.
Who's
the primary caregiver?
Yeah, you do.
Who will be the primary?
He's still
going to
have to.
Cardi B's estimated
it doesn't matter.
net worth.
Have you guys ever paid child support? I have. John has probably.
Yeah.
You do have.
But if she's a primary,
that was with a poor woman. Cardi B ain't going to charge him.
She's not poor.
She's not poor.
She's not poor.
Well, no, it's not with poor women. If somebody's doing the primary taking care of, you still are responsible for the child.
Well, if she sues him for it, but if she doesn't, she doesn't
care. She may not ask for the money. Yeah,
she's not going to ask him for the money. She doesn't need it.
I'm getting into his pocket. As soon as they get broken up, child support.
Well, now that, yes.
That may happen.
But they're not breaking up. It's
going to last forever?
Ever.
Cardi B and the guy who knows his sister, who brings the pink dust in the Ziploc on the party boat?
I hope
that is
they
an
stay
undying
together.
Love.
I don't know about undying. I just hope those two, who seem to be very happy with each other and are in a healthy relationship, stay together. Why can't we hope for that?
Yeah.
Because you heard him.
I'm a great guy.
I'm a great guy.
So Coupon says Diggs also got another chick pregnant.
No, impossible. No chance. No I don't believe that for a second.
I bet he has to pay for that one.
His nickname,
great guy,
is Community D.
Community D. I can't see them ever breaking up.
God, I just can't imagine just having a bunch of kids and just like literally just emptying out your wallet. There we go. Have fun.
So I Marcellus Wiley came across my timeline yesterday.
He's kind of disappeared. I don't see anything from him, and I never see Shannon. I couldn't go a day without seeing 5 Shannon Sharp videos, and I see nothing now.
Well, I know
why, but he's still doing his podcast and everything.
Well, Marcellus does a podcast that I think people. I mean, he does something from a studio. I think almost every day. I'm pretty sure. But he made a really, really good point about Molly Qerim. He said there's a such thing as goodbye. And goodbye is when you're going and they celebrate you and you're on the air and everybody gets to say goodbye.
Yeah.
There's also a thing called a bad bye. When you go to work on Monday and then that night you tweet out, I'm never going back to ESPN again. That's a bad bye.
Yeah.
Because what happened where she finally said, and I can't even go back in there to say goodbye to Stephen A. and all the other people at ESPN and be, lauded for everything that I did here. I can't even do that. That's how bad it was for her at ESPN, apparently.
Wait. But she's still working, right?
No, she just said, bye, I'm done.
It was literally just, I thought she was still going to keep going.
No.
So it's
not only that, she just tweeted out, "I'm done."
She turned down a contract offer.
That's
reported. That's Apparently, they didn't offer her enough, or whatever the case may be.
So she's done.
Yeah. Stephen A. talked about it. Said it's uncomfortable. He said he's quite sad. He said the details aren't any of our business. Paraphrasing some of the quotes, but yeah, she made the decision to walk away, effective immediately.
Yeah. So, that did not end well.
Huh. So that was a bad buy?
Bad buy. That's a bad buy.
But everyone seems to be, I saw a lot of positive stuff about her.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, no. But she wasn't there for it.
So it wasn't,
She's the one that's had the bad buy. She didn't say goodbye.
Yeah, you would think she's been on that show for nearly a decade. There would be some lead up and say, this is Molly's last week or something. We're celebrating Molly. But no, she was there
nothing.
one day, gone the next.
Well, but that doesn't,
and on a Tuesday.
But listen, that doesn't happen if they know you're going somewhere else. The only time that happens is if you're just done. Molly Karam's probably not just done. So if she just wouldn't take a contract, I don't know. I don't know how it worked, but I've known Molly for a long time. We've been very close from that one segment we did at the Combine when she got coffee at that Starbucks inside that hotel.
And you
the
talked
Westin.
to her one time?
I was there. I asked her if she liked Lebanese food because she's Lebanese.
And she said,
yeah, but it makes me thicker than a Snickers. I'll never forget that.
Right.
Because that's the first time I'd heard that. Now I've heard it a lot of times since then. And then I did a segment with her.
It's in a Cardi B song, isn't it?
Probably.
No, probably.
Then I did a segment where I walked up to the concourse, and I did a segment with her on the touch screen, and I'll just never forget those days we spent together.
You had
That's the last time I talked to her. Yeah.
But you guys are close.
Well, she probably remembers me as that draft guy.
Unlikely.
From the digital side. Not
she
the
probably
TV
goes,
side,
here,
side.
you want an autograph?
She might.
John, let me ask you a question.
I look substantially older then from when I did it then.
Of course.
She looks the exact same.
Let me ask you a question, John.
The exact same. Like a vampire.
Molly Karam's life, working at ESPN, working in the media, how many people do you think she's run into who look exactly, at least in her eyes, look exactly like Lance?
All white guys look the same. Here it is.
I'm asking John what he
hundreds and hundreds.
Generic draft white guy.
It doesn't have to be draft.
No,
just generic white
guy.
Generic
white guy.
Generic white guy, somewhat involved in sports.
She probably.
How many of those guys has she had to deal with over the course of her career? Oh, you might as well be Matthew Berry.
You're
what?
Or
I might as well be the talented Mr. Berry.
You might as well be. It doesn't
matter. I might as well be Matthew Berry.
They're all the same to her.
Or one of the 45 cameramen that work there.
What's the difference?
Same thing.
Oh my gosh! Look at this. But Molly strikes me as just outside hot, but with stank attitude. That's not. Somebody said that.
Who said
she
that?
She can't have that. She's got to be a saint. I don't think
stank attitude. You don't know. Reckless speculation.
That is reckless speculation.
Yeah, she's awesome. Stop talking about Molly.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? The big guy.
Damian Woody?
No.
Swagoo?
No, got fired at Fox and
Jason Whitlock.
Jason Whitlock.
Oh.
He put her in the Eye Candy Hall of Fame, and you know what?
Peanut butter skin.
He had.
How do you have that just sitting there on a hot
It's one of the ways we close out my show.
It is.
It is.
Joy Taylor.
Joy Taylor's not on his list. He is
list.
Not a fan of Joy Taylor.
No, but he was a fan of her.
He knew himself, and that's why he stayed away from her.
He actually was a fan of her just with his eye sockets.
And why?
Yeah.
That peanut butter skin.
And also other stuff.
Yeah. He did mention other stuff, yes.
Yeah. Well, he's got.
I'm not going to text Molly you up. I don't have her phone number. It's not funny, Del. I hear him laughing in the other
You
studio.
said you're close. You don't have her number?
I could direct message her. I don't know if she follows me anymore.
You don't direct message her.
Follow
don't
me.
do that.
Hey, Molly, and I have to go to the regular Twitter. Hey, Molly, could you follow so I could send you a message. Hey, saw you were leaving. Hope everything's good. I don't know if you remember me, but
I swear I'm not Matthew Berry.
I do draft, not fantasy football. I'm one of the digital fantasy. I'm one of the digital draft guys. I'm not Dane Brugler. He's at The Athletic. No, we work together. Remember the thicker the snake? I asked you about Lebanese food and if you like kibbe. And I had a friend whose mom made tabbouleh. Remember that conversation I had? And then you introduced me to Marshall Faulk, and he acted like I wasn't there because he's just looking at your thighs. Remember?
You seem to remember quite a bit.
You remember this whole thing.
I remember the whole thing. I'm
neither
like,
of them.
This is my first year. I'm like, damn, Marshall's kind of a jerk.
Neither of them remember 1 second, and you remember what everyone smelled like.
It's okay because I got the respect of Terrell Davis and LaDainian Tomlinson. I don't need the respect of Marshall Faulk. I don't think LT
wasn't he fired anyway?
Yeah.
Probably.
Anyway, Terrell just moved on.
Yep. All right.
Marshall thinks you're what, that Aaron Schatz dude?
Football Outsiders Aaron Schatz.
He thinks
no one even knows him hardly anymore.
He thinks you're Kaplan.
My God, Aaron Schatz. Adam Kaplan.
Adam Kaplan. That's who he thinks you are.
He really wouldn't know anything. But remember that time on the air when Phil Simms said, Lance, I read your draft stuff.
Phil Simms said it?
Yeah,
okay.
on this show. Oh, you weren't here.
I wasn't here for that.
Because that's when they got rid of you.
Yeah.
Because you're such a mean person.
During my dark times.
Yeah.
Right,
when you were programming AI to take over the world.
About.
By the way,
that's what we were talking about earlier. When you're down, and then you celebrate life's little joys, Del.
What little joys?
Okay, because but you're getting back to work.
I was working, just
being
not here.
Being with us every day.
Well,
those little joys.
Take it or leave it with that. I mean, whatever. Okay. I do enjoy coming into work about 200 plus days a year, and you not being here.
What?
That is one of my little joys. You're walking into this studio about 200 days a year, and you're someplace else.
You still have to deal with me.
So ESPN.
But from afar, that's better.
ESPN now has the, they have wrestling now because I guess they're just super wrestlinged up. And they have this guy, Braun Breaker, on there who's a wrestler. I don't really follow it.
Do you look like him, too?
I wrote his draft prospect up when he was a running back at Kennesaw State. He was Bronson Recksteiner. He was a 230-pound fullback. He came to Kennesaw State as a linebacker and leaves as a triple-option fullback. His pro day is hard to ignore with eye-catching testing numbers and speed, quickness, and strength. His frame is a little sawed off. And he's more.
I don't know why.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because this is what I bring to the table, and this is what Molly has to recognize. I'm writing up wrestling. You could go back and how interesting is that going to be when they're doing a wrestling palooza? Yes.
Molly needs to recognize
they're doing a wrestling palooza, and you know what's interesting? I found his scouting report. Lance Zierlein.
They're not going to use yours. You're at NFL.com.
No one. Well, they don't have it at ESPN because they don't even do anything.
Yeah, he
should get a trip into camp thanks to his workout, but needs to improve as a blocker and special teams.
Don't you feel like you wasted your time now that he's wrestling? That you had to write that up? Isn't that a waste of time?
No, because that's what makes me That's what makes me pop. Is people go back and look at this.
This guy feel like this whole segment is a waste of time?
No, and they put it up on the big screen.
Last minute and a half.
They put it on the screen at ESPN like, Braun, you actually, as a running back at Kennesaw State, here's your scouting report. And then they wouldn't put my name on it.
You made this about you when the really only thing that matters here is he's the nephew of wrestling legend Scott Steiner. But that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
We need to go to break.
All right.
Thanks for ruining a fun segment, Lance.
What did it start with Cardi B's having a baby from Stephon Diggs? Yeah. That's not a fun segment.
And then I started comparing you to random people in football media.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. That wasn't funny, and it wasn't fun.
That was fun.
Aaron Schatz and Matthew Berry?
And then you ruined it.
I would argue you ruined it by saying Aaron Schatz.
I would ruin. You know what?
So obscure.
If your siding is ruined, you need Allstate.
You do need Allstate windows. Well, first of all, your siding's not going to be ruined. It's going to be your wood. It's going to be the dilapidated wood. And what happens is through time, and you know how moist the area is here with the high dew point. Some people call it humidity. It's going to eat up the wood. The rain, the humidity, the heat. And what happens is that wood starts to fall apart. And when that happens, you got to go get someone. Well, you can just have a raggedy looking house, I guess, or you can actually get it repaired. Have somebody come out there, repair it. Now it's paint's all chipped. You got to repaint it. How about you just get some siding? Quit messing with this. Get siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. They'll give you $2,500 off of a complete siding job where they come in there and they put that, hardy wood plank up there, the hardy plank, and it's going to be it's not wood, it's hardy plank. They're going to put it up there, and you'll never have to have it repaired again. It's going to look beautiful. You can just wash it down with the hose. There's no repainting that has to happen, and it's going to not only make your house look better, it's going to help. It can help with some of the energy efficiency as well. But the main thing is, it's really going to update the look of your home and going to take out all the issues with dilapidated wood and repainting and getting it fixed. Allstate Windows and Siding, of course, their window game is top in the city, but you also are getting outstanding work with their siding work as well. It's Allstate Windows and Siding, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right. Welcome back. 1 hour to go here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. Do you want to get in? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I'm looking at a graphic right now, and we talked about it yesterday. We live in a world where Baker Mayfield is better than C.J. Stroud. That's
okay.
the world we live in.
I'm not going to fight you on that.
Since 2023, Baker Mayfield has the most touchdown passes.
In football?
He's got 74. Lamar Jackson has 71. Joe Burrow had 60. Josh Allen 59. And Patrick Mahomes 55. His quarterback rating is 100.6, Baker's. His record is 21-15, which isn't as good. Mahomes is 25-9. Allen 26-10. Lamar Jackson 26-9. Joe Burrow is just 16-13. But Baker Mayfield is rated up there. He's got a higher quarterback rating than Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Losing to Baker Mayfield, and I obviously you could have won the game. Obviously you had your opportunity to you had 4th and 10 and you let him go. But Baker, I think we are certainly underplaying what Baker Mayfield is right now.
Yeah, I think he is I saw some Cleveland fans going after him. I made a comment about Baker Mayfield, and I just said, I'm not sure what he was reading there. He goes, that's been his problem forever. That's why no one wants him. The Browns didn't want him. The Panthers didn't want him. The only one you can really say, he got to start off pretty well with the Browns. And I've had the conversation with someone from that staff who just said it just went downhill when they brought in Odell. And he said it flat out. He goes, it was just a mistake. We brought in Odell, and it was a big mistake because Odell was a massive problem in the locker room, and he was a real problem for Baker specifically. And it Baker wasn't mentally, I think, tough enough to deal with what he was going to have to deal with. I'm not sure a lot of quarterbacks are. When there's a demand for the ball at all times, it's Odell is a chaos agent, and he has been with the Giants. He was with the only time I've seen Odell on his best behavior was in that very short run with the Rams before he hurt his knee, and he was playing really well for the Rams. Then he hurt his knee, and it's basically it for Odell Beckham. Didn't do anything for the Ravens. I don't know if he has an issue with the Ravens, but Baker left there, and he wasn't good with the Panthers, and it wasn't a good situation. And then we were kind of done with Baker. We're like, well, he fell apart in Cleveland. He's no good with the Panthers. Baker's just kind of, he started off well, but he's going to bust. And then he had that little Rams game on Thursday night where he came in late, and you thought, man, that's pretty ballsy. Baker's got about 6 plays that they could call for him, and they still won this game. And off the strength of that, Tampa took a shot. They didn't give him a bunch of money. Tampa took a shot. He played well with Tampa and then got a contract that, frankly, John, looks like a bargain.
It is.
It looks like a bargain for Baker Mayfield. But I think he's hurt by the fact that people, he was made fun of. I'll never forget Ryan Clark going after him because he tweeted. This really bothered me about Ryan Clark. It showed me a lack of consistency. He tweeted something, on Instagram, and Ryan furrowed his brow and went on ESPN and just said, this is not the way a quarterback acts, to put stuff on social media. And, this is – and then Deshaun, like it was a month later, had the cryptic Future lyrics where he was thinking about getting out of Houston, and he thought it was the funniest thing. I love this. My man is tweeting lyrics out there, making people wonder what's going on. And I'm like, come on, Ryan. I mean, don't be this obvious. Don't be this obvious. But Baker was kind of a baby. He was known as – Baker was a brat. Baker Mayfield was also a brat a little bit. He wasn't super likable in college. He went and planted a flag at Ohio State, which I'm sure a lot of people liked, but I just know this. I think he's grown up. I think he throws a really accurate ball. He throws a really accurate deep ball, and the guy is a tough freaking competitor. He's a competitive, gritty, tough guy. And
so
I give him all the credit in the world.
He said it's not a mature thing. He said he found God. And
well,
he
I
said
would argue
his
that's
career and his marriage were both falling apart. And he said when he found God, he fixed it helped fix his life. And I don't know, I'm not certainly not saying God is on his or whatever the case may be, but maybe he started thinking about things that were more important than he was.
But I think that is part of the mature. I'm not downgrade. I'm not trying to diminish his path there. We saw it with Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yep.
When he went to Mecca, Dream will tell you he became a different person.
Yeah,
and I think it's a growth and a maturity that comes with, for them, it was religious.
Yeah, he's the NFL version of Sam. Where
yeah.
she was on
our social media director,
right.
who was a wild child, hitting people, throwing chairs at people, using really foul language, and she as a child, and then
God found her.
Yeah, she went to, as John calls it, Jesus University, played a little volleyball there, and now she's not so rough.
Jesus.
It's the University of Jesus.
Okay, and that's important. Some
U of J.
schools do not like it when you mess that up.
It's not JU, it's U of J.
U of J. Also, do we remember Baker? He was accused of having an affair with a woman in a Cheesecake Factory parking lot.
I actually don't remember.
You don't remember that? That might have been part of my marriage was falling apart.
Well, wouldn't help.
Maybe. Yeah. I think that'll hurt a marriage.
Yeah, woman said she had an affair with Baker Mayfield in the Cheesecake Factory
parking lot.
Does
it hurt
lot.
worse in the parking lot of a Michelin star restaurant or at a Cheesecake Factory? Does it matter?
I like Cheesecake Factory for the times I've been there, but it probably does not paint you in the best of light that you decided to cheat on your wife in any parking lot. But when you throw in the Cheesecake Factory, there's some embarrassment
I think
there.
if you're cheating with a girl at Cheesecake Factory, she's willing to do stuff.
As opposed to Nobu, the Nobu.
Yeah, I think if you're going to a high-end sushi restaurant, may get a little, may do some what they used to call heavy petting back in the 50s.
Well, wasn't Tiger? He didn't he catch it?
That's what I'm saying.
Perkins. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if it was
doing stuff,
if it was a Morton's Steakhouse, that's one thing. If it's a Perkins,
she's probably gonna make you wait till you get to the house.
Yeah, Baker was still on his rookie deal, but he had money. You couldn't pay up for a hotel. If this alleged tryst is true, you couldn't have paid up for the best that Cleveland had to offer as far as hotels are concerned. It had to be in the parking lot.
I mean, when it's love is love. They say.
Did that seem like love? If that story is true, does it seem like love?
I don't know. He may have loved.
You don't know.
I'm asking.
You don't know.
Maybe they couldn't. They loved each other so much they couldn't wait.
Is that what you believe is the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do
know.
know.
If I believe that.
So you do know, John. You know that it was love.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I believe it.
You believe it, but you don't know. Because you weren't there.
You don't know.
Lance,
we don't know.
Do you believe it?
I think it's unlikely it was love, but there's a chance that this is like, no. And who said that this happened?
The woman. That's why I said alleged. The woman allegedly had an affair, according to her.
And then the woman told everybody?
Yes.
Huh. Curious.
It is curious.
Sounds like a setup by the Steelers.
She went on a radio interview.
Sound like the Bengals were setting them up.
You think the Steelers were worried about
She
Baker
went on
Mayfield?
a radio interview?
Yes.
Wow.
It was Rover's Morning Glory, whatever that is, a Cleveland radio show. Casey Dingus, what a last name. She went on air and said she hooked up with Baker in the Cheesecake Factory parking lot.
What? You don't know. How in love were they?
I'm looking at the woman.
It doesn't feel like love if she went on a morning radio show where they do the morning zoo.
I'm looking at this woman. And they have a side by
you did what with Baker?
You did what?
Exactly. Wait, we're a morning zoo radio now.
Kind of.
I didn't think about that.
Certainly when we do Double Banger, we sound like the morning zoo.
Oh, that's the best thing we do.
Maybe, but I'm looking at her. John would throw her in jail.
Wow.
For lewd behavior in the parking lot.
So Baker found Jesus and dropped them hoes, is what you're trying to say?
If they got caught by the police and she came
Del.
before
Nice
John
job.
in court, she would not get off.
Well, I I know he's throwing a lot of touchdowns now. I know he's preying on touchdowns.
If you type in Casey Dingus, Kacie, first name.
I don't want to. I'm just going to believe you on this one.
You're going to see her and go.
I can already see John in the videos already doing some Googling.
John won't even get to the story before he chants lock her up.
Okay, let's see. Oh, no. Yes. Guilty.
All right, what's the name again?
Casey Dingus. Dingus is spelled Dingess. And she went on radio and told this story. Casey IE.
Yeah.
Look at her. And John.
Oh, Baker. That's like.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Born and raised Oklahoma.
Well, this was in Ohio.
Now, there's a picture of her when she was younger. She hasn't aged as well.
I just grabbed the picture from her. Oh, you saw her even younger than the interview picture.
Oh, wait a minute. John's not looking at. There's a picture John may not be looking at.
Yeah, where she's in a bikini.
No, it's when she's taking a picture of herself from behind in a mirror. You know, that picture that always pops up now?
Yeah, right. Well, that's a bit much now. That's a bit much
now. Our show's not really great.
That's
this show's not a great show.
No, it's not.
It's not a great show. Not a great show.
What about those Astros guys?
How about them Astros?
2 big wins, win the series.
Yeah.
Probably put the Rangers out of their misery. Good for the Stros.
Yep.
Good for AJ Bluebaugh.
Way to go,
She
AJ.
does look like somebody who would call into a morning show and say she hooked up with someone in a Cheesecake Factory.
She didn't call in. She went in studio.
She went into the studio.
Yes.
Well, you see the picture of her with the headset on.
Yeah, I saw. That's a picture from her in studio.
That's the one where she's guilty.
Oh, she's sitting on a couch doing a whole interview.
Yeah.
In studio, the alleged Baker Mayfield mistress.
Speaking of which, did you guys see how Ed Ingram graded out?
Can't imagine it was good.
No. Was
it good, John?
The best on the offense.
Congratulations.
No, he wasn't bad.
Okay.
He wasn't bad. I'm telling you, the Texans' offensive line was not as bad as I thought either one of these 2 weeks. I mean, they have some, when they bust, but it's like the old saying that offensive linemen will tell you, we can have pass sets. We can pass set for 32 times. And if we win 29 of 32, we suck because the 3 that we missed are all that people care about. And defensive linemen, if you get there for a sack and a half in a game, you had a great game. If we stop you 29 times and we screwed up twice and it turns into a sack and a half, we had a bad game. Yep. Now, I'm not saying the Texans were, but the Texans actually were keeping guys in front of them. I think actually Cole Popovich has done a pretty decent job. The technique is pretty good on the inside. Ed Ingram was bad in pass pro last year. He wasn't bad the other day.
How do they grade run blocking?
I thought technique-wise they played pretty well. They just weren't opening up holes because, they would do okay in their double teams, but the problem was linebackers were shooting in. I showed you that one play where everyone had a great block on an inside zone, and stupid Laken Tomlinson just let a guy whip him. I know, a little much.
You just say Laken Tomlinson.
Just Laken. Yeah, that was a little. Apologies, Laken.
Yeah.
I was a little out of line. I was a little out of order there.
Well,
that's my apologies. Laken just missed his block. It happens.
You insulted him a little bit.
I know.
You got a little out of order.
Well,
apologies.
According to PFF, from bottom up, the worst players on Monday night.
Let me guess. I'm going to go.
Dare was the worst.
Who?
CJ was second to worst, and Tomlinson was third.
Who was the worst?
Dare. With his 1.4 pass blocking grade or whatever he got.
He had a 33.9 total.
What was CJ?
CJ was 51.2. Tomlinson, 51.7. Justin Watson was bad. Harrison Bryant. Jalen Noel, Jarrett Patterson, Woody Marks. This is from bottom up.
Yeah. I don't know if it's coming across on the stream. It probably is. But John has settings set up on his video where if he does like a thumbs up, there's like a thumbs up emoji that comes up on the screen. It's popped up a couple times where
I haven't seen that.
There it is.
There it is.
He's got fireworks behind him.
I don't know.
Because he did it twice.
Oh, you're not sending me that link where I can see that. I'm just using Restream.
It's on Restream too.
How do you do that?
If you do double thumbs up, you'll get the fireworks behind you.
I didn't do that.
You did it.
There it is.
It's your video.
Whatever, you mean on video if we do it?
You can't. It's not yours because John's on his laptop. So when John does it on his laptop, it shows up.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't know how to do it either. You did it from your laptop.
No one knows how to do that.
So if he does the heart thing, the hearts will pop up on his screen.
Yeah.
One thumb.
Listen to this. Imagine finding out your wife enjoyed a Chili's triple dinner with another man on a sports radio talk show. I would hate it if that happened to me.
Yeah.
All right, in studio, we've got Beverly. She said she had the 2 for 2 for 2 for Tuesday.
With a starting quarterback in the NFL.
With a backup quarterback, with a starting quarterback, yeah. Wow, that was Cleveland radio. We would never do that.
Would we? If we got a call that, let's leave CJ out of it, a former Texan quarterback. If we got a call that a former Texan quarterback who was married had a tryst
and some girl claimed it. No, I don't think we would put her on the air.
Had a tryst at Turkey
Now, if she
Leg
just
Hut.
called and said it, we'd be like, whoa.
But would we have her in studio?
No. We're not that bad. We're
John?
Hall of Famers.
Hold
we
on.
wouldn't do
Let's
that.
ask John. Would we, John?
No.
Okay. Good.
No, I ain't doing
We
that.
do have a standard.
John wouldn't do that.
I don't want to do that. No.
But what if she was extremely attractive?
No, well, then we'd just get stories out of her, but not.
Off the air.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Can you Zoom?
We just want to talk to you off the air. Great. I'm glad we have a standard.
Well, do we want people to watch the show? Yes.
But do we want to be in the salacious business?
Listen, all we got right now is me doing thumbs up and fireworks coming up, okay? That's all we got.
You can't move, though. If you move, they won't show up.
We have to break, but I do think we need to get back into the Astros next. Because they're saving their season right now.
Well, I tried to, and you distracted us.
They're potentially saving their season against the Rangers. No matter how anyone tries to diminish it, this is a great win they had yesterday.
How did we go from Baker's one of the best quarterbacks in the league right now to Baker in the Cheesecake Factory?
That's what Del does.
Del brought that up.
Because we were talking about...
sabotaged our show so he can have a real show at 10.
He derails this show.
No,
I know.
You brought up how he mentioned his faith as bringing him back from the brink of his career
what got him to faith.
and his marriage. And I was like...
That's what got
hey
him
guys,
to faith.
Cardi B and Stephon Diggs are having a baby. You see what he's doing?
And I thought to myself, what happened that he had to save his marriage? And I realized, the Cheesecake Factory thing. And that's how it started.
Oh, boy. John, who is very predictable what he's going to say, and Lance, the guy who can't stay on topic at all, and you introduce these topics like you don't know what you're doing?
All right, what we got to talk about right now is Air Team. Let's get on topic. AirTeamLTD.com. Huge fan. Big fan. Love what they've done for me. And, it can be they're putting in an air conditioner or a couple or three can be very painful, okay? It is. But Air Team made it as easy and as professional and as painless as possible. They'll work with you. You want financing, they can do that. If you've got an emergency, your air conditioning goes out, it's an emergency. Don't let your air conditioning go out. But if you do, if something happens, airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com, 713-936-5346. The Curtises have been doing this for, going on 40 years now. They've got employees that have been with them forever. That tells you something about the company. They've grown to, I don't know how many trucks they've got on the street now, but they're really, really, really great at this. They have a huge operation, and there's a reason that they're in business and they've grown. It's because they do it right. And when you've got a family-owned and operated business with a philosophy that's been passed down from years, and you continue that and maybe even get better at it, then you're a thriving company that ain't going anywhere. They'll stand behind their work, and they're going to make sure that you get the best service that they can possibly. And, by the way, that experience counts too, because they've seen it all. So you're looking for the best way to take care of your air conditioning problem, airteamltd.com, 713-936-5346.
Hey, Taqueria Sarandis, authentic Mexican food is waiting for you. The question is, when are you going to go get it? You're going to get it this morning? You're going to get it in the afternoon for lunch? You're going to have it this evening for dinner? It's your choice. They've got some great featured items. They even rank their items based on the popularity of the items. Torta at this location I'm looking at right now, which is North Shepherd. The torta, which is the sandwich on delicious bread. It's a really good sandwich. Number 2, the 5 taquitos. The burrito California is number 3. So they give you, the ratings of what other people think of it, but you make your own decision up. Of course, they have dishes like enchiladas, which is a classic favorite in Mexican cuisine. The gorditas, which if you've never had one, you won't find that at Tex-Mex restaurants, but at the authentic Mexican restaurants, you will find the gordita, which is delicious. Street tacos, the standard tacos, the gorditas. If you're looking for delicious soups and salads, they have that for you as well. Of course, terrific breakfast tacos and heartier breakfast items as well. So whether it's early or it's late, you're going to have filling food at reasonable prices. A lot of these restaurants have gotten crazy with food costs and prices, but Taqueria Sarandis are still out there fighting for the people, offering you very reasonable prices for delicious food and good portions as well. Go to Taqueria Sarandis, locations all over the city of Houston. You can Google it and go to the website and find a location nearest you. Just know that you're going to enjoy authentic Mexican food at very good prices, and you're going to do it. If it's not today, you're going to do it this week. Just tell me you'll do it this week and enjoy yourself some authentic Mexican food from Taqueria Sarandis.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our Astros won. Our Astros, these were the 2 biggest games of the year so far. And I don't know that it's even close. When you are a game out of first with the Rangers breathing down your back, possibly being out of the playoffs, and you come up with these 2 games back-to-back against a tough rival at home where you've been crap. You did it at home, and you came up with offense, which has been so up and down, and really it's been crappy, if you want to know the truth. And now all of a sudden you're in a groove these last couple of games, putting up 6s. That's awesome. What do you expect out of Christian Javier tonight against Jason DeGrom?
I think he'll give you enough. Rangers had been pretty hot. I think he'll give you, honestly, 3 or 4 runs allowed. I think it's going to be one of those things where 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 or 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, kind of what all of his starts look like. When he's not, unless he's really, really good. But you're going up against DeGrom. I mean, he's going to have to be at his best. You're probably not going to score a lot of runs against DeGrom. You'll have to, one thing that we don't see with this lineup as much as the good ABs is the going deep in counts against good pitchers where you could run starters. That's the thing we used to be able to count on for the Astros. Is I used to keep close count, especially in the playoffs, of a good starter and how the pitch count was looking. Because Alex Bregman could sit there and foul. Michael Brantley, foul. They could take guys to 3-2 on a regular basis. This team doesn't do that. This team lacks plate discipline, and they're not as good from a contact standpoint as keeping ABs alive as consistently up and down the lineup. So, that's my concern with DeGrom, is that he's going to be able to get into potentially the 7th inning on you with a good start. So,
well, he didn't last time out.
No, you got to him last time.
Nope. They 5 1/3. Pena had 2 hits. Yordan had 3 hits. Yordan will probably have another 3 hits tonight. Urias hit him. Correa 1 for 6, not great. 2 for 5. Christian Walker had a couple hits. Yiner had a couple hits. Now, this is throughout the game, not just against him. He gave up 5 hits. DeGrom gave up 5 hits and 3 runs. The Astros got to him. Christian Walker homered off him. Yordan homered off him. So, yeah, it was good. Jason, DeGrom's one of the best in the league over the last decade, and you got to him last time. You got Christian Javier, who's just looking at the Astros now down the stretch. It's actually working out pretty damn well because for your biggest series of the year, this is the biggest series to date, and you got by. You got by with these 2 pitchers, with Alexander and Blue Ball, and now you've got Christian Javier tonight. You got it set up for Seattle. Hunter Brown, Fromber, and Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
It could not set up any better.
Yeah, I mean, if Fromber pulls his head out.
Well, he's still one of your 3 best pitchers. Even
no,
if
I
it's
know
Alexander.
he's one of your best. He's just not good right now.
No.
He's been bad for a little bit.
Maybe he'll focus more. I don't know. We'll see. But it can't set up any better. And then down the stretch, you go to the Athletics. You got Blue Ball Javier and then Hunter Brown. You got to count on the last series of the year coming here to the Angels. You got to count on Valdez, Fromber, Jason Alexander, and Blue Ball.
Hey,
Blue
by
Ball
the way,
potentially starts the last game of the year.
The A's aren't a layup. They just beat the Red Sox yesterday. They're 71-80. The A's are not a layup like we had hoped. And we know that they can score some runs in their home park also.
Oh, no, they slapped us around a bit.
So that's why there's so much importance on this series against the Rangers. And, in the next one, obviously it's a huge one. But even if the Rangers stay red hot and win the division, you got to stay in the playoffs. And to do that, you got Cleveland beat Detroit yesterday. Cleveland and the Rangers are the 2 teams that you have to stay ahead of. Frankly, I think you could play 500 ball and do it. I think you'll stay ahead of them if you play 500 ball. That's my guess. What is your slow clap for, Del? Shooting for the stars?
Oh no, I'm laughing at. Do we remember Taylor Townsend, the American golfer who got into that thing with the European woman who said something about your uneducated.
Not golfer, the tennis player.
Yeah, tennis player. Sorry, tennis player at the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Well, she has had to apologize for disparaging Chinese food on social media. It all comes around.
What happened?
She said something about Chinese food and saying
Chinese food?
Yeah, saying she didn't like it.
So?
Posted apparently local dishes including bullfrogs and turtles, and she joked she would need to talk to HR about the quality of the food. And the internet got on her ass,
smart.
And she had to it all comes around.
Wait a minute. Why can't you dislike Chinese food?
I don't think it's simply I don't like it. It's the joke she made at the expense of the local cuisine.
It's local. They look at it as demeaning.
Because she was in
bullfrog
China.
and things
she
like
was
that.
in China, not talking about our basic
I'm going to have
Chinese
to talk to
food.
HR.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. Daryl Morey was on our show, and he said, man, go eat in China. It ain't like American Chinese food. You're eating live fish. I mean, it's you got to have a stomach for it. You got to have a stomach for it.
John, I want to read this to you. This is really troubling. These are Fromber's last 8 outings. 8 outings. That's not a small sample size. 6 innings, 5 earned runs. I'm working from August. He had an ERA of 5.64 in August, and in September right now it's 7.88. Starting at August 3rd and working forward to current times. 6 innings, 5 earned runs. 5 2/3, 4 earned runs. 6 2/3, 3 earned runs. 5 innings, 7 earned runs. And then he had that random game against Colorado, 7 innings, no earned runs. Of course, that's also a terrible team. Historically bad, actually. 5 innings, 6 earned runs. 7 innings, 3 earned runs. 4 innings, 5 earned runs. This is just awful. And his walk count, 1-4-1-4-2-1-1-4. Wow. 33 earned runs in his last 46 1/3 innings.
It's terrible. Well, he did have the 6 2/3 and 3 runs. I'll take that right now. 7 innings, 3 earned runs.
So 2 of those 7 were. Well, technically,
Colorado too. He had 3 good
the Texas Rangers because he gave up 4 runs, but only 3 were earned. So that's quality start.
Yeah, 7 innings, 3 earned runs.
I guess 3 of his last 7 have been quality starts. The problem is he's given up 3 earned runs or more in 7 of his last 8 games.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's tough action if you're going up against a guy. Well, you're not going against DeGrom. It's going to be Christian Javier. But
of the pitchers that Joe Espada has at his disposal, how many of them that you trust are guys you haven't heard of before the year began?
Oh, higher number than I thought.
That you trust?
The ones you were like, okay, I'm good with him.
I don't
being
know
out
if I fully trust Blue Ball, but he's been, other than one outing where he wasn't good, he's been pretty good.
I'll take him.
I'll take what
Murray right now.
So far.
Who else? You said Murray?
Yeah, I take
Murray.
what he's done so far.
I guess.
I'll take Okert. I'll take King.
But you heard of these guys.
Not really. I mean, Okert was
not
he here
Okert,
last?
but you'll take Jason Alexander, obviously.
I didn't hear Jason Alexander before this year.
Not at all. He was an A to start the year.
Yeah.
I thought that was a question.
We're talking about.
That is the question. Which of the guys that you never heard of do you trust right now?
Yeah. Jason
Compared
Alexander.
to the guys you
Jason
had heard
Alexander,
of.
Blue Ball.
You trust, but trust is a strong
Okert,
word.
King, Murray.
I feel better about those guys than I do the guys
we know.
Yeah, right now. Other than Hunter Brown, even Abreu, we know we can't really trust at the moment.
Yeah, but he's earned cachet. I'm not going to be so.
Not over the last month he hasn't.
I'm sorry. He's got good stuff. I understand what you're saying, but to say that I trust Blue Ball more than Brian Abreu, who's earned cachet and earned points.
In their roles, what Blue Ball has done so far, he has.
But what about if you're in the playoffs
role.
when the lights get really bright?
Well, Abreu's never closed consistently in the playoffs.
Played. He's been a setup man.
Oh no, but that's not the question. Obviously,
not trust.
Obviously, we have more. Brian Abreu has more cachet. Who's pitched better over the last 2 weeks?
Well, that's a different thing.
Who do you feel good about on the mound right now? The guys who
I feel really good about Blue Ball.
I always feel better about the guys who've been. That's a recency question. I always feel better about the guys who've been better recently.
But Brian Abreu is getting to be a big enough sample size now where you're like, he's not great right now.
I mean,
he's not great right now.
There's no clever nickname for it, but he's in Stressley territory. There's no clever nickname with his last name, but he's Stressley right now.
I mean, Blue Ball, he struck out 32 hitters in 25 innings dating back to, just in this month alone. I mean, it's been really good. He can't really go more than 3 1/3. I guess he could. We've seen him pitch 5 innings before. He's actually gone 4 innings, 5 innings, 4 innings. I don't know were any of those starts or were they just long relief.
Yeah, but this was yesterday.
Yeah.
Joe said, listen, he's pitching 3 innings, 50 pitches. That's it.
Why?
I don't know. But
because to start the year, he had 84 pitches, 70 and 64.
The last guy he struck out was his last batter, period. Didn't matter what that guy did. That was going to be his last batter. And he struck out 7 of the 9 outs were strikeouts. 7 of the 9 outs were strikeouts. That's how good the kid was.
7 walks and 32 strikeouts this month.
Pretty good.
He has given up. Well, he hasn't given up any home runs. Previously he gave up 6 home runs in his first 3 outings, and he hasn't given up a home run since then. Now, they're much shorter appearances, but he has not given up a home run in his last 6 appearances.
I got to trust him right now. I really do.
I mean, he looks terrific. It's kind of we didn't really hear a whole lot about him, but he's only 25. He's only 25, so he's a 7th round pickup. I mean, the guy's 6'2", 190. He's got some gas. He can throw gas. Like, that feels like somebody to be excited about. Jason Alexander is just an anomaly. He just kind of came out. It's kind of like Renel Blanco last year. We're like, how the hell is this 30-plus-year-old guy doing this? That's kind of what Jason Alexander is right now. I forgot about Renel Blanco, by the way.
Yep.
You remember Renel Blanco?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he used to pitch for the Astros.
As soon as he dyed his hair, he got hurt. And now that's a shame. Time to talk a little Underdog right now, though.
Good. Underdog Fantasy. It lets you play the games that you're watching. Take a look right now. I'll just pull up my app right now because I want to see what we're looking at right now for some of the numbers that are coming up for the games. They've got WNBA playoffs. Are you a WNBA fan? They've got playoffs, and they've actually got Beyond the Arc. So they've actually got packs of picks where you don't even have to do any of the work. They have people who follow this who will actually make the picks for you, and you just sit and follow them and watch. If you don't really have an opinion on it, but you just want to, have something to watch for some of the WNBA games, why don't you take a look at their Beyond the Arc? It's 3 different players with more than 2.5 three-pointers made. There's 601 entries that have already been made. They've got shot stoppers. They've got Champions League. So, you've got soccer, you got WNBA, you got Major League Baseball, where you have strikeout totals right now. Jack Flaherty, Jacob deGrom, and Blake Snell are the 3 that they've got higher than on these picks. You really need to go to Underdog and see all the things that they offer, because if you're a sports fan, you're going to find games that you're going to watch, and you can look at the stats and say, ooh, I don't think he has that many hits. I don't think he has that many strikeouts. Take that knowledge, make the pick higher or lower, tie that together with 2, 3, 4 other players, and watch your payouts skyrocket, because they can go really, really high and you can make big money. It's Underdog Fantasy. To play the game, though, you have to download the app and use promo code Lance. You get $50 bonus cash in your account after you make your first $5 play, but you have to use promo code Lance to have that feature activated. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, our penultimate segment. We've got a guy. Eddie's been waiting to get on here, so let's get him in here before we figure out what we missed today. What do you say, Eddie?
Good morning, fellas. Hey, I just wanted to apologize to Lance. I know you were off the radio. You took your headset off, I think, yesterday, but I didn't know you were high on AJ Blue Ball, or I didn't know you noticed, the talent there, and I do apologize, man.
Stick to football.
I'm serious about this. Yeah. I know. I take that back, man. I apologize, bro. I know you were pissed that day.
It's all good.
I don't
it's
want
all
to piss
good.
you off anymore.
We're all in the same game.
That was pretty bad.
We're on the same team.
Yeah, but exactly. Nah,
right.
but I just want to say, man, I was high on this kid. I can see the passion behind every pitch, and this dude looks like he's going to be something legit. I'm just afraid that another GM is going to notice him and steal him away from us. I think we got something here. He's going to be huge for us. I really believe it. And to be honest with you, the kid had 8 strikeouts yesterday, no walks. If it
7.
wasn't for that terrible it says 7 on the stats, but if you look back at that game, they didn't call that 8th strikeout. It was right there, man. He was ready to walk off the mound.
No, that is true.
You saw that? Yeah.
He walked.
He
walked the guy. That is true.
I was pissed because he was ready to walk him off. Walk to the mound, and I just want to know, why are they only limiting him? But let's find out what he has. We need that now. Let's push him.
Look,
to 70
he's
pitches.
punching everyone out. He's got he's got a plus fastball, and he's been locating it in the zone. His control has gotten better.
A couple of years ago, Hunter Brown, when he came up, he was the toast of in that month that he pitched for the Astros. He made it to the
we thought, oh my God, look what this kid could end up bringing. Now, he was more heralded. He was much more heralded.
Yeah, right, exactly, because he was I think in the organization he was more highly regarded. But this kid's pitching about as well as Hunter did when he came up. Why are we not giving him? Yeah.
Exactly. Joe Espada can look like a genius right now and be like, you know what? I discovered him. I gave him the big shot. I'm just saying, before somebody else takes him from us, let's see what he has.
Well, no one's taking him. He's got a lot of
he's got
club
6
control.
years here.
Yeah, Dana Brown would actually have to trade him.
And it doesn't matter who, whoever found him was somebody whoever signed him is who found him. Not that it matters. It's how he's developed.
The Astros have control of him for 6 years, so no worries there, Eddie. You got if you're worried about 6 years from now, then okay. But they got plenty of time where you don't have to worry about them losing him. All right. Is there anything that we missed today? Did we put everything on? Amina Kimes, we didn't run her.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know if she was a proponent of it during the off season, but we have turned from give CJ more control to make it easier for him after 2 weeks.
Make it easier is the exact opposite of give more control. Make it easier means you need to settle into half field reads, fewer reads across the board, quicker throws. And that's okay. You got to do what you got to do. We're not trying to win a contest of who's the smartest, who's got the highest football IQ. Your job is to get the best out of the quarterback for whatever his strengths and weaknesses. And if he's not going to process quickly, or if he hangs on to it too long, or if he moves backwards in the pocket when pressure comes, then dial it up to where he's able to make quick reads and get rid of the ball quicker. Because all you want to do is just score
you want to score points. Doesn't matter how.
You can let the media members fight about this, that, and the other, and Twitter fight about it. Nick Haley's got one job: get more out of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I found the whole it's going to be better because he has more control. Interesting that it was just everyone just assumed.
Yeah.
That was going to work in the Texans' favor.
Depends on what he knows.
Yeah, and what he's capable of, and particularly with the new system.
And also, it depends on things that are beyond his control too,
like the O-line and
like the O-line,
getting
or like
open,
what running backs making, picking up, what they're supposed to. Does CJ know how to protect him? Does he understand what teams are likely to do to try to trick him and game him into making a bad protection call? Are guys going to get open, and separate? Yeah, just because a quarterback has more control, that doesn't necessarily. I do think it makes CJ more comfortable, But where is all the quick hitters that we thought we were going to get?
Yeah.
We thought we were getting more Ohio State. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have swore that CJ said that they had incorporated some Ohio State type stuff. Was that not, or did we just assume he would do that?
When D'Amico Ryans was asked about what he was looking for as far as an OC, and of course he made the decision on Caley, he said he had thoughts about going to more spread, get the ball out quick, more. I don't know if he specifically said Ohio State, but it was more in line of what CJ did at Ohio State. But he valued the under center run game more. So that's why he went and got a guy who would implement that quite a bit in the offense. But he did go back and forth about what he wanted his offense to look like, and he sided with, I want to play power football, run from under center, and that's partly why Nick Caley got the job.
Well, how much of the wait a minute, but how much did CJ? Because we talked about this, that CJ has a say. You know, Nick Caley is going to give you more power at the line of scrimmage. Nick Caley is going to feature you more than you were before. We're going to fix the offensive line. How much did CJ play a role in Nick Caley getting that job? Because Nick Caley was going to do things differently than Bobby Slowick did.
Well,
quite frankly, it's not any different.
No, and how much did Nick Caley having a background of coaching in New England have to do with anything?
Well,
this is Cole Popovich coached in New England. Nick Caley has a background in New England as well. Like, that stuff's popping up again.
Yeah, that's a Caserio influence.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I just want these guys to do their job. I actually am not upset about Popovich right now. And Caley's young. I understand. Caley's a young guy. He's a young play caller. We're just going to have to deal with the bumps and bruises of him figuring this out.
But in year 3 of the head coach, the bumps and bruises thing should not be an accepted thing.
Yeah, but he's a first. No,
I know about Nick Caley. This is no longer Nick Caley conversation because there is like this little divide. Well, we can talk about Caley and Popovich and Stroud, but D'Amico, sainted because he played here and he turned it around. But in year 3, with your quarterback that people found promising in year 1, and you as a division winner a couple years and winning a playoff game, we should not be talking about year 3, the bumps and bruises of a play caller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they decided to hire a first-time play caller.
Yeah, it's his decision, but this should not be a conversation anymore.
It's just 2 offense coordinators who was their first time doing it for a rookie quarterback. Well, rookie initially. And interestingly enough, that was his best year. When you had Nico, who hadn't become Nico yet. You had a rookie in Tank Dell, and you had literally a turnstile. Well, not turnstile. That's not the word I'm looking for. What?
Revolving door at right tackle.
Revolving door of offensive linemen. George Fant, remember how much he played at right tackle? Did a decent job. Charlie Heck played some. Like, it was a nightmare. They couldn't keep starters on the field. Juice Scruggs was hurt half the year, and it didn't matter. CJ had his best year.
Yeah, well, Juice Scruggs was hurt half the year. That might have been a positive.
I know. We didn't know it.
He can't even get on the field now. Yeah.
We didn't know it at the time, but yeah, Juice can't. Oh, center's out. Well, let's go to Patterson. Oh, not Juice? No. The guard is out. Ed Ingram's out. Let's go to a tackle down there.
Let's move everybody.
Like Juice can't get in for anything.
No, and there's a reason for that. FanDuel came out with their QB tier list. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert is in their first tier. And you know what? After the first couple of games, he deserves to be there.
Yeah, if we're going to go recency, I guess you take Joey B out because he's hurt, and I guess you put him in, and I guess right below that is – although Jalen Hurts, did you see the video? Jalen only had like 100 yards passing. Yeah. Against, and Chris Jones said, "Did you see that?"
Yeah, and he said, "Look at the."
He goes, "Look, you only threw for 100 yards, something like that." He goes, "Shut up." He goes, "We're winning. Shut your ass up."
Shut your ass up.
Shut your ass up. We won.
Yeah.
As he's taking his last kneel down.
And here, and the second tier, Love, Stafford, Mayfield, Hurts, and Prescott. And you know what? So far this year, that's accurate.
Yeah.
I would put Jared Goff in that tier, though. They've got Jared Goff, Daniels, Stroud.
People are quick to jump off the Jared Goff. Did you notice that? It doesn't take much for people to jump off the Jared Goff train.
No. Daniel Jones, Drake May, Kyler Murray, and Aaron Rodgers in the third.
No, they just threw. Does
CJ belong in that third tier with them?
I guess. I mean, they're throwing everything else in there. They're throwing a bucket of chum in there.
Who's doing this list for FanDuel? Anyone we would care about? I mean, Aaron Rodgers. We talked. At least I mentioned it.
One
reverted
good, one
back
bad.
to last year in Game 2.
Yeah.
Really good one. Really bad too.
Yep.
Hit some bad throws. Some dumb throws.
Then the
and
next
Drake,
level.
And Drake May didn't do anything in Game 1. He was okay. He was okay.
I mean,
and he was pretty good this last game.
Well, the Dolphins' defense is atrocious. Ask Daniel.
Drake
He's
May,
not like he's throwing to killers over there.
Wait, I just saw a list. Drake May is the best quarterback in that draft right now.
Who else was in that draft? Oh, Jaden Daniels. He's not the best quarterback.
No, he's not better than Jaden Daniels. I don't know that he's better than
No,
Caleb
he's
yet.
not in. This is.
Yeah, Drake May was in that
Yeah,
class
Caleb,
last year.
Oh, yeah.
Jaden Daniels,
And
Bo
Bo
Nix,
Nix.
Drake May.
After 2 games,
Well,
they're
whoever
giving
said
that
he
to
was
Bo-
the best ahead of Bo Nix and Jaden?
This year he's been better than those two.
No, Bo Nix has been better
Yeah.
than him.
No, not last game.
Well, he threw for. Didn't Bo Nix have 3 touchdowns last game? Yeah, he had 3 touchdowns. All in the first half. The Titans he wasn't very good. Last game he threw for 3 touchdowns against the Colts. But his numbers are down a little bit. Only 206 yards passing. Then again,
after 2
if you
weeks.
can't make the Colts punt, how much are you going to have the football?
You're not going to be on the field.
Well,
very
this
much.
is all for this year. This is all for this year, because I wouldn't have Justin Herbert up there. I wouldn't have. Jordan Love has played really well this year. Daniel Jones is in the third tier. He would
Then
never
why
be
is he
there.
in the third tier? He should be in tier 1 if it's about this year.
Well, that's true. He should be higher.
because we
He
can't.
should be.
You can't dare to do
That's
that.
a road too far.
Yeah, I know
That
we have acknowledged that it's about this year, but we will not put Daniel Jones up there no matter how
they
well he's
can't.
played.
So
do
Chandler
that.
Rome wrote that A.J. Blueball was limited to 50 pitches to save him for the Mariners series to allow him to come out of the bullpen. This is where we are now. Blueball is literally one of the top 5 pitchers on your team right now.
And you need to save him for the big series.
Yeah, you got to save him for the big series, A.J. Blueball,
Well,
because
why
the
isn't he
reality
starting
is
one of those games?
the reality is he's pitching his ass off.
Yeah. I asked you guys, we got to go to break. Just look at if you go to the Astros roster on ESPN, look at the pitching section and look at all the names, and you're like, what the hell? What happened? Just look at the names that are currently active on that list right now. And yet, it's still in the race.
It's the weirdest thing. All the good pitchers came back and you lost a 5-game lead. Now when you go back to Colton Gordon and Blueball and Jason Alexander, and all of a sudden it's like Jaden Murray or whatever his name is.
Yep.
All of a sudden you kind of right the ship a little bit. Well, at least for these 2 games. Well, no, you've won 4 of the last 5, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel pretty good about having an SEC receiver name at pitcher. I like a Jaden Murray at pitcher. I like that name.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Aqueduct. We got to talk about Billy. We got to talk about how really, really wonderful Billy has been to us and how we feel about him and being, guys in your home that have to come, and it's, you're letting them into your home. You're trusting them to give you the best estimate that they possibly can. You're trusting them to do the work as well as they possibly can. All of these things are critical when you're talking about any kind of a problem with pipes, showers, faucets, toilets, all of these things. You want the best job you could possibly get. You want the most knowledgeable people, and you want a great deal on top of it, right? Lance, there's no better place.
Nobody, because they don't like that. The fact that you don't have to pay right up front for them to come analyze what's going on. When you do that, you basically are giving that company, the other plumbers, permission to gouge you, because now you're in. There's nothing you can do. You already are. You're set to spend a certain amount of money anyway, and they'll tell you, hey, we'll just apply this to what you are going to have to pay, and so now you're screwed. With Billy, he says, no. We'll just come out there and tell you what's wrong, and if you want to use us, use us. Just know that we're going to get the work done. We're going to be transparent. We're going to be fair with our pricing. That's why we go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Couldn't co-sign it more. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
So I didn't realize this. RCI is a major strip club group. They own Rick's Cabaret, Vivid Cabaret, Hoops Cabaret, Sports Bar, and Sports Bar. Apparently, they have a little bit of a problem. They were bribing New York City, the state attorney general's office, with lap dances, so that they got off of not paying $8 million in taxes.
Wow.
I mean, I feel like, first of all, this group is in trouble. But what about the guys that were getting the lap dances? I feel like, shouldn't you be able to give a lap dance and get some tax money off? I don't know. I just feel like.
Well, does that count for Trump with the servers who aren't taxed on their? Is that the same with dancers?
Tips that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still have the company still gets a big portion of whatever, and then you just tip the girl.
So what's the crime?
The crime is
bribery.
Apparently, it's bribery. The state attorney general's office didn't charge them or let them go on $8 million worth of taxes because they were getting lap dances. As a matter of fact, the guys from Texas apparently were coming up at least 10 trips from Texas to New York to treat the former auditor at the company's Manhattan Juggle Joints. And I don't know. I just feel like you ought to be able to use a lap dance, to get away with not paying taxes. I don't know. Not guilty. I'm going to go not guilty. Not guilty. No. There's a former cop. He got 12 years in prison for hacking and distributing nude photos of females. Apparently, he was able to get into these women's accounts. Since 2022, he got into, he illegally accessed 5,000 of college email accounts, found all of these naked pictures, and then just started sending them out. And he was doing it, from his person. He's not a great cop, first of all.
No.
It's the dumbest cop ever. He's sending it from his phone and his personal laptop.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like a great move.
It just doesn't. First of all, just enjoy it. Why are you sending them out to all of he was sending them out to their followers on TikTok and
to
Insta.
Embarrass them?
Yeah, to embarrass them. I don't.
That's a subculture, if you want to call it a subculture. When guys or individuals decide they find their way into, like you said, an account, and then they just say, I'm going to make your life hell by sending these pictures to people you love and care about because I can.
Why?
Because people are bad people.
I guess, but you're going to prison for 12 years because you're trying to make girls feel bad about their own personal accounts
that you broke into.
Yeah, he's not a good dude.
He's a bad person.
But he's a cop.
What are they all saints?
That doesn't guarantee they're
a dude.
They're a good person.
Oh, usually cops are really good people. Well, maybe not.
Good people are good people. Bad people are bad people. Some radio hosts are bad people.
No, I don't know. I don't know any. Charlie Sheen claims Bill Clinton tried to hit on his girlfriend in the 80s. Do you feel like Bill? I think that's an unbelievable story. Bill Clinton would never hit on a. Never mind. That's it. We're done.
What?
Oh, my God. We're so late.
We are so late.
You guys don't have anything else you want to talk about before we go?
No. By the way, shout out to our girl, Carol. For the first time in a long time, I was downtown going to my daughter's PTO, and I said, let me stop in. My wife's been wanting her egg rolls. Like a pig, I ate 2 egg rolls in the car as I'm driving.
That surprise That is not a surprise.
Like getting hot mustard on the steering wheel.
Oh, yeah.
It was delicious.
The best. They're the best.
God, Carol needs to open up a place down here in the conservatory.
Right here. That's right. Or in L.A. That's what she needs.
In L.A.?
In L.A., yeah. Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow.
First,
Lance, you talk a little Walmart first.
Well, so Walmart, if you're going to shop for groceries, one of the problems is a lot of times when you want to have it delivered, they have separate prices. And so you end up paying more for the delivery, and you're like, is this even worth it? I mean, it's convenient. Well, what would you say if I told you that at Walmart they have 500 million items online? A huge selection. You can get, you know how it is. Like you can get anything and everything at Walmart. But if you use express delivery, you can get your home goods, your groceries, your prescriptions, all subject to availability. But you can get it delivered in as fast as an hour. And unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices, they're going to be the same for delivery as they are in store. So no matter what it is, if you just need groceries for the weekend or you got a big party coming up, let Walmart handle all of it. You just go online, pick out what you need, have it delivered for the same prices that you would get if you went in the store. Learn more at the website walmart.com. Walmart, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew?
Have we purged ourselves of all our bad Texans feelings? Can we, now that it's Wednesday, look forward to the Jags game? I don't know. There's still a lot of Texans bad stats to get to, some involving how Caley is running his offense in comparison to Bobby Slowick. We'll get to that a little bit later. And as I think about it, the importance of a Week 3 game, considering the Texans' expectations, are at an all-time high. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But let's get to the Astros. They win last night. A.J. Blueball was on the mound, and spectacular. And I talked about it this morning on the John and Lance show. I trust the guys I had not heard of before this year more than I do the guys I know. Now, partly that has to do with the fact that a lot of those guys aren't even around. Of the guys I knew or thought were likely to be on the roster as far as pitchers are concerned, how many of them remain? Of course, Hunter Brown. You got Fromber. Javier still floating around there trying to find his way. Brian Abreu, who nearly gave it up again last night, but found a way. There's no clever name for Abreu to turn it into something stressful. Like Stressley, that was pretty easy. Stressley's easy. But he's got some real Stressley tendencies. Nothing feels great when he's out there until he strikes out the last batter. And then, okay, sigh of relief. We win again. But that game went from a runaway to, oh, no. We might find a way to blow this one. They did not, thankfully, for the second consecutive game. They didn't blow. They didn't blow it, and now they have won that series against the Rangers, in part, at least when it comes to their pitching staff, to guys who there was no consideration for. First, Alexander yesterday, who was good enough, and if Pena doesn't commit an error, maybe gets another win. He was good enough 2 nights ago, certainly overshadowed by what the Texans were doing. And then Blue Bus, the 7 strikeouts through 3. And the rest of the bullpen did enough until you got later in the ball game where, geez, it felt like a cruise, and then it wasn't. But that might just be Astros baseball, where you are on pins and needles hoping they close out games, because the Abreu experience isn't great, and you just push guys up in as far as when it comes to high leverage situations because of the absence of Hader. So you win 6-5, you get that one. And you certainly improve your wild card positioning. This was the series you had to get. You could not allow the Rangers to be a team who was seriously threatening you to keep you out of the playoffs. It feels like, and yes, it's probably you're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but it feels like this series win pretty much guarantees you a playoff spot. You could turn into a disaster the last 10 or so games of the season, but I feel pretty good now.
Barring a complete collapse.
Absolute disaster. Yeah. Yes. You are going to make the playoffs, I would say. I am someone who's been indoctrinated by other Houston fans of saying never say anything is going to happen until the final whistle or the final buzzer. So, yes, that's my caveat. I understand things can go terribly wrong. But it's more about the Rangers' incompetence than it is, I just think the Astros are going to rip off 7 out of their next 10. That's going to be needed to likely win the division because of how the Mariners are playing. Once again, another win for the Mariners. That is now 10 in a row for them. The only hope I have is that they're due. They're not going to rip off 17 straight wins to close out the season. They're not going to have a 17-game winning streak, I think. So if you think, and rightfully so, that the division is still to be had, the Rangers got to lose to you, right? Like, what I don't need is for them to get to like 15 and then start losing games, but they've taken you apart to kind of put the division away. So let's find a way to get the game today against the Rangers, sweep the series, and then we see the Mariners. So they win, you win, you're still a half game back. And credit to your offense early for getting it going. For as much as Blue Ball did his job, it was good for the offense to get on and start scoring early, relieve some of that pressure. I would guess, because I'm not tracking Blue Ball in the minors, the biggest pitching outing of his career so far, right?
It has to be.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't care if he started the
championship
AAA
game.
World Series.
Yeah, I don't care what he's done on the minor league level. But the biggest outing of his career.
World Series,
I don't know where he pitched before he became an Astro. So maybe he pitched in the College World Series or a Super Regional.
Even then, this might be bigger.
Trying to figure out. He went to the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. So unlikely that he pitched in the Super Regional or even a regional. Maybe he made it once or something. But he had some Cape Cod League experience. But, yeah, we're going to go with last night as the biggest pitching outing of certainly his adult life. Maybe the dude was and likely was a big-time high school pitcher, maybe pitching a state championship or something. But as far as a grown man, biggest outing, and he came through. And as I said, the offense got it going early. It started early with Pena getting on and then Altuve driving them in with the sacrifice. And they tacked on runs up until the fourth inning, and then the bats went quiet. Thankfully, that was enough. Staked by Blue Boss, 3 innings. Colton Gordon, we needed innings out of him. He was shaky, but he did go the 3. But we may really have something with Blue Ball. He was only going to go the 50 pitches. Apparently, that was what he was limited to. And his final batter, he struck out, and that was going to be the final batter no matter what. So good to go out on a high note. And then you got Murray and De Los Santos. That's where it got little tricky. You had to go back to Abreu, and he had to go for more than an inning. But he found a way, even though he gave up 3 hits over an inning and a third. But all we're looking for from Abreu right now is to not give up runs. I can't ask him at this point just to be clean, because I don't know if he has that in him, particularly the second night of I don't know if we say this.
Second night of a back-to-back.
Second night of a back-to-back.
It's tough.
I know.
Yeah, I think Abreu is in the hey, doesn't matter what it looks like. Just get the job done.
Don't
care. Stressley, we could complain. It was he saves the game every time, but he makes me feel bad as he does it. Now it's just win. It's our bar for every starting pitcher now. Just put us in a position to win the game.
Yeah.
Don't lose it. Don't lose it in the first or second inning.
And it's a credit to the guys we had not heard of that they continue for the most part to do that. They are the ones as I said, I feel better about. The Corpus, Sugarland, Hook, Space Cowboy Astros, that group of pitchers I feel good about, plus Hunter Brown. Alexander, Gordon, not so much last night. Of course, Blue Ball, who we talked about. And then Hunter Brown. Those are the guys who will be in spots where they have to start games. And I guess throw in the opener of Jaden Murray, what he did. Those guys, I like. Anyone who has long-established ties to the Astros, the actual big club, other than Hunter Brown, I'm praying.
We'll see. We're game to game with Christian Javier.
Can you make it out of 4? Can you stay in the game? And of course, Fromber is the probably
or pitch to pitch with Fromber.
Gosh, it is at that point where we're like, man, he is the most volatile of all the pitchers. It feels like right now, because he has so many pelts in the wall. You go in thinking, you know what, he could go give a 7, one run earned, but he could also go 3 1/3.
Yeah.
And give up 5.
There's there's even a split second of when you see, Fromber starting, of okay. Yeah. Whatever, 20 straight quality starts. He's just going to do that again. And then you're like, oh, wait, no, wait. He hasn't done that in 2 months.
No. He's at a point where we hope, instead of believing and expecting, we're just hoping, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
As he apparently closes out his Astros career. Let's also, I see you. If anyone else wants to join us, certainly you're welcome. 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back, because the Yordan news, not good. And that news came down as he sat with the media before the game. So we'll hear from Espada when we come back. We'll certainly get to some Texan sound. We now have people backing away from give C.J. Stroud more responsibility, put more on his shoulders. Now the Texans should make things easier for him after they've seen the first 2 weeks. So we'll play that and talk about why the C.J. Stroud is is more responsible for how the Texans operate. Never should have been thought of as, yeah, that'll be great. Should have been approached like, well, we'll see. And through 2 weeks, not great. So we'll get to that. We'll get to our misery index. It's a little later than normal, but as I said yesterday with the Texans playing on Monday night, we will push it back. So we'll have some sound from one of the more miserable people in college football because his program is underperforming and he is trying to gaslight people into thinking they're saying things they're not. But that is probably step one in the defense mechanism when you're a head coach whose team isn't playing that well. So we'll get to that later. Let's also, and then anyone else when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Let's get to La Salsa here. Then we'll hear from Joe Espada. What's up, La Salsa?
Hey, que pasó, Daily Jelly? What's going on? Sean A. Mix, baby. Hey, I wanted to ask you, are you about that One Piece life on Netflix? The second season's coming out pretty soon. And also, we got any news on Josh Hader And if we can put a run together with the hooks, the AAA team that we did pull out like in June, and go on a run with those guys and see what can happen. What's your thoughts, man?
So One Piece is an anime on Netflix. I watched season 1. I think I have like an episode to go. So I'll probably get to season 2. There's a couple of actors that I've liked in other things. So that's always a draw for me. If I liked you in something, I'll give your new show a chance. As far as Josh Hader's concerned, there is no timetable for him to be back other than they just got to let him rest and see if the shoulder responds to rest before he begins any type of throwing regimen. This is from Chandler. It's questionable for me because they're attributing to Chandler Rome, but it came up as a Facebook post. Since I don't have access to Facebook anymore, I'm not sure. But, okay, as I look at it, these are Josh Hader's words from the Chronicle. Just taking it day to day and seeing how I'm recovering. There's no set timetable to be back the first week of the playoffs, but if everything goes well, it's looking like we could possibly be back for the second, third, fourth round. It just depends on how I'm recovering from throwing. I would say don't count on Josh Hader. He's not counting on it. You shouldn't count on it.
Just make the second or third round of the playoffs.
Yeah, I know it's going to be tough to get out of what could be the wild card round. But if you do that, this is like one of those things where they say, if the team makes a Super Bowl, this guy could be back.
Aiden Hutchinson last year.
Yeah.
If the Lions made the Super Bowl, he could play.
Too bad for him. They were out in their first playoff.
Yes.
So that didn't happen.
Partly because they didn't have
him and others.
Player.
And a lot of other defenders, yeah.
They didn't have their best defensive player, and they didn't have, I don't know, like 8 of their top 10 best defensive players.
So as far as what you should be counting on, hopefully the Hooks/Space Cowboys are good enough.
Yeah.
And Abreu is good enough because I wouldn't be counting on Josh Hader. He doesn't seem like he believes you should be counting on him either.
Again, just make the ALCS for the 8th time in 9 years.
Yeah, you've done it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Your most recent playoff performance was disappointing.
Before last year, every other Astros team had no problem making the ALCS.
Yes. If Josh Hader had said that before last year's playoffs began, you'd be like, yeah, okay, we'll see him in the ALCS.
Yeah. That is funny. We would just be like, okay, there's a good chance he plays.
But those 2 games against the Tigers and what has been this season has kind of washed some of that confidence away.
Yeah. The invincibility of the Astros.
Yeah, look, Skubal, great pitcher, but when the Tigers come in and it's him and a bullpen game.
Yeah, I was going to say it was game 2 that you're just like,
yeah. Oh, okay, Skubal gets you, but
you
their
don't even
bullpen
force
shuts
a
you
make
down.
or break game 3.
No, they come out here and patch a plan together and take you out. All right, invincibility gone.
Yeah. Also, that's the season where you start like 9-20
You
or whatever.
were awful.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Maybe times have changed, but now they have Carlos Correa back. They have maybe Yordan Alvarez.
We'll see. Let's play the sound from Joe Espada. This was before the game. He met the media, and this is just a snippet of what he said about Yordan. What's the status of Yordan? Can we expect him back? Here's Joe Espada.
He's got a pretty significant ankle sprain, so this is going to keep him out for a while. Let's not get into days, weeks, any of that. We are going to take one day at a time, but this is going to take some time to heal. We don't have that many days left on the regular season. So we are going to, he's in there getting some treatment, getting some work done. So, hopefully he's not out for a long period of time.
I can accept someone when they make a couple mistakes. I appreciate Espada learning from the mistakes of the past. Let's not put any timetable on it. Let's not put days or weeks on it. Let's just hope for the best is pretty much what he said. That's a man who's learned. That's a man who's learned from previous conversations about injuries and saying, hey, he could be back here or there. And then when he doesn't, now you got a problem. Dana Brown, not so much when it comes to learning. He did say Paredes could be back for the Mariners series. He said it's an outside shot, but he did put a bit of a timetable on it. We will see if Paredes is available against the Mariners in what would be the biggest series of the season. I have my doubts, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're not putting days or weeks on it. there are also not very many days in the season.
Yeah, you can't put many days or weeks on it.
Yeah.
You don't have that many available.
Months. I don't really care about months.
Yeah,
at this
months
point.
we'll see them in spring if it's months. So there it is.
Or we'll see them in May.
It's true. It doesn't have to be spring training. You're right about that.
Or if they say 2 months, okay, so he's out for the season. See him in spring training. Oh, actually, maybe June.
Yeah, because if he's out for 2 months, there may be a surgery involved at that point. So right now, that isn't on the table. They'll just wait and see how he recovers. And we know Yordan, great when it comes to recovering from injuries. So there should be no worries about that.
So that's
sarcasm.
There's, 3 of the Astros' best 6, 7 players that are currently out, and we'll see. When they're going to return, we'll see. Hopefully the end of the regular season, maybe the playoffs with Josh Hader, Yordan Alvarez, and Isaac Paredes, where it's just kind of like up in the air. I don't know. Don't put a timetable on it. But there's 10 games left of the season.
Yeah, there's very little time.
Can we put a number on it?
Like Paredes doesn't fall in this category, but when we're talking about Yordan and Josh Hader, you're talking about guys who you could position as the best player at their position. You want to give Yordan the DH position, and the Astros had 2 of them, and the likelihood that they're available for Game 1 in the playoffs seems very low.
Let's not put anything on it.
Yeah,
it's like thanks. It's better than them saying he'll be back tomorrow and then pushing it back 12 more times until the season ends. It is better than that, but it's also not the most reassuring thing that everyone is just, well, we'll see, because that tells me that the entire season they want to just say, we'll see.
What did Clint Barton say when he was in his Ronin phase? Don't give me hope.
Oh, yeah.
Don't give me hope if we're not going to come through.
I'll be honest, when you said Clint Barton, I was thinking of a baseball player at first.
I'm sure there is a guy's name. But Clint Barton, that's a Hawkeye Marvel reference for other people, for the uninitiated, the non-nerds who listen to us. And he said, don't give me hope.
No, don't do it.
Don't promise me something that you can't deliver on. And turns out they could deliver on it in that movie. It cost him, his best friend, but that's a different thing altogether. Oh, well, he got his family back. The best friend? Bye.
Yeah. What would you do for a World Series ring? Clint Barton?
Oh, well, we've already got 2.
He'd be a great baseball player, too.
You think, well, yeah. Would he be a pitcher or a hitter?
No, he'd be a hitter.
Yeah, I agree. But he could spot any pitch as Clint Barton.
Yeah, but can he throw it,
I'm just saying, I don't know what his arm's like.
I think he would have great plate discipline. He'd draw a lot of walks.
I don't know if you said if he's a Greg. I think he's a Greg Maddux type, where he's going to hit his spots, guaranteed. He's going to put the ball exactly where he wants.
I think he'd just have elite plate discipline, and he's strong. He can hit it. Maybe not. He's not Barry Bonds, but he can Tony Gwynn his way through a career.
I'd rather have Greg Maddux than Tony Gwynn.
All right,
telling you right now,
right.
I would.
This weird conversation.
How we got here, I don't know. Hey, I just brought it back to sports. That's all. For the people who are like, hey, stop talking about stupid Marvel stuff. I brought it back to sports. I'd rather have the Greg Maddux type for 10 years than Tony Gwynn. Both Hall of
the
Famers.
Astros could definitely use a Greg Maddux.
No, they don't need one. They have Jason Alexander. I don't know if you heard. Lance did make that comp earlier.
He got
I could do with 2 of them. Sure.
No, it's better than one Greg Maddux?
Yeah, with 2 Greg, or Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux, I guess you'd say. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will hear from some pundits, or at least one pundit, regarding the Texans and what they need to do to get C.J. Stroud going. It has been a disappointing start to his season, not just the team as a whole, but your starting quarterback, people had a lot of faith in, even outside the city. Right now, that faith isn't being rewarded. What can be done? We'll hear from one pundit on that. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And we've been talking a lot of Astros. The Prize Picks is an official partner with the Astros, and so it only makes sense to make a little money watching the Astros on Prize Picks. Last night, it was a good night. You got more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBI from Carlos Correa and Yainer Diaz. You got more than 5.5 strikeouts from Paul Skeens. So you would have made a little bit of money there. Now they have Jacob deGrom taking the hill for the Rangers against the Astros. Christian Javier and the Astros. Give me deGrom more 6 strikeouts. I think this is a game where if you put yourself in the Rangers' shoes, they need their ace to pull through, and I think he does. And then Jeremy Pena getting one or more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBI. I think he can get on base, either get knocked home, or maybe just knocks himself home and hits a home run tonight. Whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. There's even, if you want to add a little bit of multiplier to this, there's a max discount on Patrick Mahomes to throw more than half a yard Sunday night against the Giants. I think he gets 1 yard. Chiefs offense isn't exactly explosive, but I think they can get 1 yard against the Giants. You can add that to your lineup, make a little bit extra money. All you got to do, download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup by entering the code MAPES, my last name, at sign-in. All you have to do, download the app. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
So while Christian Kirk is expected back, that's what D'Amico Ryan said yesterday, the Texans lose another wide receiver for what appears to be a significant amount of time. Justin Watson, who is a former Chief, has a calf Achilles injury, according to Aaron Wilson. He did not tear it, but he foresees a likely injured reserve designation with the designation to return. Because sometimes you go on IR and you're done. Other times they can set you aside and go, hey, you're done for 4 weeks, but we think you can come back if that's the case. Or it could be longer than that, but they still keep you on a list where they believe you're going to be back. So that's where Justin Watson is. But Berrios and Kirk are expected back. What does that mean for the young receivers? Does that mean that Noel still gets limited reps because Kirk and Berrios are back? We had our intern say Berrios better not touch the field.
Better not touch
He better not touch the field. Go make some TikToks or something. We will see how the Texans treat one of their veteran wide receivers. But with Kirk back, maybe that helps with some of that quick game stuff people were so focused on before the year and wondering where it went. Not a lot of guys who get open quickly in that offense, and Kirk would fit the profile, but he will be back for the Jags. We'll see how that might possibly change the offense. Does he take more off of C.J. Stroud's plate? And that is what Mina Kimes thinks the Texans need to do. There was a discussion about the Texans. They were on Monday Night Football, so ESPN was going to put some of their focus on them coming off their loss to the Bucs. And when you have a young quarterback that people think highly of, it's generally never always a quarterback's fault when people think highly of you. There are problems across the board, according to Mina Kimes. CJ isn't immune from criticism, but he ain't the biggest issue. Here's Mina Kimes on the Texans and CJ Stroud's early struggles.
13 different Bucs got pressured. 13. How is that even possible?
That's outrageous.
All offseason, we were told that even though it didn't look like they fixed the offensive line on paper, well, we're going to put more on our quarterback's plate, and mentally he's going to be able to solve it in a new scheme. It is not playing out that way early on for the reasons that Dan described. This is an operational issue. This is not just about the bad offensive line or running backs not picking up the blitz. It's the whole thing. It's the quarterback. It's the scheme. It's the players as well. They got to find a way to triage this by making life easier for Stroud. It feels like at the moment there are no easy buttons for him to push. Last night, Baker Mayfield had 11 passes behind the line of scrimmage. C.J. Stroud had 2, right? Like, I understand not having Christian Kirk in there is maybe throwing a wrench in things, and of course Tank Dell's not healthy, but they cannot lean on longer developing plays the way that they have so far early in the season, even if Nico Collins is your best receiver downfield, because he is not surviving at this rate.
Mina Kimes on ESPN yesterday on CJ Stroud. So now we want more throws behind the line of scrimmage in the right situation, right? Because we've talked about it here, that not many people were thrilled with the 3rd and 8 screen, which felt like a give-up play because Slowick saw no other option. So
I think if you can't if you can't run the ball,
extension of the run game.
Extension of the run game. If you can't block to throw downfield, like it's you start limiting your options of what is like even a viable play.
Well, this was the talk about Slowick where everyone said, "Oh, it's so predictable. There's no creativity." There are only certain things you can get away with when your offensive line is that bad. That's why some things are called the fatal flaw.
Yeah.
And now the review of the O-line from people like Lance and others said and I think he talked to John Harris, his buddy who works for the Texans. He does the sideline stuff for 610. Said that the offensive line wasn't as bad after you get another look at him. Look, play for play, that might be the case, but it felt like anytime the Bucs needed a pressure, they got one.
Yeah, and part of that is Todd Bowles can just press the exotic blitz button.
He dialed it up when he needed to. He didn't do that early, and the Texans got off to a good start offensively because Todd Bowles, for whatever reason, this offseason wanted to get. Oh, I know why. It's easier for you to get more pressure with 4. The Bucs only have one real legit pass rusher in Hassan Reddick, so that has not played out for them. At least it didn't in game 2. So they had to turn it on. He pressed the button. And there are not a lot of answers for the Texans when he did press that button.
Yeah, they could get a sack on every big 3rd down that they wanted.
Or at least flush CJ.
Yeah. Yeah, at least like blow up the play immediately. So I think part of it is just a terrible matchup of like, hey, not only is it going to be a good defensive front where you can't run the ball against these guys, you're going to have to throw it. also, when you do throw it, you have one of the best blitz designers on the other side to confuse a inexperienced offensive line playing as a unit for the first time, and also a quarterback who's in his second game in the NFL being able to make adjustments or call protections at the line.
And you know what? Todd Bowles should beat Nick Caley.
Yeah, it's what we talk about when they would face Brian Flores, or when when college quarterbacks, young college quarterbacks, like, hey, Brent Venables, like, you better be able to confuse 18-year-old Bryce Underwood. Like, there is a level of sometimes the defensive coordinator is just that good. It's just like, tip your cap. Like,
if we were doing the check mark in whose column when we talk about matchups, Caley and Stroud versus Bowles, that should be a win for Bowles, and it was. When he needed to, he got what he wanted, and the ultimate is when you fool a quarterback into throwing a pick right at your linebacker, except the linebacker drops it.
Yeah.
Like, that was, while that play allowed the Texans to get points because Devontae David dropped it, that's the type of mismatch it was at times, where CJ could see what he thought was zero pressure, or a zero man blitz. That's what he fooled the O-line into thinking. Todd Bowles did. That's what he fooled Stroud into thinking. They still got their pressure. They dropped out Vita Vea and Levante David, and Stroud threw it right to Levante David. And Vita Vea was behind him to pick it off if Levante David didn't get in the way and drop it. That's how good that play was for the Bucs. And it just one of their all-timers didn't make the play. So the matchup shouldn't have ever been really considered in the Texans' favor.
No.
And it played out that way, particularly because they couldn't run the football.
Yeah, it looked like it exactly what you would think. They had you on personnel, and then they had you in coaching as well. I get it. There is part of me that is like, can we see this team face a team that's
isn't
not a division winner who brings back everyone?
Yeah, well, they got it this week.
Yeah, they do have it this week, and it'll be an interesting game.
But they got pass rushers and Walker and
they do.
I always get it wrong. Is it Allen White or White Allen?
Hines Allen.
Hines Allen, not White Allen plays for Buffalo.
Yeah. Married to Haley Steinfeld.
Yes, that is White Allen. So just calling him that. Hey, White Allen's probably going to go for a total 350 yards on Thursday.
More total touchdowns by White Allen.
By White Allen on Thursday.
More
total yards
on sacks for Hines Allen.
Hines Allen against the Texans Sunday. I don't see that name, but we'll get to you. Hold through the break. Pena. We'll get to you when we come back, Pena. If you want to be after Pena, 713-780-3776. I'll give you some of the Nick Caley versus Bobby Slowick numbers early as far as how they call plays when we come back. But Pena and then anyone else after the break.
The Del Olalea Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
So there is a thing that a very popular fast food place does to make you pay. Not money, but make you pay in time for cutting the line. We'll talk about it and see how you guys feel about this. We'll get to that a little bit later. But Peña's on right now. What's up, Peña?
Yeah, what up, Dale? Hey, man. So yesterday I was reading something on, I don't know, I think it was Facebook or Instagram, talking about the FIFA World Cup, and apparently they had to take off the NRG part or the whole thing from the stadium because FIFA, I don't know, they're paying like $1 million and they got to take off a few more signs, advertisements or whatever inside the stadium for I don't know what reason. And I wasn't going to talk about college football, but I'm driving down. I just saw a helicopter. It wasn't life flight. It was all black. But I saw it land around the area of the Rockets Performance Center, and it just took off. So I want to know, who do you think was in that helicopter? Thank you. Have a great day.
I don't know, man. I don't know who it's for. I hope whoever had to be life flighted out of there is going to be okay. I don't want to guess. Like, this show does dumb stuff. That's probably a step too far. Hey, it might not even be someone you would care about, I guess I put it that way, because it's not a rocket. It's not someone who entertains you.
Could be a 75-year-old security guard.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that. Hopefully the person's okay. Hopefully
Controversial.
Yeah.
Controversial opinion.
Sorry, I can't say, well, I mean, who's most likely to get hurt for the Rockets and think? I'm not going to do that. As far as the FIFA thing, I don't know where you saw it or what it is. Only thing I could imagine, I will speculate on that because it's not about someone's health. We can do that. It's just the money going into FIFA's somewhat untrustworthy pockets. Maybe they don't want the signage because they have promised another company that type of branding. I don't know. I'm trying to think because the World Cup hasn't been in America since '94, and I was a kid, so I don't know how they handle it then. I didn't look into it when it was in Qatar. I don't know if the stadiums in Qatar had branding on them, because you think about what it is in countries like, I watch Premier League, so I have a better basis of knowledge. Some of those stadiums have sponsors, some of them don't. Like the newer ones certainly do, like Arsenal. It's called the Emirates because Emirates is a giant sponsor. The Etihad for Man City, a newer stadium, they have a big sponsor. Old Trafford, that ain't sponsored. Liverpool Stadium, it's called Anfield. That's the name of the street. It's called Anfield. So there are places where they have sponsorships. I don't know why FIFA, if what you're saying is true, doesn't want NRG being mentioned as the branding name for the stadium.
I would assume it's because they have another energy sponsor.
It's likely.
If it's something like that, there's like an official energy partner of
the FIFA World Cup, and it's probably the case.
Yeah, they don't want the.
So what do they call it? What will the announcers have to call it?
Say they're here in Houston. I think that's what.
So they won't even acknowledge the stadium. Like, even when you see like the cryon of, I don't know who would play here, whoever it is. Yeah. Let's say Germany versus Colombia.
Ooh,
be a great matchup.
That's a good game.
Just named it. They say Germany versus Colombia in Houston, and then they generally would give you the name of the stadium. But I guess if it's an energy company thing, maybe they just say here in Houston. They won't mention the stadium name. I don't know, Peña. I didn't see the Facebook post.
Like they do in like Madden, or at least old Maddens, where they'd just be like Houston Texans Field.
Something like
where
that.
It would be just the most generic name.
It's possible. We've got less than a year before we find out.
Yeah.
Before
the tarps have to go up over NRG. Just the letters NRG.
Yeah.
Only 3 of them.
There will be enough people in the building where you don't have to tarp off sections of the stadium for the World Cup. Hopefully, you would expect that to not be the case.
I mean, if it's Germany, Colombia, come on.
Oh yeah,
I'll be there.
Yeah, that's a big time matchup. I don't even know if Colombia has qualified for the World Cup. I just assume the Germans have because they always
got
do.
James. They're cooking.
And James is still a thing for them, and he was a thing. What, 3 World Cups ago now?
I was gonna say 2014 World Cup.
So according to AI Overview, Aramco, the Saudi Aramco sponsorship. Okay, it's a Saudi company, and they're the energy sponsor for the World Cup. So maybe that's the case right there.
Aramco Stadium.
I'm looking at this right now. NRG named the first official sponsor for FIFA World Cup 26 in Houston. So I don't know how this is working when they are actually an official sponsor themselves. And, this is based off a guy who told me to guess who got hurt at the Rockets facility. So maybe Pena didn't see what he thought he saw.
This could be a Facebook news story.
Like
right next to Jose Altuve getting turned down at the Gucci store.
Yeah, so like I said, speculation, we will do that. Not on that life flight thing, but why can't NRG's name be mentioned? We'll do that. That doesn't hurt anyone.
The corporate ties of FIFA, we'll speculate.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt anyone, right?
And turns out it was a Saudi company. Not shocking.
Big surprise, right? All right, we'll go to break with that. Hour 1 is done. Pena mentioned he wanted to talk college football. We'll actually do our misery index when we come back, and we'll play some sound from one of the more miserable people in college football, apparently, because his team is underperforming. People are taking note, and now he's gaslighting people into thinking we're saying things we didn't actually say. Dabo was on one yesterday. I'll tell you what question prompted the 13-minute response. We're not playing the 13-minute response. Look, there are places where playing a 13-minute interview that happened hours in the past might fly. In fact, I've been a part of shows that did that. Down the hall. When we used to re-rack things. Not here. We only got 2 hours to spend. We got stupid stuff to get to. We're certainly not going to re-rack or play an entire Dabo presser. We'll just play a minute of it. And, this is what happens when you go 1 and 2 and you're the king of an entire city where it's based off the college and the football program's the biggest thing in the city. You get to do things like this, and no one can fight you on it. We'll hear from Dabo when we come back. All right, we'll do our misery index after this. Eric wants to join us. Let's welcome Eric to the show. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale and Sean. Yeah, don't you think the Aggies should be ahead of the Longhorns in the rankings right now? I think they had more impressive wins than San Jose State and UTEP. And also, I think Miami should be number 2, not number 4. And I heard Molly Kieran is leaving ESPN First Take to do OnlyFans. Is there any truth to that?
I didn't hear that.
I'll hang up and listen.
He had me in the first half. I was like, oh, look at Eric with a serious thing when he's talking about a woman, and then he did what he did. There's no evidence to suggest that Molly Kieran left First Take and ESPN for OnlyFans. She did leave abruptly. I think she was there on Monday and then not on Tuesday. Did she show up for the Monday show? I don't remember, but I know she wasn't there on Tuesday. I don't know. Yeah, well, I'm asking you like you were keeping track. I don't know. I don't know if she was there for Monday, but I know she wasn't there afterwards. Apparently, it was uncomfortable. Stephen A. Smith said it was uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable talking about it. He said that the contract was offered. She didn't want it. He did it on his own platform, not ESPN, talking about it. But she's gone. Not for OnlyFans. Don't know what she's going to do next. That's, Eric, you dreaming. Maybe you're just projecting what you'd like to see happen. But I don't believe that's the case. As far as the rankings, well, that leads us into the misery index. As far as A&M over Texas, if you just go by resume, then yeah.
Yeah.
Although if you're a Texas fan, whatever, you beat an 0-2 football team. But if you want to play that game.
I mean.
If you want to play that game.
Or you think Notre Dame should be ranked. Choice is your red pill, blue pill. Choice is yours.
Well, they are ranked in the AP.
They are still ranked.
24. Currently.
I'm like, if you're gonna rank them, like put them at 20th. Like, what's the difference at like? They actually did play 2 close games against 2 teams that appear to be
in
good.
The top 10. Yeah. So if you think
like, what's Mizzou done?
Yeah, nothing. Just look impressive. But they beat Kansas, and Kansas should be okay. But yes, you make a point. If you're going to keep them ranked,
they should be like 16th.
Why are they being dropped? Because they had the toughest schedule in the country to start. Yeah, that far. We'll keep them in the poll.
Well, if you don't think they should be ranked, that's fine.
Then drop them out.
Yeah.
That's probably how it works because it's not one person doing it. So some people thought they probably should have been higher than 24.
Yeah.
Other people didn't rank them at all, and it all washes out to them being 24. So
I'm in the camp of they should be ranked because if
you thought they're the 8th or whatever they started, top 6 or whatever in the country, and they lose a game by 3 on the road to number 4 currently, and then to number 10 by 1, and it happened on 4th down, right?
4th down after they're hold an extra point. Yeah. Like it's like these are very thin margins.
Yes.
Of these losses.
Do you actually? See, this is a whole conversation because they started in a certain point, but then you want to make it about resume when the rankings initially are about what you believe them to be. If you believe them to still be a good football team and they just couldn't get it done against 2 other good football teams, you don't really think, and once again, got to make the caveat that this is a group of people.
Yeah.
It just comes out this way. But does anyone believe Notre Dame who ranked them outside the poll? Do they believe they're not one of the best 25 teams in the country? Probably not. They just went off a resume. And, of course, quality losses will probably be the way Notre Dame gets in if they rip off 10 straight.
Yeah, and if they win 2 games and they're 2-2, like everyone's going to have them ranked.
Yeah, they'll be ranked again. That's
and their 2 wins can be I actually
against Purdue they got Purdue and then whoever
Arkansas?
else is next. Yeah,
I forgot if it's Arkansas or Boise State.
I think it's Purdue and then they got to go to Arkansas.
Okay,
I think that's
so then
the case.
They'll be ranked.
Yeah, so
they'll be like 12th.
So as far as the rest of Eric's stuff, should A&M be ranked out of Texas? If you go by who they beat, yes,
it's very good that Georgia, Tennessee was happening at the same time as Texas.
Oh, people caught wind of what Arch was up to.
No, but the AP voters.
Well, they were busy watching other games.
The AP voters are busy.
Yeah.
They didn't get eyes on it.
That's true. They only have limited eyes and limited time to watch things. Unlike the rest of us, we can have the multi-view going, I guess.
Yeah.
And we can see or look at stats. Woof. What's going on over there?
Someone on Twitter was like, this is where Texas really misses the Longhorn Network. Like in past years, no one would have been able to watch this.
That game would have been stuck on the Longhorn Network, and
boom, never happened.
Like the stats would have been bad.
Yeah.
When you see him in a box score, but no one would have seen every miss throw, the dirt balls, missing guys in the flat, throwing it 3 yards over the head in the flat. All that stuff probably wouldn't have been hyper focused.
And Miami and South Florida was in the lightning delay for like most of the.
Yeah, so you could not avoid. If you wanted to just check out what the hell was going on in Austin, you had every reason to. If you wanted to have Georgia and Tennessee on one TV, and then watch Arch, maybe just hate watch Arch and Texas do what they do. Look, the Texas defense, great. Unfortunately, the most hyped part of their team, not so much.
Not great.
And we talked about it in passing. You know what? I'm not going to get stuck on Arch again. It's time for the misery index. Lazy J will get to you. All right. Texas doesn't make the list for the misery index because despite it's miserable watching Arch throw the football, they won.
Yeah, I think in general, you had to lose.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And you could have thrown UCLA and Virginia Tech on the list because of how bad their teams are, but they fired their coach. Those fan bases feel better. They feel like they're one good hire away from turning it all around. Of course, those two programs haven't made good hires recently, so maybe the person in charge is incapable of that. But at least there's blind hope that you hit on the next coach, you'll be okay. So we won't be putting them on the list. I think number one goes to the team who lost in Atlanta, and it's typified by this response from a simple question. Now the question was, "Hey Dabo, do you regret maybe a couple of offensive plays from your loss to Georgia Tech?" That led to a 13-minute rant. Here's just a bit of it. Dabo on his team and really his status right now.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory, in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last. Always has been. Always will be. And I would just say if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and we're one, you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. Like, you're freaking all in. And hey, listen, I mean, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm going to go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all going to have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
Excuse me, sir. I just work for Clemson 24/7. I don't want to burn any boats. I just cover the team. My name's Austin Hannon. I just cover the team. Why do I have to burn boats? That is a clear attempt to deflect. And Dabo has something to say. It didn't matter what the questions were. He was going to say it. No one said you're getting fired. No one thinks you're getting fired. It's just the guy asked about, or maybe it was a woman. I don't know who asked about a couple plays in a close ball game where your offense, which was supposed to be pretty good because according to ESPN, you had the 4th best player in the country at quarterback, kind of failed in big situations. Yeah, you had a couple explosive plays, but for the most part, the Clemson offense has been disappointing. What the hell is he talking about other than it's just, you know what? I'm going to take over this presser, and if anyone thinks I'm not good and wants me out, go ahead. I'll be a problem for you down the stretch, or I'll be a problem for you at some point else. Yeah. Clemson's not firing you, Dabo. You won 2 national titles. Look, it's easy to forget what they were before you got there, but cooler heads will prevail, and you can write your own exit. They're not firing you. He's just yelling, or not yelling. He's just ranting for no reason.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's feeling it from the fan base, because the fan base will get upset because their expectations were pretty high, because he won at a level that will make expectations high.
They're a top 5 team to start.
And he sold it as this being a really good team. Part of it is your fault if you're complaining about people not turning on you. You sold it as a really good team. You were talking in the offseason about Clemson being the first team to go 16-0. Now look at you. Can barely beat Troy.
That is tough. Also, has any moment in history had as much of a stranglehold on football coaches as Hernan Cortez burning the boats when he landed in Mexico?
Yeah, I don't know if that should be a point in history they should be highlighted.
No, but they love it.
Yeah.
They love it because of the mentality.
Yeah.
Although it's like they could just have the new slave labor they just found. They could just have them build the boats. He did go back to Spain at one point.
At a time, what did people consider college football players when it came
Some people made the comparison.
Yes, at a time. Yeah, I don't burn the boats.
Yeah, everyone loves burning the boats.
Yeah, the Heat do it too. when they gotta let everyone know it's us against the world.
Yeah.
Just do us against the world, Dabo. You can do that.
Yeah,
you don't have to just burn the boats. Hey, I like that boat. I don't want to burn it. Then I gotta rebuild it. I don't want to do that.
I think it's that and 300. Just the movie 300. Not even the actual like story.
Yeah.
Just the movie.
Yeah, because how many people know that was actually It's been bastardized because you got to make a movie, but it's a real event.
Yeah.
Okay. Dabo number 1. Look, if you want to fire me, fire me. Clemson AD's like, what?
No, I don't.
When did I ever say that?
Buyout.
Yeah, true, that too. Then I got to pay you to go, then pay someone else to come in?
Hold on, I'll be the non-Clemson fan to Google search Dabo Swinney buyout.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sure they all know. I'm sure they all have it in their hip pocket anytime they lose. They can think of it. How much would it cost?
And they were all Googling it at 3 o'clock last. $60 million? Whew.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Not gonna do that.
You know what, Dabo? You bring up some good points.
You know what? Going 9-4 ain't so bad. We're fine with that. I gotta go Notre Dame number 2. Notre Dame, I think, as far as prominent teams who drop games, number 2. 0-2. You lose because your backup quarterback misses a hold, and it's not just him. That was the defining moment as far as their end of game situation, and NBC wasn't going to let you forget it. They put Tyler Buckner's face on that television more than Marcus Freeman late in that game.
Put some of those cornerbacks on national TV.
Put that linebacker on national TV. Show his face after he let that blocking tight end catch a touchdown on fourth down, or put the ref on national TV after he didn't call that holding. I mean, I ain't got no love lost to Notre Dame, but that was a hold that A&M got away with. But credit to A&M for doing something Dabo didn't do. Go into the transfer portal and go get yourself some receivers. And despite Marcel Reed being inaccurate, when he hit big. A lot of explosive plays for A&M. They get the win. But Notre Dame, 0-2, they got to win out. The schedule isn't great. And because their defense is in shambles, it looks like nothing's guaranteed. Like before the year, even if they split between Miami and A&M, you think they would go into Arkansas and win. You saw what Taylor Green did, who is a bigger, at least to this point, more accurate, just as explosive in scrambles as Marcel Reed. That guy that they got to defend in a couple weeks is a problem. I expect them to beat Purdue. You expect that to happen. So Boise State's on schedule, as you mentioned. They don't look as good as we thought. Of course, USC down the line. So, Notre Dame's got a road where it's not too difficult if you think they're as good as their preseason ranking.
Yeah.
But if all these flaws that have popped up through the first 2 weeks are real and not just a product of playing two really good teams, it's going to be tough for them. And they assume playoffs this year after making the national title game. So that fan base, mostly because they're so shocked at how the things went.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty miserable. Judging by the podcast I've listened to the last couple weeks, pretty miserable when it comes to Notre Dame people. My hate listening stretched into this week after their loss to A&M. They're pretty miserable about their team right now.
Yeah, I think that when you go into the season, you're thinking like, okay, 1-1. Like that's like what the level-headed Irish fan is like. We can just do 1-1.
Certainly, a lot of them were like, we'll go 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 is what you know if you're drinking the gold-colored Kool-Aid.
Sure.
It's a weird thing to
I don't know if
visualize.
I would drink gold-colored Kool-Aid, to be honest. It looks like something else, honestly.
But
you're not well hydrated.
No. Let's break out the Tom Herman chart.
Yeah.
I think that it's now when you go 0-2 and it's like, oh, but if they win 10 straight, they can make the playoffs. Like, can they win 10 straight? Like, are they that good that you can pencil them in to win 10 straight? There's basically no team in college football that I'm like, yeah, they'll just win 10 straight. Just real quick, just to get that off. And like we said, they're manageable games, but they're manageable games against pretty good teams that it's a double-edged sword. The schedule is good enough to where if they do win them all, they can actually make the playoffs still. However, it is good enough to where they might not win them all. Yeah. And so they have such a small margin of victory now that you got to be. I mean, it's September 17th, and you're like, there's a good chance we don't make the playoff.
Kind of like the team in town.
Yeah.
Not the Cougs. They keep winning.
No, they destiny's in their own hands.
Yeah, the Texans, on the other hand.
Beat Texas Tech in a few weeks.
Got a must-win in Week 3 for the Texans if we go by history when it comes to making the playoffs. Next, I was going back and forth between two SEC schools. We've had this talk before. If you're a Florida fan, you feel like, well, yeah, we lost, but let them drop one more, and let's guarantee he's out the door, and we can move on, much like so they'll feel better probably pretty quickly. They want to beat Miami. That's their next game. But you know what? A loss wouldn't be so bad, I think, particularly if they're out on Napier. A Miami win might save them. So I'm not going to put them at 3. Tennessee, you're at 3. You thought you finally got them.
Yeah.
You're up 21-7. Your offense finally breaks the 17-point barrier with Kirby Smart on the other side. Joey Aguilar, you're singing his praises because Nico couldn't do this. And then Georgia found a way to shut you down in the middle part of the game. Like from the second quarter to the third quarter on, Georgia had answered, and then Tennessee got it going in the fourth quarter. But you're up by 8 late. Was that fourth down, the Landon Humphreys touchdown?
Yeah, it was on 4th and 8 or
you
4th
make
and
that
10.
You make that stop, game is likely over, and then you give up the 2-point conversion to tie. Of course, you come down the field.
If you make the field goal, the game's
you win.
over.
The field goal kicker after, I don't know if it's hindsight, but because everyone say, well, I saw him. I knew he was going to make it. I don't know if that was their real thought, but people looked at his facial expressions on the sideline. And then afterwards, after he clearly missed, like, well, he was never going to make that kick. He did come back and make a kick in overtime, but then the Tennessee defense couldn't stop Georgia from scoring a touchdown. So that was, well, Heupel's been to an Orange Bowl. I think was it the COVID year? He's been to, or maybe not, maybe the year after. He had Hendon Hooker, or was it Joe Milton? I forgot who. Maybe he filled in for Hendon Hooker, whatever. He beat Clemson, I think, in an Orange Bowl.
That was the Hendon Hooker year, but
Joe Milton
he
played.
destroyed his leg. The last
and Joe Milton
2 weeks
played in that one, and people thought, hey, look at Joe Milton. He's going to be the next big
show
thing.
goes on.
Turns out, not the next big thing, although he is now an NFL player. So they have made an Orange Bowl before, but winning on Saturday is that breakthrough win. You beat Kirby, you beat Georgia, you beat the SEC favorite coming in. Well, Texas and Georgia SEC favorites, and you had them at home. You had them, and you let it slip through your fingers. So Tennessee, still in the same spot they were coming into the year. Think they're going to be pretty good, but how good can they be in the SEC? And considering the lack of quarterback play in the SEC, having a competent one like Joey Aguilar puts you in a place where, despite the loss, you should be considered at least a threat to get to Atlanta.
Yeah, they have at least the guys put up the best numbers and not just beating tomato cans, which normally the Tennessee offense wins rolling. That's what they do is they just put up crazy numbers against terrible teams. They did it against Georgia for the first time. And to come away with the loss, it's like it's got it. That's why I appreciate this being above Florida, because Florida, you always got in the back pocket of like, fire this guy, fire Sunbelt Billy, get a real coach in here.
Exactly.
This is like, oh, we actually were gonna beat a team we haven't beaten since 2016, and again, stop them on 4th down, you're gonna win. If you stop the 2-point conversion, there's a good chance you win. If you make the field goal, you win, and all that goes against you, and you eventually lose to these guys again, really? So, yeah, I think Tennessee's definitely up there as far as misery.
So, with the caveats of Florida likely on the verge of getting rid of their coach, just add a couple more losses, I'm going to not even use them. I'm going to stick in the SEC, though. How bad does it feel to be South Carolina? You lose your starting quarterback, and you watch Vanderbilt break you in your own building. Like, they've done it the last couple weeks. They did it to Virginia Tech after being down at the half.
Yeah.
But Vanderbilt has an offense that, if you're not sound, they'll rip off runs. Diego Pavia will pull it. He'll go for 5 to 10 yards, and of course they'll test you deep with their deep ball. You watch a quarterback get knocked out of a game in a season where you thought you had a real shot because Lenore Sellers was supposed to be one of those guys. Like, he's not out for the year. But you dropped that game, and you weren't even playing well offensively while he was in there. And then you got to watch Luke Doty play quarterback for you. I can't believe that guy. Look, Luke Doty, fine story. But Shane Beamer, you know what Luke Doty provides. You got to find a better backup. I don't know if you do it in the portal, but you got to find a better backup than Luke Doty. Because it was only 14-7 when he got knocked out of that game. And at that point, you had no shot. The air came out of the building, and Luke Doty was dirt and balls. It's got some arch in him. And
hey, Paul Feinbaum, see that?
I don't think Paul Feinbaum is going to compare Luke Doty to great quarterbacks in college football recent history. But South Carolina, you haven't really looked great all year, and the Virginia Tech win gets worse and worse as they got their ass kicked by Old Dominion. And then you drop a game to Vanderbilt where they dominate you over the entire game. Some real questions about the projections for South Carolina this year, and what happened on Saturday night with their quarterback doesn't help. And they got Missouri coming up, a team who's actually played pretty well. So I'm sure there are other fan bases that are miserable, but I think the Vanderbilt name still makes people think, oh, we got this.
Yeah.
And you don't have it anymore against Vanderbilt. You don't roll your helmet out and beat Vanderbilt anymore. At least not if you're South Carolina or Virginia Tech.
I was going to say, like, South Carolina, it's a little bit of like, is Vandy just like better than us?
They might just be better.
Are they better?
Which shouldn't be how you feel at South Carolina, despite being you would say low second tier team in the SEC. Like you're a top 20, you can be a top 25 program.
At the end of last year, they're complaining that they didn't make the playoffs.
And now look at you.
like that's.
Now look at you.
Their fan base believed they should have made the playoffs, and now they lost to Vanderbilt by a lot
because of the hot streak to end the year. Now look at you. You thought you were a playoff team. You're bitching and complaining about SMU and Diego Pavia and nameless Vanderbilt, because the only name anyone knows, maybe the tight end Stowers, people know that name. But other than Pavia and maybe Clark Lee, the head coach, no one knows a name on Vanderbilt. And yet, dominating 2 weeks in a row, much to my chagrin, because it means I got to deal with Keith for the entire year, it feels like, until they drop 3 games, which not a guarantee anymore. Certainly when you get through South Carolina. All right, we made you wait, Lazy J. You called in. Sorry, unfortunately, at the wrong time, because we do our misery index on well, it could be Tuesday, but we did it today. Anthony, Reggie, we'll get to all of you when we come back. If you want to follow them, 713-780-3776. We'll get through this break and get to you guys when we get back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
All right, welcome back. Let's get to the callers. Reggie, Anthony, I see you. We'll get to you, but let's get to Lazy J first. What's up, Lazy J?
Yo, Dale, what's up, my brother?
What's up?
You had 2 questions. First one, I called in the other day. You said you want to talk to me. What was LaRocca saying about the listening party?
He said you were being a bit of a baby. Those are his words.
Because y'all had like a minority count on how many free tickets y'all can get to minorities.
He said you aren't around, and when people call you out on things, you don't want to be around to answer to those call outs. He had some words for you. That's all.
Oh, he just got mad because I kicked him out of my quads on COD because I was carrying his ass every game.
Okay.
So, but no, I wanted to talk about some NFL, man. What you think about Miami? You think if they go 0-4, I see y'all losing to Buffalo this week. If y'all lose to the Jets, do y'all think that y'all blowing it up? I know everybody's talking about Tyreek Hill and maybe Jalen Waddle getting traded. But what do you think on the defense side of the ball? I mean, the Cowboys, I think they would be a good fit for maybe Minka Fitzpatrick at safety or maybe Bradley Chubb. What do you think? What's your thoughts on that? Love the show.
I think as far as the Dolphins, 0-3 is very likely. For whatever reason, they play Buffalo pretty well up there. I think 2 out of the last 3 games have come down to a final kick or something like that up in Buffalo. So it may be more competitive than we think, but they're likely going to go down. If they go to 0-4, they'll have 11 days, and even if they lose to Buffalo, it'll be set as line in the sand, final stand for the Dolphins, welcoming a not very good Jets team. You got to win that one, or people will go. That's how the narrative will be. Whether that is what Stephen Ross, the owner, is going to do, who knows? If he would fire a coach after 4 weeks, who knows? But as far as guys who may go, I haven't really thought about Minka because he just got there. But if they want to get off a salary and a team thinks Minka can help, if they can get a day 2 pick for Minka, I think that's certainly something to consider. Of course, Tyreek is the one that everyone thinks will go. He is probably the hardest guy to trade for his off-the-field stuff and, of course, the contract situation, which now the Dolphins, I think, have paid some bonus. It's a little less for a team to acquire him. But there's the balance of how much will it cost us to get him as far as assets? Are we willing to take on a guy who the NFL has said they're going to investigate as far as the latest in his I won't call it a dispute, but he is in divorce proceedings with soon-to-be ex-wife. She has accused him of things. The police haven't charged him with anything, but I believe the NFL has said they're going to investigate this. And generally with these investigations, if the party who is making the allegations complies with the NFL, they got something to go on. If she decides she does not want to talk to them, then there's not much to go on. The NFL would just have to go on what is in the court documents. So that is something for another team to consider when they think about acquiring Tyreek Hill. Maybe Bradley Chubb is a guy people want. That's a high salary guy, but I think he's had a couple sacks in his first 2 games coming back from an injury. So if you need a pass rusher, that may be someone who's available. And with their general manager, that's a guy who may get fired as well at the end of the season. So all these questions, because if you are you going to allow the general manager to make decisions on trading guys away when you're going to likely fire him if the season goes really out of hand? Do you want the guys who you don't want to be around to have the power to make decisions? I'm sure it's happened. I don't remember the last time a general manager got fired in the middle of the year. I know it's happened. I just can't remember time. So you get rid of a decision maker or you tell him, because he still has to make moves. Look, your season's going down the drain, but you still got to make roster moves, make decisions that way. So even if you fire the coach, you may still want the guy who is the GM to stay for the year. You just tell him, hey, you come to me. We're not trading him. We're not trading him. You want to pick up a free agent to bolster an offensive line because of a couple injuries? Go ahead. That's your job. But you're not making any major moves. So a lot of things up in the air. And hell, they beat the Jets. Maybe they think, hey, 1-3, Bengals banged up. The Texans could be 1-2 by the time that game begins. A lot of teams who were in playoff consideration. The Chiefs 0-2. You may think to yourself, despite how you started, that the league is a bit more open because of some questions around the league. So we're talking about days away, 2 weeks or so. But yeah, a lot of that stuff is a possibility, but it's also up in the air as far as what could happen there.
Yeah, and if you're Chris Greer, probably soon to be fired Dolphins GM if things don't turn around. Why am I trading these guys so the next GM gets all these draft picks?
Yeah, let
from
them
the
figure
Bradley
that out.
Chubb trade.
Yeah, let them figure that out. I ain't gonna do that. I'm not gonna go out trading these guys and we finish 2-15. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Let the other guy deal with the top 5 pick. I'm not gonna give that guy maybe the best pick in the draft and more assets. Screw that. Let that other guy handle that.
Yeah, so that's just part of the calculus as well. And yeah, I think before anyone gets traded, I'd be shocked if someone gets traded before Mike McDaniel gets fired. If they have a big fire sale, it's because they have such a bad record that they probably already fired their coach.
Well, so clearly 0-3 seems like an almost definitive thing. 1-3, you beat the Jets. Who knows what they do? Let's get to Reggie, and then we'll get to Anthony. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're good. How are you?
I'm good. First, a couple things I want to say. Last year when the Texans played the Dolphins, I saw on the field when Mike McDaniel was buddying up with the owner and D'Amico Ryan. So I look for him to have some part in the Texans organization sometime soon because of him being originally with the Texans and camaraderie that they had on that field. And right before the game, I thought he was trying to sell himself last year. And another quick thing I want to say, you mentioned Vanderbilt. A lot of people, you know that the guy Anderson Cooper is part of the Vanderbilt family, one of the richest families in America. A lot of people don't know that, but that's his mother's family, and he's part of that family as well. And I had a question about the fight. Have you guys got an estimated price on that ring that Bud Crawford had before I get to my Texans take?
I have not seen it, but while you ask your questions, or you do your text and stuff, I'll look it up and see if there's an actual total on that right now.
That was a gorgeous ring. I mean, all the belts was very impressive, but when that promoter put that ring on his finger, I'm like, man, that is an expensive piece of jewelry. So I'm like, golly.
I got the answer. According to reports, the estimated value is at over $100,000. 10 carats of stones set in yellow gold. Apparently, the belt is approximately $188,000, but the ring that you're focused on over $100,000.
Man, that was very impressive. So my thing with the Texans is they started out the first year of D'Amico Ryan's head coaching career as in 0-2. They ended up 10-7, and his favorite quote is "Iron sharpened iron," which is a direct quote from the Bible. Proverbs 27:17. In order to make iron sharpen iron, it's like with Philadelphia and with the Baltimore Ravens. Those guys are constantly putting players in the game. That game, the Texans was gassed, and it's been that way for a while for the Texans. I don't think they have the adequate people coming in and out of the game because they play their starters entirely too much, and by the time the starters come out the game, the other players don't have that awareness as quick as that to react to the game because you have to be playing a lot of minutes in order for the iron to sharpen the iron. And my prediction is that the Texans need to start playing a lot of their defensive players a lot more, their second-string players a lot more than what they're playing because those guys are getting gassed. And when you don't have anyone on offense that will open up the field for Nico Collins to get the ball, that's a problem. And the Texans has no tight end. I hate Jordan got hurt again. That was a key loss for them again this year to help that offensive move. But my question with you guys is that what do you see the Texans' final record being? Because I still got them going 11-6. I predict that they will go 11-6 despite the 2 losses. But I think that they'll get it together. And why don't they keep Scruggs at center, that's what they drafted him to be, and I hang up and listen.
Well, they have tried with Scruggs. We'll get through appreciate the call, Reggie. We'll get to Anthony here as well. They've tried with Scruggs. He was not someone that impressed them in the offseason. We talked about him. Well, the reporting was he was holding the bags for the guys who were the first and second stringers. He wasn't even a guy considered. Like, they had injuries to start the season, and they moved things around, and Scruggs wasn't part of the equation. Patterson got back in there. Hell, they're starting Jake Andrews, who is a guy who they pulled off the street last year. It just looks like Scruggs was a miss, which falls in line with a lot of Nick Casario's offensive line picks. He's just one of several. Hopefully Ursary, who's starting at left tackle, is a hit for them. They need one, and they need him to play pretty well. As far as snap distribution, the Texans.
And I think we touched on that yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about it.
I think part of the reason that they got walked down by Baker, part of it is Baker is that good. And I think another part of it is that they did look tired out there. I mean, we focused mainly on the linebackers that didn't get hardly any rotation. I think they both missed 3 or 4 snaps.
Yeah, Toto played 77. Al-Shaair played 77 of the 80 snaps total.
So they both missed 3 snaps, and it looked like it out there at that last drive.
Yeah, those 2 guys outside of Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, outside the DBs, they played
outside of the DBs, those 2 guys played the most snaps. They actually have a bit of a rotation going with their defensive end unit. Look, of course, Anderson and Hunter played the most snaps, 63 and 60. Hunter had 63, Anderson had 60. But
you just naturally have to keep those guys fresh.
They got Derek Barnett in the game. They had some Taylor moments in the game. Dylan Horton played, had the big penalty. Yeah. It was just your linebackers who looked gassed, didn't make plays late. From toe-to-toe on Baker when it was 4th and 10 to he and Al-Shaair at the goal line, those 2 guys didn't have much juice left, and it showed on those final sequences of plays where they couldn't get it done. Will Anderson and Anderson are going to get Hunter and Anderson are going to get the bulk of your snaps at defensive end, and you want that. You want your best players to play a lot. As far as sharpening iron, I think that's generally a practice thing. I hear that a lot in practice. Like, we're going to best on best, one-on-ones, and that's how we get the best out of our guys. As far as in-game, I don't know, particularly with the NFL, if you can fill a roster with guys where there isn't so much of a drop-off from first to second that you can give your second stringers 35 snaps or let's say 40% of the snaps and still be as effective defensively.
Yeah.
I won't say the Texans are built stars on scrubs. That's what the Rams got because of all their trading away of draft picks and their depth was lacking and they had stars at the top. I won't say it's to that extreme. EJ Speed has started in this league. He only played 4 snaps. Christian Harris.
Yeah, Speed and Harris. If we're just focusing in on the linebackers, I'm like, Speed and Harris should get, and I'm even just saying like 10 more snaps.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even have to be a full-on share.
And I would say some of that has to do with the fact that Al-Shaair and Toto aren't good enough to demand 77 snaps out of the 80. Exactly. I don't think they provide so much that the drop-off would be so big. Going to Speed
it's not Fred
and giving
Warner.
More snaps to Harris. Yeah.
It's not Roquan Smith. It's not Fred Warner. Like, these guys can be off the field. I mean, you're taking Anderson and
for almost
and Hunter
20 plays apiece.
Yeah.
You can do that.
And that's different. They're bigger guys, so you do have to give them.
You want them specifically for certain situations.
Give them some plays off. But it is something of like, these guys they're not that good to where it's like we can't live without these
Our
guys. Our
defense falls apart if Al-Shaair and Toto's not on the field.
Rashad White didn't seem to have any problems with those guys on the field.
No, Bucky Irving, same. Hell, Baker made plays breaking free from those guys. Okay, we'll get to Anthony here before we go to break. I said we get to everyone. Let's get to Anthony. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Hope your day's going good. So I feel like Bobby Slowick was a little Arterian trying to tell CJ last year, hey, I don't distrust you because you look like a woman. I distrust you because you're not as smart as you think you are. You allow the defensive line to run roughshod over you, which, is hence Joffrey. So now I think CJ and everybody's realizing, like, maybe Bobby Slowick wasn't so bad, which I try to say to all my friends, and then Lance tried to scream to everybody. I think CJ is a little bit too full of himself and thinks he's too smart, kind of like the RG3 syndrome that I call it. It's like you think you can do something, but you really can't, and you just need to be brought on slow. Like, not even Josh Allen came out having full control of the offense. It took Josh Allen about, 4 years to come the dude that he is now? Maybe 5? Like, it's a slow process. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, like, you can't just jump out into the water and start swimming left. Like, you got to learn how to tread water, freestyle, breaststroke, and then eventually you can actually swim where your parents don't have to worry about you dying. So I think that's what CJ's problem is. Like, shut up. You don't know everything. You're just a young player. Learn from the coaches, and then you'll get good. And then, again, like I said the other day, stop moping all the time. All right, guys, you have a good day.
Thanks, Anthony. Anthony appears to be strongly, I don't know if out completely is on CJ, but what he said, not because you look like a woman, a little disrespectful.
Down the hall, he originally said
he did have the brat hair, so there was a precedent set by Lance Erline.
NFL Network draft analyst said that.
Yeah, he's not ESPN 97.5's Lance Erline when he does stuff like that. Yes, and one of the guys he idolizes, not Lance, but CJ, Tom Brady. He wasn't a fully formed guy early in his career. Tom Brady became the maestro at the line of scrimmage as he continued to learn. Now, he won big early because of that defense and Bill Belichick, but as things kept moving along, Tom Brady became the guy who could assign protections, can do all that. Now, CJ wanted more responsibility. It turns out through 2 games, that responsibility hasn't led to more success. I saw Jeremy Branham highlight the throw that CJ made to Nico to start the game and said that's one of the reasons he still believes he's got it. The fact that, beyond what Jeremy said, the fact that we're at a point where people are saying, look, he made a couple throws here, and that means my faith isn't completely eroded, when initially, obviously after year 1, it was complete faith, speaks to how once you start to see your quarterback and some of the scars and some of the points that were made during the draft process, while he still went very high, there were questions about him. He wasn't the can't-miss guy that he appeared to be after year 1. Those questions are starting to form and solidify for people. It just leads to the questions, and you don't want to have to grade you don't want to have to grade the flashes. That's what you do when you say, look at that throw he made to Nico to start the game for a touchdown. That's a flash. You don't want to grade the flashes. Now, that throw's a great throw. You want to be able to say throughout the game, CJ good here, he's good here, he's good here, and then the flashes on top. When we start to judge the quarterback by what he can be because of his flashes, that means his base isn't good enough. And he's a young player. He needs to get better, hopefully. And I said this before the year began. I felt like this year was going to be about the Texans growing into what they can be as opposed to being a finished product early. I think they're more unfinished than even I thought they'd be, unfortunately, and that's why they're 0-2. And all of a sudden, is the season over? Is Reggie's prediction of 11-6 out the door if they lose on Sunday? Yeah, I think if they go 0-3, they're not going 11-6. But we're talking about a full offseason of all these changes, talking about how good they can be. If we go by recent history, the season is done if they go 0-3, as far as the expectations for what people thought they could be. Look, they can flip that. There's nothing that says guaranteed they go 0-3, then everything's out the window. History just says you go 0-3, you can pretty much pack it up.
Yeah.
We're already at that point.
They did it, I think, in 2018, but it's because they played like a horrendous schedule to like the middle 8 game, or no, they won 9 games in a row after that. And Bill O'Brien got mad because he was like, why aren't people more excited that we won 9 games in a row?
Because we know better.
Yeah. It's because
look what happened.
We are familiar with your game, Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. So already we're at maybe a breaking point of the season as far as conventional wisdom when it comes to what you can do if you start 1-2 versus 0-3.
I also think it's even less about being 0-3. It's more like if your season ends if Trevor Lawrence and the Jags end your season, all right,
it's bad luck.
you weren't doing anything anyway.
It's a bad look. So we're way over. So you know what, Sean will combine. Yeah. So Mike, we will get to you before we go. We heard Anthony talk about the Stroud versus I guess, Slowick thing, and I did mention some of the differences between Slowick and Kelly early. So last year under Bobby Slowick, I guess this is just over the course of his season compared to Kaylee through 2 games. Their play action rate, the Texans were middle of the league, 16th, 26.5% play action rate. This year, 4th lowest, 15.6. Once again, the caveat, only 2 games. Snap during snap motion, guys moving as the snap is taking place. The Texans' second lowest. They're very stagnant offensively. And last year, they were, once again, middle of the road. Bobby Slowick, leading into Texans history, just being middle of the road with things. As far as Nico Collins, the prime target, your best offensive player, his intermediate route rate this year, the lowest it's been in the last 3 years. He was upwards of 40-plus in the 2 Slowick years. Right now, Nico in the intermediate is under 30%. That could be due to the offensive line that they address, maybe not well. And also the game plan when you don't have a actual weapon other than Nico for teams to focus on. Like last year, there was established Tank. They knew who he was. And, of course, Stephon Diggs. The year before was a little different. We didn't know much about who the Texans were in their wide receiver core. Those guys, Tank and Nico, broke through in 2023. In 2025, when everyone knows who Nico is, things have changed offensively as far as how he is running his routes and the distribution of those routes. So right now, the numbers kind of back up what you're seeing. They're bad offensively, and it's one of the reasons why they're 0-2. Let's get the mic here before we wrap it up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. Hey, I think the defensive mindset that the Texans have right now is, I don't know. Azeez Al-Shaair has hands like frying pans. That drop interception was horrible. I mean, even you could have glued that to his gloves, and he somehow would have dropped that. Our linebackers are like subpar. They're they're just subpar. Danielle Hunter is on fraud alert. I think he's a fraud. There's not a lot going on over there. I don't know. Usually our linebackers are pretty good. Like, we have a decent linebacker core. It just doesn't look like it this year. We made Bucky look like he was, throwback Adrian Peterson. It was ridiculous. Anyways, what I was really calling about is who do I need to talk to at Gal Media to get you a third hour? Rich Eisen. You're making us listen to Rich Eisen now? His old crusty takes. The guy had Frank Caliendo on the other day. We're going back to 2011 now. Please get a third hour because I'm tired of Rich. He can stay on Tubi or wherever he was. Please get a third hour. Thanks. Love the show, Dell.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but I got no control over any of that.
Yeah, Dell, work for an extra hour.
No, I'm not working for an extra hour. I'm not working for an extra hour, Sean. I can't. I don't have control over that. I appreciate the kind words, Mike, but it has nothing to do with me why I'm going from 10 to 12. I just do what I'm told. I mean, sure, I seem like a rebel from 7 to 10, but when it comes to actual work, hey, you want to do 10 to 12? Okay, sure. And that's it. I'm not going down the hall. That generally doesn't work for people. I'm certainly not in a position where I can go down the hall and demand anything. I've seen what happens when people do that. They go, oh, okay, we tolerated you before. Now get out of here now that you're causing problems. I'm good 10 to 12, Mike. I appreciate the words, though. As far as Danielle Hunter, he did have a sack, right? He had a sack on Monday night. He put a nice move on one of those guys. Will Anderson leading. I think he finished second this week in pass rush win rate. He's still doing his job. But unfortunately, you're right about those linebackers. They are subpar at best, and they could not tackle.
Yeah.
It's not a good combo.
Next on the Rich Eisen show, Kurt Warner joins Rich.
But at least he played football as opposed to did impressions of Madden like Mike's got a problem with.
Hour 2, Jonathan Taylor. Hour 3, got Andrew Santino.
So another comedian, but also an ex-football player who's a Hall of Famer and a great running back. Mike, there you go. Come on. But before we go, I got to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Great place to go. I don't run what they do over there. I just know they do a great job. I can't demand anything from them. I can ask you guys to go there if you need a plumbing problem fix. Check out that drop-down service menu. They'll tell you what they do. Big jobs, small jobs, just know it's probably a job you can't handle. Don't make it worse. Get people who will fix it for you before you do real damage. Look, small problems can turn to big problems if you don't know what you're doing. Even a little leak can cause damage to your floors if you don't take care of it. So get it done at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Call them at 281-488-6238 or go to the website at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Get that free price quote. They don't charge you for finding out the problem. That sucks. You don't want to be charged for just figuring out what it is. aqueductplumbingcompany.com is the website. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Guess who?
ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And there is your dagger!
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Jordan Love, you are as ready as ever to win a Super Bowl.
You know, not just me, but the team we have. We've all been building this thing together.
Today's guest, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, Colts running back Jonathan Taylor, actor and comedian Andrew Santino. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, streaming live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere. We're thrilled to be on. Coast to coast terrestrial radio, ESPN radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Hey there to those listening on Sirius XM Channel 80 out there, to everyone. I don't know why I laid into the word 80, other than the fact that for the last 11 years, our numbers have been triple digits, deep in the 900s, so maybe I'm excited. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the on the program. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. How are you?
Rich, what's up, man? I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. DJ Mikey D, good to see you. How are you? Mike Feltifo, good to see you. TJ Jefferson, that's a lot of pink over there. I kind of dig the look. I'm not going to lie.
You know, on Wednesdays we wear pink, so...
No, but I mean...
what is that from?
Is this a...
Mean Girls.
I like the plaid... jacket.
Are you going hunting?
Yeah, going. Just are you going out later on today?
No, I just put this on 2 seconds before we started. This is just a fit with Brett.
Hunting wise, season 2,
the Hitman Hart shirt on. Like, let's do this.
Folks who are listening, you got to get to a television and see this thing. It's fantastic. I'm enjoying it. 3 guests. Kurt Warner is going to join us on the program in about 20 minutes' time. It's Warner Wednesdays. Very excited to be joined by Kurt. Jonathan Taylor, man, of the Indianapolis Colts, is going to be joining us in hour number 2.
Your son.
He's another one of those guys who he could play for me, and he's an adopted child for me. And the Cheeto Santino.
Let's go.
He's going to be here in studio hour number 3, Andrew Santino. He said the Bears were going to go 11-6 when he did the win-loss game back in May.
The Bears.
We'll check on his work.
Because I know some Bear fans ready to jump off the ledge right now.
Does it rhyme with Schmashed and Schmutcher?
he's one of them.
Okay, good to know. Maybe we'll get him zooming back in to vent. We're here for everybody.
We should do that.
We're here for everybody, whether they're a half a man or 2 of them. Together, they're 2.5. Okay, very good. We are guys. We are here in between weeks 2 and 3.
We're here and you're there.
We're here, you're there. I'm better than you. We're all sitting here between hours 1 and 2, and also days 3 and 4 of the NFL weeks 2 and 3. I'm going up and down the line here, and we've got backup quarterbacks everywhere.
So many backups.
Everywhere. As a matter of fact, what once upon a time was J.J. McCarthy hosting Joe Burrow is now Carson Wentz hosting Jake Browning. It's a backup quarterback versus backup quarterback. And Carson Wentz was added to the mix late in the summer for Minnesota. We've got Mac Jones potentially starting for a second week in a row. For San Francisco.
Mac Jones.
And then you also have Tyrod Taylor. Now I'm going to get this.
Oh, yeah. He back.
For the New York Jets. Justin Fields beaten up in week 2 by the Buffalo Bills. It's sort of an avatar for the entire Jets team with what the Buffalo Bills did to the Jets.
It's a backup palooza.
And Aaron Glenn, moments ago, shortly before we went on the air, had this to say about Justin Fields currently in the concussion protocol.
When it comes to injuries, one person that I can just say out right now would be Justin. he's still going through his protocol, right? So he'll be out.
So, well, that was a quick. Oh, by the way, our starting quarterback is definitely out for Week 3 against Tampa Bay, and it's Terod Taylor. So there's that.
Okay.
And by the way, all eyes on Dan Quinn today in Washington, D.C., to see if there's going to be such an announcement for Jaden Daniels, who finished that game on Thursday night. And everybody asked him after the game, "Are you okay?" He says, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then yada, 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 he's an MRI, and everybody starts reporting in the NFL media world he might not play this week against the Las Vegas Raiders, which means all of Tom Brady's scouting goes out the window. I'm facetious, everybody. As you can tell, I'm in a touch of a mood to start today's program.
But why?
So here we go. Backup quarterbacks galore. And by the way, I have I'm very surprised by this. And I guess I'm learning now that we're in the world of our friends in the Walt Disney Company and ESPN and all the manner of shows. I'm surprised that my take that the Bengals season is not over is potentially hot. I'm a little surprised by that, or at least it's been picked up in a way.
Season is not over.
It is not over.
Well, you're losing a top what? What do you put Burrow? 4, 3, and he's out for basically the season.
I understand.
And you got a backup who hasn't played a lot. Only 7 games.
Jake Browning started 7 games in the season the last time that Joe Burrow couldn't finish it. Okay.
2023.
Right. And the team finished 9-8, which unfortunately for the Bengals was good enough for last place in the division. Everybody else crushed it, including the Browns, who made the playoffs and got one and done with Joe Flacco, if you recall. And so everybody else made the playoffs. And so why would anybody be surprised if that team that went 9-8 and Browning finished 4-3 and they started 0-2 and were at 500 after 6 weeks? Why would anybody be surprised if Jake Browning goes one game over 500? That's 10-7 the rest of the way. 10-7 might make the playoffs. Season is not over. And Browning, has had similar stats to Joe Burrow. The difference is Burrow is an assassin when it comes to the playoffs. I don't know if Browning's got that in him. I guess the way that I'm laying it out with the Bengals and Jake Browning, I'm saying we're going to find out, because the defense through 2 weeks does appear to be somewhat improved, and that's still Chase, who got $160 in the game in which Burrow went out in the second quarter. And Higgins got his, and Chase Brown's going to get his, and it'll be a different offense in a way. Some of the numbers that I've read, because I'm a lead pipe wielding professional who studies, there's a lot more screen passes with Browning than Burrow, that there's a lot of that action that might be more into play. And Chase Brown appears to be a guy that you're going to have to chase down in those situations. If everybody stays healthy, and that's a big if, and Browning goes one game over 500 the rest of the way, that's 10-7. And maybe Burrow comes back. And what happens then?
Yeah, that was my next question.
He sits on the bench.
No, he does not, sir.
I mean, you got a guy who played all season and takes you to the playoffs.
Got it.
And you're like, see ya?
Pretty much.
The Giants didn't do that with Jeff Hostetler and Phil Simms.
I got it, but they still went to the Super Bowl.
And won it with the backup.
Yeah. And I know that happened, and speaking of Tom Brady, back in the day with the main quarterback having a 9-figure contract like the current one has.
I think the difference between that, Rich, is Hostetler and Simms' skill sets are closer than Burrow and his backups.
No, I understand what the analogies are, and I understand it. And there's a if is doing a very heavy lift in this conversation right now. I'm just saying the season's not over in Cincinnati. That the guy, when you look at what Jake Browning did in 2003, he had 23. He had 3 part of 2023. You have 3 300-yard games, 3 of them. The The weapons are there. Just protect them and let them go to work and see if I'm right. I'm happy to be, obviously right. But if I'm wrong, I'll just raise my hand and go on with my life.
I think, Coach, the wildest thing to me is you being surprised that, you got power in these streets. You're hot in these streets right now, Rich.
Okay.
Come on now, man.
I'm just, again, surprised that, again, in a league that more than any other team sports league, maybe anywhere on planet Earth, personifies the you never know, you can't make it up. After 2 weeks, a team's 2-0, and then a guy who went 4-3 in a 7-game stint as a backup might have to start, 12 games. And if he does have to start, let's just say the rest of the way, 15 games, and he goes 8-7 in those games, they're 10-7, which might be good enough to be a wild card start. That's all. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. And if Jake Browning does what I think he can potentially do,
then they trade Joe Burrow?
Next level.
That's Brockman's next overreaction Wednesday.
If I may get the control of the program back. If Jake Browning does what I think he can do, at the very top end, he might wind up on this list that is way too early. We love doing way too early lists. And I'm going to get this out of the way before Kurt Warner joins us, because if he knew I was doing this, he'd be saying, what is your malfunction?
He'd be so angry.
But through 2 weeks of the NFL season, top 5 MVP candidates.
Hey.
Oh, Rich. I like
through
that.
2 weeks of the NFL season, presented by a Hyundai hitter.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
All right, everybody. Top 5 MVP candidates through 2 weeks. And we'll see how it holds up. Okay?
We're not holding you to it.
We're putting a marker out there.
Come on.
We'll see how it holds up at the end of the season.
I can't wait for this.
This is great.
Number 5 on the list is my boy Baker.
Oh,
okay.
Baker Mayfield is on this list, man. 2-0. And the last and only other quarterback in the history of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to start the season with back-to-back games with fourth-quarter comeback wins is Doug Williams in 1980. And what Baker is doing by putting his arm out there and just slinging it around and making dart throws and then running and picking up first downs on fourth downs and must-win drives. Baker Mayfield is doing it, man. And he's leading, and he's a guy after Tom Brady who's leading, and he's winning divisions in a row and doing what he's doing now after 2 weeks. That's Baker Mayfield. Number 4 on the list of your 2-0 Green Bay Packers, our Tuesday guest Jordan Love is sitting right there. Ooh. By the end of the day, Jordan Love, if he takes the Packers to a 1 seed and he wins 13, 14 games, and he's continuing to, or 12 and 13 games, and he's doing what he's doing right now, winging it around, finding a bunch of different receivers. It was a Tucker Kraft game on Thursday night, right? You never know. It could be a Romeo Doubs game. It could be a Dontavian Wicks game.
Let's hope it's Matthew Golden's game.
It could be a Matthew Golden game, since obviously that was a fantasy thing, I believe you just said. Jordan Love's got the pieces, and he's got the defense to back it up. Who's now playing defense for the Green Bay Packers, Mike? You got that? Forget it. Are you paying attention? Who's playing defense for the Packers?
Macca.
Thank you very much.
I was looking at something.
Don't worry. There's no reason for you to be looking other than eyes front. I feel like a kindergarten teacher. Eyes front, Mike. I'm talking. You're working.
Here, Coach.
Number 3 on the list. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. In Brazil. He had a 300-yard, 3-touchdown game against the Kansas City Chiefs, and he had a big-time pickup on third down with his legs and a slide on camera to ice it. And then he goes to Las Vegas, and he beats the Raiders going deep for one. He's finding Keenan Allen for another, and he's got LaDD over the middle. The run game hasn't even started yet. And Justin Herbert is doing amazing things for the 2-0 Los Angeles Chargers. Could this finally be the MVP season for Justin Herbert? It's set up right now. You know who number 1 and 2 is. It's just the order of it. And once again, everybody just, I think, believes Lamar's got a better weapons around him. So I'm putting him 2 and Josh Allen 1. I think that's just the way it looks right now, again, because Allen is just, again. Now, I understand Lamar's had better stats and things of that nature, but this is a guy who's a leader of a team of who else? I know it sounds really, other than James Cook, that it's offensive to say that to the other guys. But when you compare Cook to Henry and you're comparing the other weapons that Lamar has around, it might wind up with Josh Allen 1. And if Lamar winds up 1 and this doesn't age well just after 2 weeks, easily my bad. But Lamar is just remarkable. He just keeps on doing things that nobody ascribed to him when he was working out at the Combine. So I'll do that here for the moment and think that maybe some of these voters for the Associated Press who somehow, some way split the baby last year and gave first-team All-Pro to one guy and then didn't name him the MVP might do it again. Or they might reverse it. They might reverse it. Hit it.
You have one more. I did not know this.
Thank you for giving that particular version to me. It's my boy Coop. You may know him by his full name, his birth name. You may know him by his nickname. But that nickname is changing. It's Danny Diamonds.
Wow.
He's one more. And the reason why I just didn't put him in top 5 is I didn't believe. I don't know. Right now, I'm still side-eyeing to see if that pumpkin shows up. Yeah, with the carriage wheel still on it.
Last year, the part of Daniel Jones was played by Derek Carr.
Okay, right after this, right. If we did this list last year, Derek Carr just came up with, I think, 90 points in the first 2 weeks.
So many points.
But what Daniel Jones is doing, we haven't seen since Peyton Manning in the aughts, which is start 2-0. And start winging it around and having no turnovers in the process. He has been spectacular. And the run game with him at the controls, Jonathan Taylor is, on a pace to potentially win the rushing title this year. Mm-hmm. So it's all working. And everybody's catching footballs. And Tyler Warren is on the verge of maybe leading the league in yards for a tight end at this point in time. So that's my top 5 MVP candidates through 2 weeks, presented by Hyundai. And I'm glad I got it out of the way before Kurt joined us, because, again, Kurt would be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Such a thing.
He's doing it.
Is he already zoomed?
He's laughing right now.
Bring him on. Pop him on. Kurt, you're joining us next, but I just did that.
Yeah, but I was listening. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing.
Thank you.
What are we doing?
See, I know my guy. All right, I know my guy. What are we doing? When Kurt Warner says, what are we doing? You know you're not doing something right. Yeah. Okay, very good. Or you are doing it exactly the way you should be, and he's just, you're sticking the mud. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, that might be a little aggressive.
I understand my role. I understand your role. I'm fully into this.
We're role-playing here on the Rich Eisen Show. We'll take a break, and Kurt's back in his role of being the lead adult of the Rich Eisen Show in a moment.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hey,
Houston, it's Giovanni Marquez, your undefeated boxer. When I'm not training for my big fight on September 20th, I'm at Taquerias Arandas, fueling up with authentic Mexican flavor. Think sizzling fajitas, tacos packed with bold taste, and chilaquiles that hit like a knockout. Fast service, big portions, and margaritas that bring the heat. Visit Taquerias Arandas across Texas or order at taqueriasarandas.com. Representing Houston in and out of the ring. Come hungry, leave happy.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now? At Pipefitters Local 211, our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That's our philosophy at GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. Fat ones, skinny ones, curvy ones, fast ones, slow ones, round ones, and square ones. Yes, square body Chevys. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now, put yours in, and get a quote. We'd love to buy it. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear. Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel, why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Wednesday nights at 7 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
up.
Okay, back here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. My Hall of Fame friend and also my compadre from NFL Game Day Morning every single Sunday on NFL Network at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, Kurt, later on in this program, we're going to have a segment about 1-1 teams and which team are they, the Week 1 version or the Week 2 version. And we're definitely going to be talking about the Steelers. What did we see out of the Steelers offense this week that you noticed on film that stood out and maybe concerned you, or just said, you know what, Week 1 is going to be the guy that we see out of Aaron Rodgers most of the year?
I actually said it after Week 1 too. Aaron obviously made some great throws, and a lot of those throws, those 4 touchdowns in the first week, were really scheme oriented. It was all basically naked bootleg, so getting out in space, which I think Aaron still feels really comfortable out in space, but he doesn't look real comfortable inside the pocket. And that was the same the first week as what we saw this past week. And so with the other issues that they have as a football team, I think what we saw this last week is more who the Steelers are right now than, what we saw the first week and their ability to come back. But I mean, I think the other indication is the Jets, right? What the Jets did Week 1, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, it's a different team. Look at what they're doing. And then we saw what they did Week 2 against the Bills. And so I think all that is a representative of who the Steelers are right now and who Aaron Rodgers, I think, is as a quarterback. I still just don't think after the injury that he's gotten fully comfortable playing the game inside the pocket, letting things develop, as he did earlier in his career. And so I'm a little concerned about the Steelers.
You are.
Yes.
So what can be done based on what you saw other than just, getting more of a fountain of youth? If it is on Rodgers, is it on a scheme? I mean, obviously it's usually a combination of things.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think there's things Aaron Rodgers can still do at a high level. And when I thought this team was going to be good, I thought it was going to be based off of playing good defense, running the football, or having a scheme that, started with running the football, and then the play action game for Aaron Rodgers, which is where I think he's really good at this stage in his career and what we saw in Week 1. But right now, they're not playing any defense and they're not running the football. And so now it all falls to Aaron Rodgers and the guys on the outside. And that's the other thing is, DK is there, but I don't know if they have a lot of difference makers in terms of guys that scare you on the outside, that if you are going to play the drop back game, they spread us out. What are we going to do? How are we going to match up? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, they got a couple good tight ends, but again, those aren't guys that are going to change the complexion of the game on one catch. And so I think, they were built to play that way, defense and run the football and play action game. And they just haven't been great in those other areas the first 2 weeks. And so it's falling more on Aaron to have to play a different way than I think they want to.
And the other quarterback in the game, if I may, and Sam Darnold, what did you see out of him and the Seahawks offense in Week 2 that you can hang your hat on or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a good team. I don't think they're a great team. I think they're a team that's going to be built on, kind of what the Steelers want to do, playing good defense and running the football, and then Sam Darnold and the pieces on the outside being more of a complementary piece. I don't think they've been explosive in either game. They got that, that gift handed to them on the, special teams, the kickoff for a touchdown, and got a couple other breaks. But I don't think they're great offensively, but I think they're good enough defensively that with running the football and Sam and, a few of their weapons on the outside, that they're going to be in a lot of football games and have an opportunity to win a lot of them.
Kurt Warner here, my Hall of Fame friend, on his Warner Wednesday spot here on the Rich Eisen Show. So, Tua Tagovailoa, I guess, raised an eyebrow or two, unless it's not worthy of it, by saying something at his press conference podium after falling to 0-2, losing to the Patriots. And there were a couple moments where Tyreek Hill got 100 yards receiving in the game. Tua airmailed him. And that was brought up to Tua and Tyreek's reaction in the game. And this is what he had to say.
Having some talks with Reek and whatnot, that if I do, just don't think that I'm going to throw it 80 yards. Like, as you're running, just do your best to track it because you could potentially stop. That's what ended up happening on that play for Reek. And then with him and Waddle with those deeper outbreaking routes, just trying to help them get open while maneuvering, the corner in the flat.
What'd you make of these comments, Kurt?
Well, the one is obviously off of the long ball that he threw that was kind of more of a punt that he threw it late and Tyreek had to, come back and try to make a play on it. Of course, yeah. Try to stop and make a play on it if I underthrow you. But, that's one that if Tua's going to make that throw, you got to get it out there and give him a better chance. And the other comment that he was talking about is, doing some things to maneuver the corner to get the corner routes open and stuff. I just think sometimes Tua does too much of that. Instead of just allowing the defense to dictate where to throw it, he's trying to turn his body and manipulate the defense. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of good quarterbacks manipulate manipulate the defense, to try to make a throw. But sometimes you can do it too much. And sometimes you just have to come back and play. And you've got a corner and a flat, just read the corner. If he drops deep, just throw the flat. If he comes up, throw the corner. But don't try to get him to throw the, to jump the flat every time. And so you can throw the corner. And then if it's not open, then your footwork is all off. And so I think there's a lot of issues. I did a breakdown on my YouTube page, like 50 minutes long on this past game. And I think there's a lot of issues going on. I think there's scheme. There's some of it that's Tua and his footwork and his timing and some of the stuff that we're talking about here. There were details, I believe, on the outside by receivers or how they're teaching it that cost them. I just think there's a whole bunch of issues with this football team right now. It's not just one area. But I've said for a long time that I think it can be a hard offense. What Tua does plays perfectly into what Mike McDaniels wants to do offensively. But when, that doesn't work, when their number one guy isn't schemed open, there's some hard things sometimes in this offense for the quarterback to work through. And so I just think there's a lot of things that they have to get better at. I think what we know is, Tua's got to play on time and in the pocket. And, that's not, it doesn't mean he can't play in this league. It doesn't mean he can't be a great quarterback. It just means the scheme and the guys around him have to help him more than maybe they have to help a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson or a Patrick Mahomes who can overcome some of that stuff. I said it in my breakdown. I was very much like Tua. I wasn't going to be able to create and make plays happen out of nowhere. I needed a scheme and players around me to do what they were supposed to do so I could see it, make decisions, and get the ball out of my hands. And so you just have to have schemes that fit who your quarterback is. We've seen Tua play at an extremely high level, but I just think there's a lot of issues within this scheme and with what Tua is doing right now that's being accentuated because they're stacking on top of each other.
Yeah, and then a Thursday night trip to Buffalo might not be what the doctor ordered at all. Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. Again, QB Confidential is what Kurt is referring to on his YouTube channel. Check it all out here on the Rich Eisen Show. A few minutes left with my friend, Kurt Warner. What is working so well for Daniel Jones and the Colts, Kurt?
Yeah, well, I really felt like what Shane Steichen likes to do, a lot of RPOs, a lot of movement of the quarterback, kind of the pure progression read type stuff. I thought it really fit Daniel Jones well. He's a mobile quarterback. He does a nice job with the RPOs and reading that stuff. But he's just playing really good football right now. He looks very comfortable in their system. Their team is a good team. They're solid across the board. Good offensive line. Saw Jonathan Taylor run for 160 yards in the game. They got a good solid defense that, can turn teams over and they don't give up a lot of points in big plays. And then again, Daniel fits their system very, very well. It's not a lot of spread out, drop back, have to read the whole field. They designed it around, trying to make the game easier for their quarterback. And as long as they stay on schedule, which, you alluded to it, they stayed on schedule. They've stayed, ahead of the chains and they're scoring every time they touch the football. They're finding a way to put points on the board because they're doing that. And so all of that stuff plays perfectly into who I believe Daniel Jones is as a quarterback. And so I just think right now it's a perfect fit with how this team is playing and what the skill set is of Daniel Jones.
Can it roll on? I mean, Tennessee is next up, and it's his first away from Indianapolis. And Tennessee, as we saw against Bo Nix and Stafford this past week, Tennessee's defense is no joke, man. I mean, Snead's in the back end, and Simmons is up front, and with some other players around. What do you think this week?
Yeah, I mean, they're a competitive football team. And, I think the real test for the Colts is going to be when they fall behind and have to show that they can play catch-up football. If they don't have to do that, and I don't think Tennessee is explosive enough offensively, or at least we haven't seen it, where they're going to jump out to a 2-touchdown lead and force the Colts to play a different brand of football. And so as long as they play this brand of football, I think it can continue to roll. But that's going to be the true test, is when they fall behind, the team's able to jump out on them early, and you force them away from what they really want to do. And that's going to give us a true indication of where Daniel Jones is in this offense, who he is as a quarterback at this stage. Is he the same guy that maybe we saw in New York, or has he grown? Is he different, with that change? And so that's going to be the true test. And I don't see Tennessee being able to do that. And so I do believe that the train can roll on for Indianapolis.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. Listen, we've got backups everywhere. Tyrod Taylor is going to start for the Jets against Tampa. And it could be Marcus Mariota for the Commanders against the Raiders, potentially, if Jaden Daniels is out. Mac Jones already has one start in, and now the Bengals are going to have to play maybe the rest of the season without Joe Burrow. It's Jake Browning's center stage act, and his first is against Carson Wentz, a backup for Minnesota. So how well do you think Browning can perform here? We saw 7 games from him 2 years ago. What do you think, Kurt?
Well, I mean, I think Jake is a solid backup quarterback in the league. And by that, I mean, he can come in and he can win some games for you, and he's going to make some throws. We've seen that. I think the problem here is that, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that he's not Joe Burrow. And, the way the Bengals have been built is on Joe Burrow's right arm, winning games for them, making throw after throw after throw for them. And I'm not sure that's who Jake Browning is as a quarterback in the National Football League. I mean, we saw it last week. He threw 3 interceptions trying to make those kinds of throws and being asked to make a lot of throws down the field. He made some throws and obviously brought him back and won the game for him. And he can definitely do that. But I think it's going to lead to more mistakes for him than it would have been mistakes for Joe Burrow. And that, to me, is what Cincinnati is going to have to figure out, is what style of play can we have with Jake Browning as our quarterback? Are we built that way? Can we have success playing any other way? Because I think most of us feel like they haven't been able to have success other than throwing it all over the yard with Joe Burrow. And so if that's the style that they have to play, I'm concerned about this football team, even though they've started 2-0, being able to be one of the better teams in the AFC. I think they're going to have to adjust their model a little bit. And I'm just not sure that they're built to, play better defense and run the football. And I think it may have to go through the passing game and the guys on the outside. And, and I think that's a tough task for anybody. So don't get me wrong. I'm not, picking on Jake. There's only a handful of guys in this league that you can say, hey, you got to carry us every week with your right arm, and they can do it. And most of the guys that, are in the backup role right now are guys that you're not going to ask to do that. So that's the interesting thing to me, is are they going to try to play the same style, or is there some way, shape, or form that they can adjust it a little bit so there's not that much pressure on Jake every week?
Has Harbaugh unlocked Justin Herbert? I mean, we saw in Brazil, you and I, and then we saw on Monday night, and so they've won in 2 hemispheres now, and on 2 different days of the week. Friday and a Monday. So what do you think? Has Jim done it with Herbert?
Yeah, I mean, you say unlocked. It's it's an interesting question. Is that what they do offensively is more deliberate. When they get into their passing game, it's a lot of the play actions. It's a lot of what I would call simpler reads where you're not asking, 5 guys to go out and the quarterback to have to see things quickly and decipher and get the ball out of their hands. And not that Justin can't do that, but I just don't think that's his greatest strength. What they're doing is more drop back, let things develop, use the big arm, 2 or 3 options, find the throw for those 2 or 3 options. And so, again, I don't want to say unlocked because Justin's been really, really good, but I do think they're playing to what Justin does best and allowing him to take a little bit more time processing and seeing it and then using that big arm more to push the envelope down the field. I think this style is perfect for who Justin Herbert is. And so if that's what you mean by unlocked, then the answer is yes. But I think it's just a perfect fit with what they're doing and how Justin sees and plays the game. And it's bearing out, obviously, what he did last year, not turning the ball over, making a lot of big plays. And we've seen that through 2 weeks this year as well. A lot of the same concepts you're going to see over and over again. The touchdown to Quentin this past weekend was a play that we saw 2 or 3 times in our game. In our game, it happened to go to the crosser and not the deep one. But they will run those same plays over and over again. And Justin's comfortable with it, and they're very good at it. And that, to me, is what's taken him, to another level just in terms of his efficiency playing the quarterback position.
And only 2 playoff teams from last year have started 0-2, Texans, Chiefs. Which one are you more concerned about, Kurt?
Texans. And I don't know why I say that, because maybe, the team around their quarterback maybe has played a little bit better. But to me, it's, C.J. Stroud just doesn't look like the rookie C.J. Stroud. I mean, and that's amazing for us to say, right? We're looking for this guy that's in his 3rd year to look like he did as a rookie, but he doesn't look like that. He looks uncomfortable. He doesn't look confident when pressure is on him. He's not seeing things. He's not making throws that, he could make in his sleep. And so I don't know what's wrong there. I don't know what's happening with him offensively, and specifically around their quarterback. Was it because of the issues the offensive line last year, and that's just carried over, and now he's not the same confident guy? I mean, how I talked about him when he was a rookie. I mean, I thought he moved into that top 5 conversation with the way that he saw the field and the way that his technique, his eyes and feet worked together, and he was so solid, all these things. And I don't see any of that now. I mean, the way that they didn't handle pressure against Tampa Bay on Monday night just leaves me so worried about, Todd Bowles in critical situations is going to blitz. How do you not have an answer? How do you find yourself holding the football and taking sacks in those situations when everybody knows that's what's going to happen? And so those are the things that really concern me. Whereas the Chiefs, I've got some concerns. I've got some concerns about them offensively, but they still got 15. And he's the guy that I'm not concerned about, that he's going to find ways to win football games for that team, even when the other pieces aren't right. So I'm not as worried about them right now.
Last one for you, Kurt. I think I'm going to ask this of you every week. I asked you last week. You said Daniel Jones had the best game that you saw on film of every quarterback in week 1. The week 2 winner of such a, we'll call it a weekly award. The best quarterback you saw on film in week 2 is?
That's a good question. I could put Daniel Jones up there again.
Wow.
A couple of the guys that I like, though. I like what Jordan Love did, and I like what Matthew Stafford did. I thought Matthew Stafford played a really good game this past weekend. I mean, he's one of those guys that's just really, really fun to watch. And now with Devontae and Puka, I really like what they're going to be as a team. I was concerned about his back issues. Doesn't seem to be a problem, but I thought Staff played really, really well this past weekend. I may give him the nod in week number 2.
Okay. And I'm sure Rams at Eagles will be something you and I will be chopping up on game day morning quite a bit coming Sunday. Everybody check out the QB Confidential page channel on YouTube for Kurt Warner. It's a must see. Thanks again, Kurt. You're the man. We'll chat over the weekend. See you soon.
All right, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kurt Warner, everybody. Kurt and I will be calling Jets Broncos. Could be Bo Nix, Tyrod Taylor. Who knows? That'll be in London in a couple of weeks, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's take a break. Back with a little bit more of what Kurt had to say. Jonathan Taylor's right around the corner here on the Rich Eisen Show. So are my power rankings, everybody.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm a plumber and needed to get work in the door.
So business was going down the drain?
Yeah, I went to Staples. They printed yard signs, business cards, even flyers to leave at supply stores.
But at what cost, man?
Well, I saved $125 on my order, and now I'm booked solid. Boom!
Back at ya. For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Here on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. If you're a renter, make sure you're protected. Renter's insurance includes options that cover stolen property, personal injury, and living expenses if your place is damaged. Quote Renter's Insurance at Progressive.com. Lots of conversation about whether quarterbacks who aren't playing this weekend, kind of a blessing in disguise, right? If Justin Fields is having trouble reading protections or anything like that, in some way, shape, or form, it didn't appear to be the case in week one. I mean, week one, you got to hang your hat on that if you're a Jet fan.
He was awesome.
He was terrific against the Steelers. I mean, Mike Tomlin's like, we got to stop the run. That's what he said when they're leaving, talking about what they need to do defensively better. Very rarely does a team who plays the Jets feel that way. For instance, the Bills aren't talking that way this week. No. And the Bills came in and just wrecked the MetLife buffet completely. And Fields is out. And you got to sit here and think maybe Tyrod Taylor against the Buccaneers, not that terrible of a situation, you know, because they're coming and Tyrod Taylor's got a lot more experience and try to read it. And we'll see how it works out. And everyone's thinking maybe Carson Wentz could be somewhat better.
Yeah.
You know, than what that J.J. McCarthy already needs a breather, which isn't a great thing if you're thinking that this is the quarterback of the future and he needs to play. You know how I feel about Jake Browning. We saw about Mac Jones.
Yep.
Win.
Look good.
And I think the Bengals can go to 3-0 this week, potentially. Now, if Jaden Daniels doesn't play for the Washington Commanders, with all due respect to Marcus Mariota, we'll see. I mean, crazier things have happened in this league. Beating the Raiders in an early window game on a short week in front of your home folks, that's entirely doable. But the long run, kind of want your unicorn in there.
Yeah.
And we've been waiting. As I said, we led the show with Aaron Glenn talking about, by the way he said it very buried the lead.
Speaking of injuries.
One thing I can tell you is our starting quarterback is out. And I'm like, maybe we're going to hear that from Dan Quinn whenever he speaks later today. Everybody waiting with bated breath about an update on Jaden Daniels, and here it is.
What is the plan for Jaden today and then the rest of the week?
Sure. So Jaden had a good rehab session today. He also threw out on the field. He won't practice today. And then as we get into Friday, I'll give you an assessment of where we're at after we go through practice on Friday.
Practice on Friday. So a DNP today, a DNP on Thursday. Dan Quinn said we're going to be smart, not just fast.
It seems like he's not playing.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me. And so we'll see. Marcus Mariota versus Geno Smith in
revenge game.
Right.
Mariota. I'd feel better about that game if I was a Raider fan, if I saw a little bit more out of Geno on Monday night. He was not good.
Guess what? I think we might be talking about teams that face the Chargers in the same way we've spoken about teams that face Green Bay for the first 2 weeks.
Oh, and the Lions in years past, yeah.
The Chargers are no joke, man. They are physical. How about the news that Khalil Mack, who dislocates his elbow to the point where you're thinking that is the ugliest thing I've ever seen, and all he does is matter-of-factly walk into the blue tent and just stand there the rest of the game like rooting his team on as if his elbow was just in a sling because, you know, it feels better for him. And my colleagues at the NFL Network are all reporting it's not season-ending. Okay.
Arms are not supposed to bend that way.
Dude, this guy, again, it's a personification of what we've seen from the Chargers through 2 weeks. So I think that's the way we're going to see it. And maybe we'll see more Ashton Genty. I think we'll see it. Hopefully he can pass pro a little bit better to stay on the field. Pete said he wants to
get him 20 carries.
We'll see. But if your quarterback's not practicing Wednesday or Thursday, that's a tall order. It doesn't feel very good.
Wednesday I get, but like no Thursday. And
we'll see Friday.
At most he's going to be limited on Friday, so that's not a good sign. He ain't playing.
Yeah, and then you're going to throw him out there and say, just avoid the condor if you can.
Yeah, that guy over there.
That ain't it.
Don't get hit by that guy.
It's not.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
You know what's built to handle whatever you throw at it? It's the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with four-wheel drive and a Turbo Max engine. It does what the job demands. Lance Zierlein here. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get this truck with 0% APR financing plus thousands more in dealer savings. It's pretty incredible. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Your next GMC truck is there where professionals get professional trucks. Check them out online or just head on out to Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey, Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries, because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
And there is your dagger!
From The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Jordan Love, you are as ready as ever to win a Super Bowl.
You know, not just me, but the team we have. We've all been building this thing together.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Coming up, Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. Actor and comedian Andrew Santino. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Kurt Warner just joined us. The comedian Andrew Santino will be in studio in hour number 3 of this program. But joining us here is one of my favorites to play in the National Football League. You guys know how I talk about him when he's not listening to my introduction. So this is true. Mike, do you know where Salem, New Jersey is?
Yes, of course.
Where is it?
South.
It is indeed. It's south of Philadelphia.
Yes.
On the banks of the Delaware River.
Yes.
Wow. The pride of Salem, New Jersey, by way of Wisconsin football, now dominating in year 6 of his professional playing career. Joining us from the Indianapolis Colts, Jonathan Taylor. Good to see you, sir.
All right.
How are you?
How are you, Rich?
I'm doing fine. Was that correct, right? At the banks of the Delaware River, Salem, New Jersey?
You are right.
Okay.
We are exit 1. You can't go anywhere.
Exit 1.
We're talking Delaware Water Gap. Is that what we're talking about, Jonathan? Exit 1 of the Turnpike?
Exit 1.
Oh, my goodness. I was exit 13, Staten Island, New York. Just 12.
Wow.
You and I are 12 exits apart, and then in terms of Turnpike, and then in terms of athletic ability, just much larger than that. But good to see you, Jonathan. Good to see you. 2-0 for the first time since I think you were in the 5th grade, the Indianapolis Colts are. You were 10 years old the last time that happened. What's it like to walk around this building 2-0 for the first time, Jonathan?
It's definitely a great feeling to get off to a fast start. I mean, everybody wants to get off to a fast start, but then that's where the challenge comes in. You know, how can you sustain that? How can you continue to get better each and every single week? But that's something that we look forward to. That's something that we're looking forward to attacking each and every single day that we go out there.
Now, I'm sure you were having that approach when you weren't 2-0. But the fact that you are 2-0, I mean, wearing that in practice, feeling, and listen, and you aren't hanging any banners, but it must add some sort of a confidence level to the team, right, Jonathan? No?
It definitely does when you know that the work that you've put in individually in the offseason and then coming together throughout training camp to put together a good product on the field, that what you've been doing has been paying off. And what you guys are creating is something special. But the great teams, the elite teams, they continue to do it week in and week out.
Right. And obviously, you want to prove that the 2-0 isn't fugazi, for the lack of a better phrase. What is it like having Daniel Jones running this offense right now, Jonathan?
I think he's very smart, especially just coming in, learning the system, but then being able to apply it quickly on the field at a high level. And you know, sometimes you see quarterbacks come into new systems, and of course it takes a little bit to kind of get everything going, knowing the checks, knowing how to operate and use that system. But I think he's got a really good grasp on the system early, and you've been able to see him execute that on the field, which has been really nice.
Can you give me an example of that?
Definitely, especially looking at some of our previous games, if you have a certain check, someone's bringing blitz zero, being able to get us out of our call into our correct blitz zero check. I mean, some of those things, you got to be able to have those tools in order to be successful, because a lot of defenses will throw a lot of different things at offenses, especially when they're rolling. So you have to be prepared for those things.
What about checking into a play that's benefited you? Is there one in particular you've had?
I mean, we've had multiple runs so far that he's checked into that have gone for positive gains. And then after we get into the check, then it's on us. You know, it's on us as, offensive line and running backs, the receivers, in order to go out and execute that play.
What's it like to hear a play checked into you? What's going through your skull when you hear that? Like, okay, like what are we talking about?
Well, definitely, we're checking to it because we feel as though we have an advantageous look. So At the end of the day, you know that it should be a beneficial play. It should be a positive play, but then you just want to make sure, what are my alignments? What are my assignments? What are my keys on this play in order to make sure it's a successful play?
Come on now. You're being modest. Do you sit there and go, I'm gonna shred this thing right now?
Well, you're always looking to score. You always want to score. You always want to score, but you just have to calm down sometimes and just make sure, hey, what are all of my keys? What are all of my reads on this play? Because, you get too happy, you get too excited, and then you start losing the little details.
How are you better now than you were your first year, Jonathan? Walk me through that.
I'm definitely being more patient and efficient. Like I mentioned, there are a lot of times where you get plays checked to you. There are a lot of times where you see a look, and we don't have to check to it. We get the look that we want, and you kind of, in your mind, you're smiling ear to ear, and then that's when you kind of lose the details because you just think, oh, this play is going to score. I'm going to score a touchdown, but that's not how it's designed. It's designed for you to score a touchdown if you remember all of your keys and all of your reads on the play. So just like everybody wants the ball, but when it's time to get the ball, can you hone in and focus on the details? Because there's another person across from you trying to stop you. So what's going to help you is your training and all of the practice that you put in throughout the week. So definitely being more patient and understanding that, hey, let me just hone in on all the little details in order to make sure this is an efficient play. And then if you get to that point in the play where now it's time for your athleticism and things like that to take over, go and make a play.
Do you wear a chip on your shoulder that you weren't drafted in the first round?
Of course. You always feel as though you think you put together a great body of work in college. And obviously we know at that time how they viewed running backs, and they felt as though across the league that you may not need an elite running back to kind of project the team into the positive direction. But you just think you put together a good body of work. So you just want to not only prove people wrong, but you want to prove the team that did right.
Well, I was sitting there on the draft when I heard your name called in the second round by the Colts, and I thought to myself two things. One, the Colts got themselves a winner, and they were lucky to get him in the second round. The other one was like, oh, thank God he's out of the Big Ten. That's what I thought. But, that's just my own personal issues with watching.
I got a lot of that. A lot of people are happy I'm out of the Big Ten.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess kind of the reason why I'm bringing all this up is just to be current. We saw Ashton Genty on Monday Night Football and taken off the field on third down, not part of 2-minute drills. The conversation in Vegas is, you drafted him so high, why is he not getting some touches already in week number 2? And I'm wondering how that would land, not to turn you into an analyst, but you obviously have a body of work here now in year 6. What would you say about the difficulty of going from, big man on campus, Heisman Trophy type guy to the NFL? Jonathan.
It's definitely a transition. I mean, you talk about, obviously playing in a big conference, a tough conference, but now you're playing with the best among the best. And being able to not only transition to that type of physical transition, it's a mental aspect as well. Now you're going against elite defenses with elite players. So schemes change as well as offenses. Now you're learning more intricate details with offenses in order to handle these different defenses. So it's a lot to be thrown at a person, especially when you transition from being the guy to now trying to work your way into being a guy for your new current team. And it's going to take reps. It's only week 2. It's going to take reps, and eventually, it'll come and it'll click as you continue to study, as you continue to get those reps on the field. But it's definitely a transition, but you have to be mentally disciplined in order to kind of fight that learning curve.
And then just to cycle back to how we started this conversation about having a chip, about not being drafted in the first round, Jonathan Taylor, you said back then there was a way that running backs were viewed in the NFL, that you don't really need an elite back in order to win. Do you feel it's now different? Do you feel you are part of a cadre of running backs that have changed the way the position is viewed in the NFL?
I do feel as though that we've been able to continue to push that narrative out of the window, not only myself, but other elite guys, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, McCaffrey, guys who have been able to push that narrative out of the window and still put together great bodies of work. But then there's still another younger generation who's going to take it to an even, higher level. Guys like Bijan, guys like Jahmyr Gibbs. So I think that there's still work to be done, but it's all going to be based on how we play on the field and how we go and show the world what the position that a running back can do and how that can put your team in a great position.
Well, I mean, speaking of Big Ten guys coming to the team and balling out, Tyler Warren's had 155 receiving yards in his first 2 career games, which breaks the Colts franchise record set by T.Y. Hilton back in his rookie season, more than Marvin Harrison as well. What are you seeing out of him, Jonathan?
I tell a lot of people this. Like I mentioned, it's just a learning curve when you get into the NFL. And they'll expect rookies to kind of, have a mistake here or there, a mental error, scheme things, schematic things. But what I noticed during training camp was he had very, very few of those. And I think that's the biggest thing is getting the mental aspect. So for him to already be ahead of that learning curve, now he's just has to continue to get better and better and better. And not so much as worry, what do I have to do? What is my assignment? And I think that's huge. And I think that, just coming in and being, pro ready like he was, he'll continue to get better. But I think he's been awesome so far. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he continues to grow.
And Daniel Jones appears to be looking for him too, right? I mean, it just seems to be clicking, man, for a guy that in Jones who comes in, and obviously we know about the quarterback competition and how it played out and what was going on. And to go 2-0 and how this offense has performed with the defense balling out as well. I'm just wondering what leadership Daniel Jones is bringing to the table that might be followed right now, Jonathan.
And definitely one thing with Daniel, he's been around for a minute, so having that in the room, like I mentioned, probably also played into him coming in and being able to grasp the playbook and the scheme very quickly. But him being able to go out there and lead a team, I mean, he's had years where he's led a team into the playoffs, so being able to have a person at the helm that has been there, that's done that. I mean, it just reminds me back when, we had Phillip Rivers, and I get flashbacks because I see the number and I'm like, I get flashbacks. Not to say that he's, at that stage in his career that old, but at the end of the day, he's been there, he's done that, he's been around. So being able to kind of, take the helm inside of the huddle and then us around him, being able to help him, being in our correct spots, making those plays that we need to make. And I think that if we continue to grow and build this chemistry, that will be pretty tough to stop.
In a few minutes I have left with you, the ownership, as we all know, Jim Irsay, who I adored, passed away, and what an emotional week one it was to see his name go in that ring. I wasn't there. I can only imagine what it was like. And, Carly Irsay Gordon is on the sideline with a headset taking notes. Have you gone up to her after you've scored and just said to her, hey, mark that one down and, put a plus next to it, put a star next to it. Can we keep running this thing? Have you said something like that to her?
I would hope after a touchdown play she'd put a plus down, but I think it shows her character. I think it shows her commitment to, hey, I'm going to know everything inside and out of this building. And it's the type of dedication that her father had, that Mr. Irsay had. And I just think it's beautiful to see the transition has been so seamless, and that they've been preparing for this, to kind of being able to take the helm. And it's interesting to see that she's so committed, but not only committed, but she's so fascinated with actually learning as much as she can about the game of football. Of course, she already knew a bunch about the game, but she wants to know everything in and out with the scheme. So I think when you have an owner on that level, I mean, it just shows the level of dedication and commitment with the Irsay family.
Do you know if anything is done with this information other than to make a transition more seamless and more of an understanding of what's going on? Does she have a conversation with anybody else about this information, best you can tell, Jonathan?
I was going to say, I don't know all of the conversations that she has. Those are high-level conversations.
Understood.
Those are above me. But whatever it is, I do know that they're doing everything in their power to make sure this organization is going in the right direction and continuing her father's and the Irsay family's legacy.
All right, so then let's finish this interview with things you can control. Two things. First of all, your game. Are you aware of how many 200 or more scrimmage yard games you've had in your career, and with whom you're in a company with in the Indianapolis Colts and Baltimore Colts organization? Are you aware of this, Jonathan?
No.
All right, you just came up with your fifth career one. The only one in the history of the Colts with more is Edgerrin James. He's got one more. Lenny Moore and Marshall Faulk, another famous 2-8, have four. You just passed. You just broke a tie with them. The other three guys are in the Hall of Fame. How does that hit you when you hear that, Jonathan?
It's definitely very encouraging to know that the path that some of these other greats have walked, that I'm I'm able to be in that shadow, but it also lets me know that there's still more work to be done because they didn't just stop there. They kept going. They found a way to keep getting better. So it kind of gives you that hunger to say, what else can I do? How can I get better? What can I do today to make me 1% better? Because I know that's how they got in that position that they're in. And, of course, every person on that field wants to be the best football player that they can be. They want to be the best football player on the field. And the only way to do that is to try to have that battle with yourself and win of getting better each and every single day.
Do you have these individual goals, though? Do you have any?
Definitely.
Okay. And where do you store these? Are they written somewhere?
No, I mean, I don't write my goals down because it's with me all the time. It's almost like whatever your goal is, every single thing that you do each and every single day should be a reflection of you trying to obtain that goal. So it never leaves my mind. It never leaves my mind. I know some people write it down, which is great. Visualization is awesome. But for me, it stays with me 24/7. Everything I do every day, I say, is this going to help me get closer or further away from my goals? Okay, so it never leaves your mind. Does it ever leave your mouth to anyone on planet Earth, Jonathan? Of course, all of the time. Who? All of the time. Who do you tell your individual goals to? I tell everybody my individual goals, but I'm sure a lot of other people have the same goals. How about me on Live, Disney Plus, ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM? What about that? How about me? Look, I have no problem, Rich. I have no problem at all. Look, what are your individual goals? Give me your individual goals. We'll give it to you. Okay. So, of course, throughout high school, throughout college, I've been able to just play in some really, really fun games, some really, really big games, but I've never been able to become a champion. So my number one individual goal, which is also probably a lot of other people's goals, is I want to become a Super Bowl champion. Yes, right. That makes sense. But that's also a team goal. I'm talking about, 2,000 yards? Did you see Saquon and go, I want one of them? All-purpose records? What about that? What about those sorts of things? But then if you get 2,000 yards and you don't win the Super Bowl, then you're like, man, I would definitely trade for a Super Bowl, which is awesome, though, because Saquon got both. That is actually awesome. He did. He got both. Yeah, he kind of did both. So, okay. All right. So I'm just Hall of Fame. What about that? That sort of stuff. I just mentioned you with other Hall of Famers. That would be a dream come true. That would be amazing. But it doesn't stop with just wanting to be in the Hall of Fame. What you have to do is you have to show that you're an elite player, a consistent player year in and year out. Some of those names that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, they showcase that every single year, every single game, every single day. And that's what I have to continue to chase here while I'm here in Indianapolis. All right. Before I let you go, I have an individual goal that you can help me with, Jonathan. Okay. This nickname of Danny Dimes, that's a monetary amount that is not valuable enough by the way he's playing. You understand what I'm saying? Like dimes. Come on now. All right. I understand it's in reference to throwing dimes. I get it. But at the end of the day, and I know Indiana Jones is a new nickname for him. That's great. It can't be better than that. So what I'm about to say isn't better. It's to reconfigure the Danny Dimes. So if he keeps playing like this, how about Danny Diamonds, Jonathan? What do you think about Danny Diamonds? Okay. Danny Diamonds. We might have to actually get some diamonds to put on him. I mean, I know you've seen the video with Kirk Cousins around, and we might have to get some diamonds for Danny. See, now this is why you are who you are. You have great field vision. You know what I mean? Like that was great. That was great. You saw the hole and you just hit it, but then you moved to score. That's why I'm telling you about it, because now if he keeps playing this way, he scores a touchdown or whatever, diamonds on him. He's Danny Diamonds. Let's go. I'll run it by him. And I'll let you know. Thank you very much, Jonathan Taylor. That's all I ask. It's very simple. That's all I ask. Thanks for the time, man. Keep balling out. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Rich. Right back at you. That's Jonathan Taylor, who I appreciate not just his game, but the fact he's no longer in the Big Ten right here on the Rich Eisen Show. My God. And plus that, too, I'm going to clip what he had to say and show it to my kids, which is everything you do throughout the day is indicative of your goals. And how are you doing what you are doing to achieve your goals? What an incredible way to approach life. And to be goal-oriented, but people-oriented, team-oriented, individual-oriented, and just not a wasted minute. Everything you do, every rep, every moment, everything you do when you're talking to other people, walking around the building, conducting yourself. That's why he's one of he's
He's one of my, if you will, adopted sons in the NFL.
If I could just give him a small piece of advice. There was a man who was really good at running the football who wrote all of his goals out on paper. His name is Emmitt Smith.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I mean, just something that he should know.
But it's in his head.
And sometimes you put it out there on paper.
Well, he just put it out there on the Rich Eisen show, which is outstanding.
That's why everything you say gets aggregated.
Fourth all-time winning rusher in NCAA history.
There we go. That's why I was happy to get them the hell out of Wisconsin.
Back-to-back 2,000-yard seasons.
Will you do me a favor? Look
and
up
he only missed a 2,000 his freshman year by 23 yards.
Can you look up what he did against Michigan?
Sure.
Look up the game logs.
His last year there?
He saved some extra special nastiness for the University of Michigan. And I couldn't believe he slipped through the first round. But that was the time when maybe you're saying we're not using a first-round pick on a running back, and now some NFL teams are like, yeah, we are. Chargers and Raiders in particular.
All right, his junior year, 23 carries, 203 yards.
Am I wrong?
2 touchdowns.
That leaps out at me. That leaps out at me. I think he did it again as well.
Let's see. His sophomore year, at Michigan, 17 for 101.
Yeah. He was pretty damn good, man. And the Colts have a winner. Just once again, he's got 7 straight games at 70 or more rush yards. That's the longest active streak in the NFL. And they're taking on the Tennessee Titans this week to go 3-0. We take a break. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I have my power rankings. Oh, yeah, he was an offensive player of the week we just had on the program. Oh, that's an oh, by the way.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Lance Zerline here. I'm with Giovanni Marquez, undefeated fighter right here in Houston. You got a big fight coming up on September 20th. After you win, what is going to be your first order at Taquerias Arandas?
My first order is going to be 5 taquitos with a large horchata.
Everyone loves horchata. What do you love about Taquerias Arandas? A lot of locations in Houston. What do you love?
I love the great flavors and the excellent service.
If you're looking for authentic Mexican food, there's 24 locations around Houston. To find one nearest you, go to taqueriasarandas.com.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. Visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
Back here on our program, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance. Visit progressive.com or .com today. Nick in Portland, Oregon. Let's take his phone call. What's up, Nicholas?
Hey, guys. It's actually Noah.
Oh, okay.
Noah in Portland, Oregon. Nick's okay though too.
We're it's pretty interesting. We're collecting Adam misfires on our screen by 2, so we're halfway home. What's on your mind, Noah?
Hang on, hold on a second. That was.
Technically, it is Nick, so Adam's right.
Mike.
But,
it was Mike.
I'm sorry. My screen's not working, so I picked this. I saw that wrong one.
We'll figure this thing out.
Yep. Mike,
excuse
me.
Pardon me.
Mike needs to raise his hand.
Well,
he did. I did.
So
I took the foul.
So you just threw Noah back on hold?
Noah's back on hold. Yes. Audio executive. This is an audio
Or at least you didn't hang up on him.
I put the right guy. I didn't hang up on him.
As long as he didn't hang up.
Well, I mean, we could have.
Okay.
All right, Nick, you have the floor. And then just hold.
I'll hold Noah. It's an executive decision.
What is happening on this program?
Nothing that we're shocked by. Let's be honest.
Now the names in there. I can see both of the names. They popped in.
All right. Nick.
Sorry.
Who are we talking to?
We're talking.
Nick. Are we sure? Nick, it's an Ed. Nick. It's definitely Nick.
Nick, you there?
You guys.
Nick, this is Nick.
Hey,
What's going on, Nick?
Hey, so quick deal. My son, I just moved him to college. He's at Orange Coast running track, and he and my wife surprised me with tickets to the Bronco game this weekend because we're big Broncos fans in our household. Nice. However, this is my first game that I'm watching live in my life, so I'm a little nervous, and I'm probably going to need a preemptive bro hug because I'm a bit of an optimistic Bronco fan here, and they haven't looked all that hot the past couple weeks, and the Chargers are kicking ass, and I'm just trying to wrap my brain around how this is going to look.
I don't know, man. This is a home game, and anybody will tell you, sometimes home games in SoFi Stadium turn into away games for the home team. I don't know how many Broncos fans
the Chargers are too good to be selling their.
We'll find out, by the way, and we'll find out. And by the way, if there's anybody that might sit there and go, what the hell's happening? We're 2-0, we're killing it. Or if it's down the road, we're 8-1 and we're killing it, and I'm looking up and I'm seeing all these people wearing Minnesota purple. Jim might call it out. I don't know. We'll see down the road. But in terms of, the Broncos, I thought Bo Nix absolutely played better in week 2 than week 1. This kid Franklin, who you would know up there in Oregon, man, I picked him up in 3 fantasy leagues. I think he has got it. He flashes. He is big. He is tall. He's fast. He's good. And that, I
just think that their defense, had they played 2 teams that, in fairness to both of them, with all due respect, none of us thought that either one of those teams were going to be as good as they were both weeks 1 and week 2. So, credit to both of those squads. But had the Broncos played anybody better than those 2 teams, they'd have gotten boat raced in both of those games.
I don't know.
And it's not about the defense. Their offense just looks awful. And Sean Payton needs to get a hold of that quickly, otherwise it's going to get out of hand real fast.
And by the way,
strong.
Nick in Portland is coming on strong.
Hot.
Hey, Nick, 1 leverage penalty and it's 2-0. So we'll see what happens. Happy birthday.
I don't even think that's a leverage penalty, if you ask me. They called the wrong guy if they're talking about it. I looked at that film 5 different times and for different angles, and I don't see the leverage. And the guy they did call leverage, he didn't even get leverage. He was on the ground half the play. So I'm not sure what the hell's going on in the league these days.
In terms of thanks, Nick in Portland just firing up. Put Noah on. Now you got to put Noah on.
Noah's on.
Noah from Portland.
That was it.
Noah. Nick and Noah from Portland, Oregon, really?
Yes, apparently.
There were two.
And Noah, you had it counted against you that you weren't Nick. Mike just fired you back on hold. My God.
That was on me.
And if it's Nick's birthday, because it's my birthday, and if it's Nick's birthday as well, that would be insane.
That's what I'm saying. See, I'm meant to.
Okay. My hat's off to you.
That's it.
Get Nick back on the phone.
We're collecting birthdays by 2. Oh, my God. All right.
Shout out to Anna real quick. I wanted to talk about 2 things real quick. First of all, in regards to the Ben & Jerry's with your top 5 ice cream, no pun intended, but Rocky Roads is kind on vanilla response.
Okay.
With all the flavors that got going on.
Isn't Rocky?
I want to talk about my Panthers. I predicted a 4-0 on my win-loss.
Yeah, that's not happening, though.
0-3 and or 0-4. What's more likely, that they're going to bench Bryce Young again, Canales is going to be on a hot seat, or they're just going to let the ship just right itself?
I don't think Canales is on a hot seat. I
don't think Bryce is getting benched either.
I think we need a coach whisper.
I don't know, man.
Quarterback whisper.
Hold on, let me just see here. Andy Dalton's still sitting there. Yeah, no, I got it. Noah in Portland, you had them starting 4-0 and then losing 3 of their next 4 and had them going 9-8 at the end. There's a long climb to go. But
it's not unreasonable. It can still happen, just not in the way I predicted.
Okay. Anybody else whose birthday is in Portland who's got a 4-letter name that starts with the letter N?
Nate from Portland, Oregon.
If there's any birthday Nates in Portland, call in. And
I'd like to know what Noah's ice cream flavor is.
What is your top 5?
Which is delicious. Just give us one.
To be honest with you guys, I'm a Baskin Robbins guy, with all due respect.
We're still talking flavor, though.
Baseball nut for Baskin Robbins, and Perlins and cream, man, on a waffle cone.
Noah in Portland. Happy birthday to you. All right, very good.
That wasn't completely crazy. That's what I'm saying.
No, them both being Portland and N names.
Hey, stop acting like he did that on purpose. He lucked into that. With all due respect, Mike.
By the way, there's been many ad hoc, with all due respects, that are totally disrespectful, because you must lead with that in order to say something disrespectful and get away with it.
I know it. That's why I said it the way I did.
Everybody just went,
With all due respect.
Disrespectful, and then said, with all due respect. You can't, listen.
What they should tell you is I didn't mean it.
We'll just give everyone the benefit of the doubt in case we're somewhat new to people because of our Disney Plus, ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Channel 80 on Sirius XM.
Jerry Rice.
A new world. We might have new viewers, new listeners. If you're going to say something disrespectful on the Rich Eisen show, and if you want to get away with it, you must lead with the phrase, with all due respect. You can't say something disrespectful and then say, with all due respect, after.
You can when you mean to be disrespectful.
I guess true.
Yeah,
that's true. But there's no holding your finger on the chess piece of something disrespectful and taking it off and saying, oh, well, that was my move, with all due respect. You can't do it. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. What you can do is sit back and enjoy my power rankings. For week number 3, there are three new teams on it.
I made it last week.
Well, 2 new teams and one that's back on the list from week 1.
On the list.
Here we go. Hit it. Go for it. Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. Power rankings.
All right, here we go. I got a new team on the list to start us off.
I bet I know who it is.
To the list. Who is it?
Dallas Cowboys.
That's absolutely not. And I will just sit here and say it's one of only 2 1-1 teams on the list. Only 2 1-1 teams on the list, and neither of them are the Dallas Cowboys.
This list is Fugazi.
It is not Fugazi. You're Fugazi for sitting here and thinking that the Cowboys are a top 10 team in the NFL.
Listen, bro.
All right. Giving up 450 yards to Russell Wilson and needing a 60-yarder to bail you out.
Yeah, a win is a win, Richard.
Not great.
A win is a win.
That's not.
I'm putting the Atlanta Falcons 10th on this list.
Wow.
I liked what I saw.
Wow.
I liked that they did not let the Minnesota Vikings off the mat. Bijan is Bijan again, and I just in terms of being called that way, he's always been the same running back. How about Kyle Pitts, man?
He's back. It's finally Pitts season.
But it's the defensive pass rush that really had me at hello there.
For sure.
And the fact that they have the kicking game settled if, John Parker Romo can't lose, was there in week 1, they might be 2-0. So I've got them 10th on the list here. Number 9, new to the list. Your 2-0 Indianapolis Colts are sitting here at number 9. I like what they're doing, man. They've got the defense cooking. They've got a punter who is basically a holder on extra points and field goals because he hasn't punted in 2 straight weeks to start the season. If you told me a team would start the season by scoring on their first 10 possessions, I would never have named the Colts. But it's the fact of the matter. Daniel Jones is playing extremely well. The Colts are 2-0, and they have to be on my power ranking list.
Have to be.
But they're 9, and then 8 is back on the list. The Detroit Lions are back on the list.
Oh, they're back.
Yeah, they are. That's the team that I needed to see. We didn't see them in week 1. They are going to have a very difficult schedule ahead of them. And it starts with the final game of week 3. It's a Monday nighter against the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, that's tough.
In Baltimore. Right, and then you look at they go through Ohio, they visit Kansas City, which might not be that tough a game, but I have a feeling Kansas City's bouncing back. That game, that Monday nighter against Tampa and Detroit, I can't wait for that one. You look at this schedule, and some of the games are tough. They should win some of them. That 50 burger had me thinking this is Dan Campbell's message to everybody in the locker room and outside of the locker room. The kneecap biting is back. And they're 8th on the list.
Okay.
Number 7, up 1 spot, are the Los Angeles Rams.
Whose house?
The Rams' house. Yeah. Seeing Matthew Stafford at one point duck down, not bend over at the knee, but just squat down to avoid a sack and then pop back up and play football the way that he did, I thought, okay, the back's fine. My back hurt watching it. And Puka's running one in from 45 out. Devontae Adams is catching him. This is what we're talking about. And that defense is not messing around. So I can't wait for the Rams versus the Eagles. Number 6, up 1 spot, are the Buccaneers. I just can't get enough of Baker Mayfield, as you know. I am concerned about their pass rush. Cansey's now out for the season.
Yep.
And I look forward to Tristan Wirfs getting back in. But they're 2-0, and Baker's doing his thing, and the running game looks terrific. They're going to get Godwin back. I think they've got a very nice future and a run ahead of them. Number 5, let's get to our top 5. The Ravens are, I guess I lied. There's 3 1-1 teams on the list, and this is the highest ranked one. Ravens are terrific. Top to bottom, left to right, they're up 1. They had a great second half, and they're a top 5 team in the NFL. But Ravens are not the team with the highest-ranked Harbaugh. The Chargers are a top 5 team in the NFL. They're a top 4 team in the NFL. They are cooking. They are absolutely a nightmare to handle defensively. And their defense is a nightmare for your offense. And their running game hasn't even gotten started yet. I mean, Omarion Hampton and Najee Harris have yet to start cooking. And they're top 4. What a way for them to start. They've won in 2 different hemispheres in 2 weeks. I think the Eagles didn't even pull that one off last year. They won in Brazil and then lost the next week. They went 2-2 to start the season. So the Chargers are winning on a Friday, on a Monday. Now they're going to try and win on a Sunday in the Northern Hemisphere at home. Number 3 on the list. Get ready, because this stays like
like a buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills at 3. And then the Green Bay Packers are 2. And they
stays like a buffalo.
And then the rent still is being paid to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Stays like a buffalo.
Who are still number 1 on my power rankings list.
Get 3 there, Rich. I like that.
Off the list are the Chiefs, the Steelers, and the Commanders go from 4th on my list all the way off. I am genuinely concerned about Jaden Daniels' ability to get back and be healthy for a bit. If we're talking about a knee injury and it could be a week, who knows? He might be out there with a brace on Sunday, performing well, and I'll put him back on my power rankings happily.
And the running game is kind of a...
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Like I said, trading Brian Robinson Jr. before the season, they might regret that in the long run.
All right, so 3 2-0 teams.
Bill Krasky might take care of business there. I don't know. But, yeah, Chiefs, Steelers, Commanders off. Falcons, Colts, Lions, either new or back on.
2-0 Cardinals, 2-0 49ers, 2-0 Bengals, not on the list.
Well, 2-0 Bengals, even though I say the season's not over, I still think, like I said, if their backup quarterback is a 500 quarterback, they could make the playoffs. 1 game above, that's all we need Jake Browning to be, because he's got a 2-0 base. But does that make them a top 10 team in the NFL? I don't think so.
Well, you think he's just as good as Joe Burrow, so why not?
I didn't say he's just as good as Joe Burrow. I said, would I call Joe Burrow a 500 quarterback over 15 games?
Well,
would I say I'm expecting Joe Burrow to be just 1 game over? That's all I need out of Joe Burrow. Stop it. Stop trying to twist my words, sir. How dare you?
Meanwhile, before the show, Rich Brockman's trying to make an argument that they're equally as good.
Their stats are the same.
Yeah, but he would not.
But you even heard what Kurt Warner said in hour 1, is that there are certain throws that Browning's not going to make that they expect Burrow to make. And then there are certain things in terms of intangibles and in terms of greatness and in terms of ability to focus with the intensity to be at its highest in a playoff game. Burrow is second to none. So I'm just saying the season's not over. Like, just already start tanking for name anybody who's coming out of the draft that's not a quarterback. I'm not saying that. We're back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, in just a moment. Maybe you'll see us a little sooner on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere. Hour number 3 with Andrew Santino back in studio on this program in a moment.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
You're on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, as well as our Disney Plus and ESPN Everywhere feed. Listen, we're a perfect example of we live in a football world in the United States of America, sports conversation, right? It's anything is football-wise is fodder for discussion, and we are at the forefront of this sort of thing. But we love baseball around here as well. And what's happening, again, in the baseball world, I think we take it for granted. I think we take it for granted. Last night, Shohei Ohtani started a game through 5 no-hit innings, was taken out. They got to get him and keep him ready for the playoffs. And then he hit his 50th home run of the season later in the game. Let me repeat this. A Major League Baseball player who happens to be an international celebrity started a baseball game through 5 no-hit innings, stays in the game as a hitter, and hit his 50th home run of the season. This happened last night, and it's barely a blip. Like, we led the show about, Tyrod Taylor starting for the Jets, 0-2 Jets, and then, Jake Browning and getting his start for the Bengals and what that looks like for a 2-0 team in Cincinnati. And, the Mets and the Reds are kind of battling it out for a wild card spot. I think your Mets are going to be safe at the end of the day, despite falling off a cliff lately.
I mean, man.
Red Sox blew it last night, too.
But, yeah, and the Yankees were up 10-1 and then won 10-9. It went from a laugher to a nail-biter. And the Dodgers lost the game, by the way, to the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, they were up 4-0, and the Phillies came all the way back.
Right, and we may be living in a Milwaukee or a Wisconsin world at the end of the day if the Brewers win the World Series and the Packers go on to the Super Bowl. But the long story short is, let me just repeat this. A human being on planet Earth is a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball, tough enough as it is.
Very.
Okay. He throws 5 no-hit innings. And, of course, he's being taken out because, we're ramping him up. Shohei is not going to go. I mean, could he have – I don't know how many pitches he had when they took him out. But it makes no sense. I mean, listen, the playoffs are 10 games away. Keep him ready. Save your powder. Dodgers at some point are going to have to take – could be the Mets. Could be your Metropolitans, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Could be taking on
Let's go.
The only 30-30 player in Major League Baseball right now.
68 pitches for Ohtani.
The guy everybody said was
It's your guy, Juan Soto. If Jazz Chisholm hits a home run, he'll join him. Shohei Ohtani threw 5 no-hit innings, stayed in the game, and then hit his 50th home run of the season.
That's insane.
How many stolen bases does he have?
On the year?
Yeah. Look that one up.
Let's see.
It's unreal. And we're taking it for granted. We're absolutely taking it for granted right now.
Right.
Us Dodger fans are.
Oh, stop it.
God.
19 steals for Ohtani.
Okay. So he could have a 50-20 season, right?
Do you think it's because Shohei's so good, you just kind of used to it? You just expect it.
I guess.
It has to be.
I was watching this game last night. It was great.
I'm sure it was. It's 2 great baseball teams, the defending champs, the Philadelphia Phillies, who've been lights out of late.
It was
most of the season.
It went to extras. Like the Phillies hit a 3-run homer to take the to go past.
It was a great baseball game. I'm sure. But yes, we are taking it for granted. We just and plus Ohtani isn't like going 7-8 innings. He's still rehabbing it back. But he's got enough under his belt to be starting in a playoff game. Now that will garner some attention.
Absolutely.
He starts a playoff game and goes 5 because that's all everybody goes anymore in a playoff game. Jack Morris is not walking through that door anymore. Okay,
Frank Viola.
There's a third time through the order, and that rules the day for most. Like if we're going to see someone from Major League Baseball go 7 innings, who would it be? Scooble, who apparently used to be okay. Your guy Crochet might go 7, right? Somebody, one of these stellar studs on Seattle. Might go 7.
Maybe the guy who pitched last night for Philly, Christopher Sanchez.
Okay. Could it be Ohtani ramping it up?
I'd be
Let's
shocked.
get him 80 pitches, 90 pitches. He's sufficient enough. So if he starts a playoff game and pitches like that, you don't have to go no hit. Any homers? Come on now. But we're taking the time out to talk about it. We have to.
Yeah, I haven't seen it on any other show today.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's it. He's just so good that we're just like, it's like when Steph Curry makes a 3 from 35 and he makes 3 of them. I go, I'm more surprised when he misses.
All right. Yeah, he's throwing 5 no-hit innings and then stays in the game because he can hit pretty well. Oh, when he hits his 50th home run of the season. Yeah. That's nuts.
He's something
We'll
else,
never see it again. Ever.
Which I guess is why we really should pay more attention because like
we
you
just
said,
did.
You're not going to see this again.
We just did.
He hit that home run at like midnight. on the East Coast.
I know that's another thing, too,
You know?
out here on the left coast.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't live out there, Chris. We live here.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Andrew Santino is going to be joining us in studio in hour number 3. When we come back, your phone calls as well here on the Rich Eisen Show. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a one-story, two-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
The annual Katie Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And there is your dagger!
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Jordan Love, you are as ready as ever to win a Super Bowl.
You know, not just me, but the team we have. We've all been building this thing together.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. Coming up, actor and comedian Andrew Santino. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Just had a very nice chat in our green room with the man who puts the ginger in whiskey ginger.
Yeah, buddy.
The very funny Andrew Santino is in our green room. We'll bring him on out shortly and hold him to account for the 11-6 win-loss game he played for the Chicago Bears back in May when he was here in the program.
Hey, it could still happen.
He has got a new comedy special, White Noise. I guess he's the white that puts the white in white noise. Available now for streaming exclusively on Hulu. Hulu, which is, we're part of the family.
Yeah.
Here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. And then, of course, we say hello to everybody out there listening to us on Sirius XM Channel 80. I'm laying into that.
Yeah. Kellen Winslow.
I think it's 80. If you divided our previous station numbers on Sirius XM by 10, I think we could come up with 80. Sometimes 11. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we were in the 990s, 350s. We were all over the place.
And my brother Frank always gets mad about that. He's like, where are we? I go, Frank, just look it up.
Let me ask you this question.
Good job, Mike.
Does Frank actually get mad? About that?
Yes.
I think Frank needs to.
I'll have him call in.
Mike, I don't even get mad about that.
I don't need it.
I'm like, Frank, watch it.
But I just didn't know if he really gets mad, or it's just the way Southern Californians look at people like us. When we converse from the Northeast and come here, we sound mad.
Yeah,
it's just like it's just the way we talk.
The way we talk.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not. When somebody said you sounded angry, I'm like, when? And I'm like, oh, you're from Southern California. You don't understand. This is just the way those of us from the Northeast talk.
We fight. We talk when it's like we think we're.
Is it the same thing in Western Pennsylvania? Which is as far from the East Coast as it is here, as far as I'm concerned, coming from the East Coast. You know
I mean, this is so disrespectful. Like,
I didn't mean it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Just for those of you just getting to know us, just know he meant it very disrespectful.
Well, I mean, you always talk about being from Pittsburgh like it's East Coast.
Well, that's what we I mean, the East Coast mentality.
The East Coast is an entire.
I'm not Midwest. Do I seem like a Midwest guy to you?
No, you're closer
to Delaware. You're not.
I mean, come on.
You're closer to the Midwest than anybody from the East Coast. That's what I'm saying.
How far is Chicago from?
Man,
I mean, we'll ask Andrew Santino that because wait till you see the shirt that he's wearing. It's dynamite. He's also got Chicago Bulls colored Nikes on. It's the whole thing. He's bringing
it. 300 miles to the beach from Altoona.
That's what I mean.
That's fine.
Not the coast.
Yeah, I know. Does Altoona have any beaches?
Yeah, man, we got Canoe Creek. Don't be disrespectful.
I just wondered if
we got Canoe Creek. There's a pond at the Penn State Altoona campus that I used to ride my bike around. Like, come on.
Leopold Park, is that something?
Our sand is on a beach, not in a bag that you try to keep water out.
You've never been to Canoe Creek, obviously.
Very good. Sharon in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's take Sharon's phone call. What's up, Sharon?
Hey.
What's up?
Hey now.
Sharon. I got you through yesterday. Oh my God.
What happened?
I wanted to talk about the Chargers defense.
Do it.
So,
do it.
I live in Vegas, obviously.
Yes.
I'm an Aces fan, Knights fan. The Raiders need to be relevant. And when I saw their first game, I was so excited.
Yes.
Because I'm like, oh, they're relevant. They're gonna make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Monday night, the Chargers had me uncomfortable.
Yes.
I literally had to walk away because their defense is just ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
So my question is, are they one of the best defensive teams, or are they the best?
Well, last year they were the best scoring defense in the NFL, giving up 17.7 points per game. And I know that because I'm a lead pipe wielding professional who had to know that before calling their first game on YouTube. By the way, I just ran out of breath. I need to take a breath. And so they gave up 18 to the Chiefs, and they gave up 9 to the Raiders. So, yeah. They're back, and they're good, and they're really, really well coached. I mean, Jesse Minter, who's the defensive coordinator there, 100%, along with Green Bay's defensive coordinator, is going to get some run for head coaching conversations. And we'll see. I think we're going to find out, Sharon, that the Raiders can be relevant this year. It's just that they're young in certain positions, including running back, as we saw. And they're also just getting started, with Pete, who knows how to coach. And we may learn in the same way that if you play the Packers, you're going to look that way, that the Chargers might be the AFC version of that.
Right.
We may learn that.
Here's the kicker. I'm actually a Cardinals fan, loyal to the soil.
Okay.
And I'm people talking about my quarterback, like making fun of him because he's small. He is small, but he is mighty.
Okay.
Sure, Kurt Warner would appreciate that.
Well,
because I miss Kurt and Fritz.
Noted, Sharon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon.
I'm always excited to talk to you guys.
Right back at you, Sharon, at the beginning. We like it when we surprise people by just saying hello to them. She went, hey. All right.
Hi.
Nice. It's a nice chat with Sharon in Vegas.
Yeah, call back, Sharon.
Well, I mean, the Raiders are a perfect team. I think they're on this list that we're about to run down. And if this segment goes well, you texted the group a couple of days ago, Chris. You texted me, I think, where you're like, let's do this. And I'm like, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
and I know I'm going higher register. I really mean it. If this goes well, we may do it every year between weeks 2 and 3. So I'll make a note of it.
Love it.
What are we calling this segment? We're calling it, which team are you?
Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you? Week 1 or week 2?
We have a drop, do we?
No.
Okay. Between weeks 1 and week 2, give us some music. We'll always take that.
Yeah, I got you.
So you're going to be throwing out names to the group of teams that are 1-1, and wonder which version of the team are you? The one that won or the one that lost in weeks 1 and 2 of the NFL season? Chris, you have the floor.
All right, let's start with the caller that we just heard from.
Okay.
Let's start with the Raiders.
Which team? Good one. Which team are you?
Who are the Raiders? Their week 1 version where they go into New England and win, or Monday night where it did not look good.
You know what? I'm gonna go with week 1.
You're a positive guy.
I'm a positive guy, and the reason why week 2 didn't go very well is I'm gonna just say the Chargers are gonna be better than most, and then number 2 on the screen right there. How will Ashton Genty take to the conversation that surrounds him right now, which is, why wasn't he in the game? And part of it might be he went the wrong way on snap 2. Mm-hmm. Part of it might be he needs to pass protect better. That's why they take him out. That's why Zamir White is in the game on 3rd down. That's why Dylan Laube is on the field during a 2-minute drill.
Yep,
Laube,
the white guy.
And so. How will Ashton Genty respond to this sort of thing? And how will the coaching staff respond to the people saying, why'd you draft him if you're taking him out on 3rd down? And they're not going to call him out for pass protection or potentially grasping the scheme slower than expected. I'm going to say Genty responds well, and this team is going to show up and compete, because that's what Pete's about, as opposed to being non-competitive in week number 2, it seemed. So I'll go with that. And Gino's not a 3 interception guy.
I don't know.
It's only been 4 games like that for him in his entire career. It's an outlier. So I'll go with that.
I'm worried Gino's closer to the Monday night quarterback than the one who lit up the page.
I understand. I understand. I'll go more week 1 than week 2. I'm half full on that one. What else? Who's next?
All right, next. I have a feeling I know which way you're going to go on this one, but let's throw it out there. The Detroit Lions, week 1, get kind of humbled and owned by Green Bay. Last week, 50 burger on the Bears.
And the defense was doing its thing, too. I'm taking the Lions week 2. Yeah. Aren't you, TJ? Week 2? Week 2 Lions more than week 1 Lions?
Yeah, man.
That's who it is?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the Bears. There was a little extra motivation.
Sure.
But I'm sure that week 2 Lions do kind of feel like that's the team we're going to see going forward.
I think so.
I'm going week 2 Lions over week 1
Week
Lions.
2 Lions.
We're going to have a great day today.
Yeah, you knew where I'd be going on this.
Yeah,
I have the Lions winning the NFC. And after week 1, I was looking for a mulligan. In week 2, I'm like, no, let's tee it off. Because they teed off.
But again, it was a little bit of a personal game.
Yeah, no, I don't need a breakfast ball just yet.
Yeah.
Maybe lunch ball. We'll see.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's a golf term.
Yeah, because I could tell you about wrestling terms. But
okay.
Next
they
up,
went top rope on the Bears.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
Drop the elbow.
Frog splash.
Yeah.
The frog splash.
All right.
Hit him with a chop. How about this one, guys? The Pittsburgh Steelers. Are they the week 1 team? Great offense. Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdowns. Or losing at home.
I'm actually going to go week 2 team.
Really?
That they're inconsistent. Yeah. We're going to see some inconsistencies. That's what I'm going to say.
Kurt convinced you, huh? The tape wasn't good on Rodgers.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go more week 2 than week 1. That we're going to see some inconsistencies. It's not just that; it's the run game. What's happening? Like they abandoned it. They didn't do. I don't know if it's the running back room. I mean, Jalen Warren actually he had like a field
decent game.
He had a field flipping play. I don't know. This game that they have this week against New England, pretty big between 1-1 teams.
Yeah.
What else, Chris? Who else?
How about the team that beat the Steelers on Sunday, the Seattle Seahawks?
And I'll go week 2. I'll go week 2 Seattle.
Week 1, they kind of struggled. Offense didn't look too great. Sam Darnold still got some bumps in the road.
All they got to do is bat that one down at the end, and they're 2-0. I kind of dig what I saw in Pittsburgh, and I'll go with week 2 Seattle.
JSN is a target monster.
I will say week 2 Seattle is the team that we're going to see, which is win more than not. And they've got the Saints coming in this week, which I believe is the Survivor Pool pick of the week.
You can go Buffalo tomorrow. I think a lot of people will be on that. And Seattle's a popular one. I think I'm going to go Seattle. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Last one. Are you the week 1 team? Who are you? Week 1 or week 2? TJ's Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I'll go week 2 all day on that one.
Scoring a lot of points and barely winning?
Oh, come on, man. Just being inconsistent. Being inconsistent. That's it. And defensively, you can admit you've got a back end problem and a front end. I mean, Jadeveon Clowney. They hope he can come off the couch and give him 5 to 7 sacks the rest of the year.
If only they had a guy who could get 20.
Well, nobody gets 20 anymore.
Who is that guy? I forget.
Right. Also, I just like to point out Christian Wilkins still sitting out there. He's a good.
Yeah, why haven't you signed him yet?
I don't know what's going on with him, as you know.
What are you waiting for?
What about the Dallas Cowboys back end of the defense?
It's
massive issues.
Yeah, but hey,
big problems, man.
Dak is balling out, though.
We'll just outscore him.
That is a huge positive sign.
The Cowboys can wind up above 500, but right now they're an inconsistent team that can win with offense going off and their kicker. All you got to do is
kicker.
Get him to any point on the star in the middle of the field.
If we stay within
goal from it.
Jack with you today.
Do we
stay within 3, we're good.
By the way, I took the week in which the team won. Not the one that showed all this moxie just to come up short.
Well, you're trying to make it seem like you're not picking at me with this.
That's a you problem. No, that's a YP.
We know what you're doing. We've seen enough of this.
Yeah, that's prestige worldwide over there, buddy.
I don't know what that means.
I think I said this on Overreaction Monday.
Wasn't that the name of their band?
Prestige Worldwide.
Wasn't it?
Ooh,
I said
this
in Step Brothers.
What was it?
No, Step Brothers was Prestige Worldwide.
That's my bad. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna be like,
I keep missing it. It's still John C. Reilly.
The Cowboys are the second best team in the NFC East. They're better than Washington and they're better than the Giants.
Yeah, okay. I had too much to drink at the Catalina One.
They can
mixer.
be a playoff team.
Okay. Finding my inner dinosaur. I'll keep going. By the way, Iron Eagle dropped a great Catalina One mixer line. Yeah, during the Titans-Rams game. I'll look at you. I've got a bonus one for you.
Bonus one for
I got a bonus one for you. Keep it going. Keep it going.
What do we got?
Yes.
All right, we'll get one more.
Okay, and you literally did not know that there's one more. What about your Patriots?
You have one more. I did not know this.
Cooper's Patriots. Your Patriots. 1-1. Which team are you?
Drake May, I think all the tape guys said that Drake May had his best game as a pro against Miami, but I'm worried that Miami is the worst team in the league and that this is kind of fool's gold. We'll see. If we can beat Pittsburgh, the Patriots can beat Pittsburgh on Sunday this week, and Drake May plays well against a struggling Steeler defense, maybe confuse Rodgers, turn the ball over, and win this game, then, yeah, things are trending in the right direction. But they're more kind of maybe in the middle of... I don't think the Raiders are going to end up being a good team. They look like a 5-6 win team, and that's kind of what New England looks like right now, and I'm kind of worried.
Now, by the way, very Mariucci answer, which is to answer it, make it sound like you answered it without actually answering the question. Is it week 1 or week 2? Which one are we going to see the rest of the year? Christopher Brockman, you must choose week 1 or week 2 version of the team.
It's not fun when no one answers the question when you're trying to do a bit, huh?
Again, which version are you going
I'm going to say week 2.
Okay.
But that may be more about the team they played.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
That's an answer. I appreciate you doing it.
You're welcome. I'm here to serve.
You did. Very well done. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let's bring him out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a great fun chat with Andrew Santino, the very, very popular Cheeto Santino, as he's known on Instagram, coming up next.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month. Yeah! He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa. Yeah! And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. It's Truck Month at Monument Chevrolet. Get employee pricing on Silverado 1500s plus 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Jeremy Branham here for my good friends at HR&P. For 25 years, Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P protecting the interests of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P, and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business, or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
And show ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance back on the air. We just saw a clip of White Noise available right now, streaming exclusively on Hulu. One of the hosts of the No Bad Lies podcast, along with, by the way, he's one of the hosts of Bad Friends podcast, No Bad Lies podcast, and of course Whiskey Ginger is available with Andrew Santino.
We're doing all of it.
You are indeed, sir. I last saw you on a golf course. That's the last time I did.
I know I ran into you quickly. You were in, and I don't even know if you were playing 18.
I was playing 18.
You do?
That was the last round I played, which I think is like a month plus ago. How often are you getting out there? You getting out there a lot?
If I had an hour or two after this, I can sneak out and play 9 before I have to go shoot something else.
Dude.
Yeah.
So you're
I like to sneak. I sneak and play 9 and then go back. It's hard to do a full 18, but I can sneak out and play holes. I mean, it gets harder and harder as I get busier, but it's a sickness. It's like the only thing I really, really love. And my wife and my dog.
Is that right?
And my family, but golf.
Did you look up his handicap while he's going through that soliloquy right now, Christopher?
Yeah, I don't want to say it out loud in case.
Well, you can say it out loud.
Is it all right? Is it all right?
I don't care. That's I talked about it on McAfee's show, but he called me a golf dork because I'm a 2.7 index.
0.9.
2.9, is that what it is? Yeah, 2.9, which equates to like a 5 or a 6 handicap. There was a miscommunication. I did this on that show, too. People go, you're a 2 handicap. No, I'm a 5 or 6. 2.7 is an index. That's how we rank it. It's statistics.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
a 5 or 6.
It's still awesome. For somebody who can't crack 90, you know.
You can. I've seen you play.
I cannot.
Really?
No, I cannot. Certainly not on our course.
Pull the hips, dude. Just push the hips. Stop swaying. Stop swaying and pull through.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am definitely a swayer.
When you slide.
I curse at myself so bad when I'm playing, too. I just curse myself out because I just know what I should be doing and not doing, and then I just don't do it.
And you don't follow through.
Ever.
Well, it's a terrible game. It's a very stupid game. My grandfather was one of my heroes and probably the reason I'm funny, and he was terrible at golf, and he was the kind of guy that would like get mad as he was hitting. Like he knew it was going to be bad.
Yeah.
So like as he was hitting, he'd go, Jim. He didn't even know where it went yet, but he would be upset the moment the club got to the ball. So he's like pre-jinxing. A lot of people do that. They're already angry at how bad it's going to be.
See, I like the cut of your grandfather's jib, sir.
Yeah.
That sound. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I see that a lot. Guys are like, and they get mad as they're hitting, and you're like, dude, relax. Just find out afterwards.
My God. So did you break 90 on that day I saw you?
I think we can look up the stats on. I think.
You probably broke 80.
Just stand by.
You probably broke 80.
Probably 76 or 77, something around there.
Wow.
Yeah, once in what are you going to do? I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
I play with a couple of guys that are much better than me, so I'm still stuck on this Colts comment. It really hurts my feelings about my Bears. You're really going for it.
All right, let's get into it. So now you spoke about McAfee show. You were telling me you were on McAfee show and you made a wager with him?
I made a wager. I said we needed week 1 so bad at home against Minnesota, losing to second-year rookie or whatever you want to call him. And I'm sorry that the kid is hurt, by the way. I hope he pops out of that.
I don't think anybody thinks that you wish harm on him.
No, I don't. I like him. I was bummed that we lost. And then I said, we can't do that. Week 2 is going to be terrible. I was right. We took an L in week 2. Lions absolutely stepped on our throats. They beat us up so bad. We deserved it. And I told him, I said, I'll bet you $10,000 for charity, that the Bears aren't going to have a good winning season now because of this first game loss. He said over under 6.5. And I said, I'll take the under.
But he didn't like that.
No, he was like, you're a Bears fan. You should take the over. I said, no, dude.
Because I think he believes the under.
I know. But I think I want the Bears to win. But after week 1 and then what we just did in week 2, I don't know what's going to happen against Dallas.
Well, I think you do know what's going to happen against Dallas because back in May when you were here on this program, we had you pick the Bears' schedule in the win-loss game.
I know.
Based on your decision making back then. You have them winning the next 2 games.
I know, I did. I was right on the Detroit loss. That was easy money. Now we're going against Eberflus, the old dog, who's got all of our tips and tricks and all the inside Post-it notes.
Anymore.
He stole all the Post-it notes from the locker room. He's got that all logged up.
Post-it notes.
And you know what? I think I'd like to switch out Vegas as well too after watching them play.
So now, is this what you really feel, or you're trying to speak into existence your wager with
after
McAfee?
Watching Vegas, those dogs, they're hungry, man. They're so good. And it's in Las Vegas, too. I'd like to make that game.
Okay, at Washington, do you want to switch that one up, too?
No, that one's right.
He might not be with Jaden Daniels. He might be hurt. Still not. Huh?
I don't think he's going to be hurt. I think he's going to be back. And I still think in New Orleans, that's right, we'll take a win. Baltimore, I agree. Cincy now, though.
Okay.
I could put a W there for Cincy. Yeah, you could switch that up.
Okay. Home for the Giants?
Easy money. Easy money. Don't even get me started. Easy money.
Now you're at Minnesota. That says a loss.
Yeah, that's a loss. Yeah.
Still, huh?
We're going to go they're going to beat us twice.
Rodgers is coming into your house.
Yeah, I think that's a win for us.
You think so? Still? You going to stick with a win?
Yeah, 100%. How old is Aaron?
42 at that point in time.
Same age as me, and I just don't have it anymore. Neither does he. Philly's going to be a treacherous loss in Philadelphia. Oh, my God.
Great use of that word.
They are going to.
Okay.
They're going to put the beat down. Green Bay, I do want to win there so bad. I think at this point in the season, we wouldn't have a choice but to beat them at home.
You just saw what they're looking like, though. I mean, that is out of. They might be the best team in the NFL.
No.
You still can't bring yourself.
You think they're the best team in the NFL? Seriously?
Through the first 2 weeks of the NFL season, I'd still have the Eagles on top of my.
I think Philly's still
power
number
rankings
one.
list.
Yeah,
because they're the defending Super Bowl champs and they haven't lost yet. But I think Green Bay's played better than them.
Sure, but I still think Philly has the longevity. I think they're still a better squad.
So you think they're going to still win 4 of their last 5 games?
Yeah, I do actually. Well, yeah, I mean, I think,
so then you're paying $10,000 to charity.
Perhaps.
Which is fine.
I want to root for them. I just know how my reality works since I was a child. I was born in 83. There was magic in 84.
Yes.
I didn't get to see it. So all I've known for 42 years has been heartbreak, heartache, and my dad losing his voice, yelling at the television.
Who is the bear that has caused... What's your dad's name?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff,
the man.
Okay, who is the bear that has caused Jeff Santino to scream at the screen?
He's a Vaughn, but he's a Vaughn. JV. Jeff Vaughn.
Pardon me.
Vaughn, that's okay.
Okay. Who's the bear that has caused your father to scream at the screen the most, the loudest, the angriest out of this entire run?
It's so hard to pick. I mean,
you got it. You must pick
probably
one.
The front office. Probably the entire front office.
He's screaming at executives.
Yeah, executives.
Get them off the screen. I don't want to see them in their
McCaskey family. Yeah,
drinking water in their suite.
We've had, the
player.
Well, I couldn't. It's so hard to say because we've had what? You could do the math. Someone knows 18 quarterbacks in the time that I've been on.
Do you want to read off the quarterbacks that have been? So it would be a quarterback.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're always going to blame your team leader, your big captain. Your big dog's probably the guy you're going to point the finger at the most.
So is it Trubisky that's caused your father to be angry?
I mean, Mitch could catch a couple, but he'll catch a couple strays, unfortunately. Yeah, he would catch a lot of strays.
So you want QBs since McMahon?
Give me QBs since McMahon. How many? My guess is, I want to say it's got to be anywhere from like 17 to 21.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
17 to 21.
Mike Tomczak, Steve Fuller, Doug Flutie, Mike Honesey.
These are starters?
Yeah, Steve Bradley, Jim Harbaugh. Peter Tom Willis.
Peter Tom Willis.
Don't trust a 3-name quarterback.
State's finest.
Can't have that.
Yeah, Will
Joe Hobart.
Can't have
no idea
that.
Who that is. Right. Steve Walsh, Eric Kramer, Dave Craig, Rick Meyer, Steve Stenstrom.
Steve Stenstrom.
Moses Marino.
Oh, who can forget?
Shane Matthews, Cade McNown, Jim Miller.
I love the look on your face right now.
All these guys are like reflective heartbreak. All you see when you hear some of these names is like, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember
we're only
that.
in 2002. Henry Burris, Cordell Stewart, Sexy Rexy, Craig Krenzel, Chad Hutchinson, Jonathan Quinn.
Wow.
Kyle Orton.
Kyle
Orton.
Yeah. Brian Greasy.
Okay.
The Grease Dog.
And then Jake Cutler, Todd Collins, Caleb Haney, Josh McCown.
There's a lot, is what you're saying.
Jason Campbell, Jimmy Clausen, Matt Barkley, Brian Hoyer.
Oh, my God.
Mitch Trubisky, McGlennon, Chase Daniel, Nick Foles, Fields, Dalton.
Here we are.
Simeon, Peterman, Bagent.
We're pulling into the station. Yeah, we're pulled into the station.
It's a lot.
It's almost 30 guys. That's like 30 some guys.
Browns fans understand.
And in that time, the Packers have had 2 Hall of Famers back to back.
I know.
In that time, we had 30 quarterbacks. I mean, obviously, that's a little bit extended beyond the Favre era, but even still, in the time we had 20 quarterbacks, I would say they had 2 Hall of Famers. So, yeah, I want to beat them so bad. They're the only team we care about beating. If we lose every game, but if we beat them, it would mean the world to us. So, please, I'm begging you guys, please get us at least a win in Green Bay.
Yeah, where Jordan Love is now stationed for who knows how long, too, man.
Kid's great. I hate to say that. Once again, like another guy, it's like they keep rolling the quarterback dice and they keep winning. I mean, it kills me so hard. But look, I said on McAfee's show, maybe time to put in, I don't even know how to say, is it Bagent? Is it Bagent?
You sound like our call screener on your way out the door. Look to your left and wave to our call screener, Adam.
I said give the kid a try.
That's what he said. If the Bears go 0-4, he wants to see Bagent in there.
0-4. I say 0-3, and you got to turn it up.
So they lose to the Cowboys this week.
We lose to the Cowboys, you got to give it a whirl. I mean, come on, you don't have a choice. I mean, this is not against Caleb, but at some point, come on, man. Caleb had an okay game. He had an okay game, but you're just seeing, I just am seeing flashes of brilliance. Like, you need a guy to just be, I almost want more chaos and recklessness and just let him fly. I mean, the way that like Mahomes plays, sometimes you go, this looks insane, but it works. It's like, oh my God, because he's just using that kid instinct, that like backyard football instinct. Yeah. And sometimes I feel like Caleb is just running a system so strict in his mind. You're like, dude, just get rid of the football. Right. Throw it away. Just give it away. I know it's hard. And I'm not a quarterback. I'm just an ugly redhead sitting on your couch.
But
it's
not true.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but I just want him to win so bad. But Bajan's got the tattoos. Don't let him get any more tattoos. Throw him in the game. Throw him in the game.
You seem like you're grasping. I'm not going to lie.
I love the Bears. I've always loved the Bears. They're probably one of the only. I'm a diehard. Cubs are my first team in Chicago.
Well, there you go. Right now,
baseball is my number one.
You got to be fired up.
I'm happy. We're on a little streak. I'm still happy. I mean, and if we're talking in the NL, I mean, it's still so tough. I mean, the Dodgers are unbelievable.
Yeah, they're beatable. I mean,
but the Brewers are not. I mean, the Brewers.
True. Oh my God! It could be the toll. It could be a toll road. A toll road.
Good.
Could it be a toll road? Toll road NLCS? Is that possible?
I mean,
I'm trying to. I don't know what the bracket looks like right now.
I don't think that's possible.
But here,
right?
There
is that possible?
There's right now. I don't. Right now, the Cubs would be. You'd be hosting the Padres.
Yeah, we'd be hosting
for all
San
three
Diego.
games in Wrigley. And then maybe it would be a divisional round. Could be.
It could be.
Could be. I don't know.
I mean, I hate to say it. A guy living in Los Angeles. I love the Dodgers because I've lived here for 20 years, so it's fun to go see them. You know, I've always been a diehard Cubs fan, but they're so good. I don't know if we could get through them. That would be tough.
You never know, huh?
I don't know.
I've got Andrew Santino here on the Rich Eisen Show. How's our guy Kelsey doing? How's he doing? Do you talk to him a lot or no, not really?
I've chatted with him a good amount. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Is this like Fight Club? Would we not talk about it?
No, it's okay. I mean, I
know you spoke about it on the.
I know the media loves to peel clips and they take out of context things that I say. I said, on Pardon My Take, something about they were like, "Are you going to go to the wedding?" And I said, "Dude, I don't know. That's not my thing.
Now that's Fight Club.
Well, yeah, that's what they did. So I was like, look, but I love Travis is my guy. I'm going to go see them in October. I'm going to go watch them play a Sunday night game in October. But I leave them alone during the season. I don't. These guys are,
right.
They're doing their. That'd be like calling me right before I go on stage. So it's like, leave me alone.
So we don't know where.
Yeah.
Nobody. You don't take any phone calls when we're going on stage?
You know how funny it is? Like, right. This is like something I know that athletes experience like crazy. So yes. I have this in my blood to know what not to do. I'll be going on stage, about to walk on the Chicago Theater. 4,000 people.
Yeah. And
someone will text me within an hour of the show and being like, yo, is there any way to get another ticket for a friend's girlfriend or a buddy's? It's like, are you out of your mind? I'm going to walk on stage.
Yeah.
And then my guilt is like, just get them. I can hear my mom be like, get them the tickets. You met them at Marcy's house. Get his nephew tickets.
Yeah, right.
So I do it. I'm a sucker. I'm a people pleaser. I'm like,
of course.
Every time.
But you've got this, right? But you've got, you know what you're going to say. I mean, you got your act.
You want some sort of calm before the storm. Before you go out on stage, you want a little bit of peace.
Yeah, I got to sit here and think, nobody's probably texting Kelsey an hour before the game.
I bet you some idiot is.
You think somebody's texting Travis Kelsey?
Absolutely. I guarantee you someone is texting every athlete you know is getting a text right before the game.
For something.
Do you think, big dog?
But you don't, hold on a second. You don't have a person to handle that?
Do I have a person to handle it? My phone?
No, you could have a dude, Andrew. You could have a guy.
There's nobody in the Cheeto Santino world that could field the ticket request for you.
Bobby.
I have my tour man. Yeah, Bobby. I leave it up to Bobby Lee. I leave it up to Bobby
Seriously,
Lee, who sleeps till 5 p.m.
You need a person. I'm sure Travis has got, he's not looking down at his phone to see if somebody needs last-minute tickets before, the Ravens play in Arrowhead.
He texts back directly, but I would never ask him day of. I mean, my tour manager helps us organize that stuff.
All right, let's get people involved here.
But they hit me up.
You need a buffer.
They hit me, not her. They always go, bro, do you remember Dan? We got wasted with him last year. He wants to bring all of his friends. And you're like, okay, dude, bring all your friends. I love it. Yeah, bring all your friends. Come on out.
All right.
So, Rich, by this, I should stop texting you during game day morning on Sundays?
No, I actually, during commercial breaks, look at my phone to see, because I don't use a laptop. I see if there's any news that's breaking, and if there's a text, I'll look at it. I can handle that. Okay. But it's not like, hey, can I come to the show in an hour? Like,
I want to do that.
Now that's different. I understand that.
I might start doing that to you. I'm going to start texting you right before you go live here. Yeah. I go, what's going on, man? Good morning. How are you?
And I will just say, talk to my people. I'll say to my people. So hold on a second. Let's just say you're going on stage and Kelsey calls you. You don't answer? Of course you do.
I'll bring the phone on stage and I'll answer for the
Smart. I got Travis Kelsey on the phone. But like if he calls you 45 minutes before...
I would text him, go, let me hit you back right after the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would say, can I hit you right
so
back
you're
after the show?
locked in, man, huh?
Yeah, I want
in.
you want a little bit of when you don't have. Does he not have a thing he does before this show? Doesn't he do like a ritual of some
normally
kind?
there's a lot of pacing
he's on the phone.
going on.
Yeah,
he's breakfast.
I'm conducting business up to sometimes showtime.
I understand.
I see this.
Pacing business.
I don't know.
Kind of a
What do you listen to? What music do you listen to on the way here in the morning?
I don't listen to music on the way down here.
Really?
I conduct calls.
He's talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Dude, you got to
I
take some
calls.
time for you.
What do you mean?
Put on some tunes, turn off the phone, disappear. You need some space. You need some space. You need some time to go, I'm going to do my job. I've done so much to get here. You're successful. You're handsome. You're a great father. You're a great husband. You did it. Relax. They put your name all over this place.
I understand that, but in order
Listen
to
to
keep
some music on the way to work, Eisen. Listen to something calming and take it easy.
Yeah, I don't know. It calms me is to get ready. Sometimes I'll just make phone calls about the business of this program.
Cut it out.
Can't turn it off.
Life's too short. Turn on some tunes, dude.
Okay.
Turn on. I think you need to just step away before you do the thing. That's why before I go on stage, I want like a moment of zen, just a little bit before you go. Give the people something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
I'm going to send you a playlist to listen to on the morning.
Let's do it. I'll listen to your pod. Would that be considered?
No, music. Music's good for the soul. Don't you say that all these studies about psychologically it does such good things for your heart and your mind. It calms your blood pressure goes down.
Okay.
It does good things. Not you calling your agent and be like, why didn't I get that gig?
Oh, excuse me. That's not the conversation. That's not the conversation where I'm complaining or I'm feeling slighted. It's not.
It's not?
No,
Okay,
it's
good.
about the business of growing this show.
I'm projecting. That's me calling my agent.
So
who got it? What has he got that I don't have?
He's invited to the wedding.
What's the guy's name from the Nancy Kerrigan the movie Paul Walter Hauser?
Yeah, he's sat in this chair.
He's getting all my roles for sure. That's another redheaded guy in the game. Who got it? Paul Walter Hauser? What, because he's got awards? Is that why you like him? Because he's sweet-faced and talented?
Hey, man.
That guy's pulling everything for me.
He may be talented, but there's only one guy who can make a P-cube for Larry David.
God bless. See?
Okay, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? You know what I mean?
That's right. That's exactly
you
right.
You have talents, sir.
Yeah, Paul. They called me.
That's right.
Curb called me.
Only one guy made a P-cube, which we talked about the last time.
For Larry David, that is true.
So we don't know where Travis is registered. Because I'd love to send him something, like a gravy boat.
Yeah, I think
I
think they're at CB2. Hit them up on CB. Can you imagine at that status level to register? It'd be funny if they registered at like Living Spaces or something for a bit.
Yeah.
What you should do.
That would be great.
Yeah, you register at a place like that and then donate it all to charity to people in need. There you go.
See, and if they don't do it now, they're not charitable people.
Can I plug a charity thing real fast?
Please.
I have a
Always.
thing. I should have sent you guys the card. They just finished it called Ho Ho Homers. You get to hit dingers off your favorite comedian celebrities. December 6th here at LA City Valley College. December 6th, I'm doing. It's for Special Olympics.
Awesome. So you're pitching?
I'm hosting the entire event, and I'm going to have friends in comedy come out, some big names. I don't want to leak anything yet, but
come on.
Well, there's some big people that are going to try to make it. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
I've got some guarantees of people that will come. But I'm really stretching hard to make sure that people show up.
And you're making them throw pitches?
Yeah, you get to hit dingers off your favorite celebrities
so
and
like
for charity.
Jeff Ross is bringing heat or something like that? Is
I think his rotator cuff is torn, so hopefully by December he'll be back.
For picking up Tony Awards.
Yeah. I shouldn't say this, but
Broadway.
I did pitch it to our good friend Shane Gillis, who's like one of the greatest comics and men alive. And Shane was like, if I'm free, I'll be there. So... Because he's big and he's just a great dude, and so I've had a lot of my comedy friends. Segura is going to try to be in town.
Awesome.
Bert Kreischer will be there for sure. Bobby Lee will be there for sure. There's guys that I know, and if they don't come, that's the end. I'm going to block them. I'm never going to talk to them again.
You wouldn't want to hit homers off of Bert Kreischer.
No, you want to hit dingers off your favorite people? Yeah, for the Special Olympics.
How can people
December
find
9th.
out about this?
December 9th. I'm going to be posting it, links to the tickets and all that stuff on my website. But just know, look out for the Ho Ho Homers December 9th up at LA City Valley College.
How about this? How about maybe in December, week before you come on, we'll
I would love it to
pop it again.
I would love that.
And that way we'll have a list, and we'll start going through. Who's got the best throwing motion?
We'll get some tape.
We can get some taters.
We'll get some tape on some of these guys to
tape on it.
See if they got good. See what the wrist flick is like.
See what we got. Can Bert? I never asked this question. Can Bert pronate? Can he pronate his arm? Can Bert Kreischer?
He can supinate better than he can pronate.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's why he's got a special on Hulu. White Noise available now, streaming exclusively on Hulu. No Bad Lives with Andrew Santino podcast, Bad Friends podcast, and Whiskey Ginger, all wherever you get your podcasts. Good to see you, brother. Anytime.
Great to see you.
Come on
Thank
back.
you, man.
You got it. That's Andrew Santino right here, at Cheeto Santino, for those who want to follow on the old socials.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals, heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas,
Texas, so bring us your big trailers and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
In the Hall of Fame together. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, always the number to dial. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid is an incredible SUV. If you're wondering why it is such, there's a spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew. It can go off-road, so it's capable to go off-road. And then there's 600-plus miles of range. 600-plus. Unreal. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Fun show, everybody. Happy 30th birthday to perhaps, arguably, and for good reason, you'll see in a second, the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL as a 20-year-old. Patrick Mahomes turns 30 years old today. And so, the numbers he has put up since coming into the league in his 20s, in terms of wins, passing yards, passing touchdowns, Super Bowl MVPs, he is first all time. And the Super Bowls, he is tied for first. We all know who he's tied for first with. That'll be Tom Brady. All before turning 30. This is what he has done. 106 wins, 38,611 passing yards. Oh, it's already the most in the history of the Kansas City Chiefs. Passing touchdowns, almost 300 passing touchdowns as a 20-year-old quarterback. In his 20s, obviously, 20-something quarterback. Unbelievable. And the 293 passing touchdowns ties Peyton Manning for the most passing touchdowns by a player in their first 9 seasons, including playoffs in NFL history.
He'll get handled when it gets handled.
Oh, he's handled it. He has handled it. Good luck to everybody else who plays the game as a 20-year-old, 20-something quarterback. And the question will now be, this is the base from which he can go and try and take down Tom Brady all time. But in order to do that, and this is why Tom Brady is the GOAT, he's got to have as great a run as a 40-year-old as Brady did, I would think, unless he takes care of it all before he turns 40. And the question is when Kelsey goes, who's going to be his go-to guy? Mm-hmm. Will Andy Reid be there for the entire time like Brady had Belichick? I mean, Brady had a second dynastic run. Yeah. After his first dynastic run.
You thought it was over.
And, you know, he went 10 years without winning a Super Bowl, but he made the Super Bowl a couple times in that 10-year period. But this is an outstanding base for your operation to try and take down Tom Brady. And I don't know whoever else would ever be able to do that, statistically, Super Bowl-wise, anything else. But happy birthday to Patrick Mahomes. He's 30 years old today, and he's no longer going to be that 20-something quarterback. In his first game, his last game as a 20-something quarterback, he loses, and he's 0-2 for the first time in his career with a 3-game losing streak, including playoffs for the first time in his career. We will now see what happens just this year alone for the Chiefs. And his first game as a 30-year-old quarterback will be Sunday night in New York, New Jersey area against the Giants. So, and, you know, if you recall, back in the day, I mean, Russell Wilson was putting up numbers as a 20-something quarterback that were as great as anyone can remember, winning multiple playoff games in a year, doing what he did, running and throwing. And Mahomes has just blown everybody out of the water, including Tom Brady, with the exception of Super Bowl wins. as a 20-something. He's tied with Tom. So he only needs 4 more to go.
I mean,
only.
I know.
It's like only.
Hey, well, he needs 4 more to go, and then he also needs 3 more, in terms of appearances. He needs 7 more in terms of appearances. Right? Well, I mean, more than the bottom line is he's off to a roaring start. Happy birthday.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now. Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to Allstate Windows and Siding.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian's back, by the way. He was gone 2 days. Brian was. It's good to have you back, Brian. Wish we could say we missed you.
I expected that from you today.
Did you really spend 2 days celebrating your birthday? Is that why you left? Happy birthday.
I spent 2 days not doing work and watching movies. I don't know if it was necessarily celebrating my birthday, but it was not being at work.
That makes sense.
That tracks.
He's jamming.
I love the song.
You want me to leave this on? I could just replay it. We could come in every break with it if you want.
I never knew what the song was until the other day. I can't get enough of it. I feel like I'm a WWE diva.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is a great comp for this song.
If you were a diva,
like
that's why they got rid of the
Diva's title.
Yeah, that's what, I think you were the reason why they got rid of it if you're a part of that group.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a woman wrestler whenever I hear this. Feels like it's kind of like Ronda Rousey.
So you're the third Bella twin?
Yeah.
The
Jeremy
sister?
Bella. What do you think the B stands for? Astros lineup's out. No Yordan. Yeah, we'll get to a bunch of stuff today. We got a bunch of stuff we're doing today. The Texans offense is bad still. Cash to trash, NFL overreactions. We have a star-studded guest list today. Star-studded. D'Amico Ryans.
Ooh.
We'll hear from him on the show.
Okay.
Mita Kimes.
Big fan.
Will join us. Dan Orlovsky, former Houston Texan quarterback, will join us.
Good. Stay in the end zone.
Maybe Rich Eisen will join us. We'll see. We have him on hold. We'll let him know. But yeah, star-studded today. Astros won a baseball game yesterday, 6-5. We'll get to that in just a moment. But today's lineup, pretty similar. Pena, Correa, Altuve, Walker, Caratini, Yiner, Sanchez, Myers, Cole. So Cole does get moved down against DeGrom. But yeah, I think that's the same 9 that started yesterday's game, if memory serves. Because Yiner and Caratini were both in the lineup, but Yiner was DHing, Caratini was catching. Yeah, I think this is the same 9.
Yeah, I mean it is what it is for now with no Yordan Alvarez for the foreseeable future. I love watching Zach Cole play. I like him having him there in the 9th spot there, another lefty bat at the bottom of the order. Jesus Sanchez, I know you talked about yesterday having him in the 9th spot. I like that as well, the way you kind of flip a game at the bottom there. But I think this is your group, Jeremy. Like, besides maybe Dubon, occasionally.
Like, it depends on who's pitching.
Or Cam Smith, obviously, instead of Sanchez.
I think if Fromber or Hunter Brown pitch and you don't have Yordan, I think Altuve's DHing, and I think Urias or Dubon are playing second because, ground balls, those guys throw them, and you want your better infield defense. Now, I did hear the Astros general manager. His name's Dana Brown.
It is.
He was on with the flagship in the morning every Wednesday. I was listening to it in the parking lot just outside. I didn't want to come inside and see you guys too early, so I listened to it in the truck. And my favorite thing was he goes, "I think we're talking about Isak coming back for the Seattle series." Like, you think that you're talking about it? You're the GM.
Like,
you tell me.
Are you talking about it?
He goes, "I think we're talking about it." Which, whatever. Like, I know I'm nitpicking here, but maybe he'll be back against Seattle. Maybe he's your DH.
Should we just add a week on at least to any Dana projection on health? I think we start on adding a week on.
I don't know. It's so weird because he was like, "I think we're talking about it." He goes like, it's kind of like far-fetched or something like that, but we're talking about it, and we could go DH off day, DH off day. So I don't know.
I know while we were waiting for Yordan to come back, he had some projection like late July that he was going to be back about 2 weeks before he actually came back, or at least 2 weeks before that.
No, he usually misses his target by he's usually very aggressive, but feels like this one's close.
Yeah,
with Isak.
Yeah, and it feels like we're going to see him back before the end of the regular season, which is important. Like, if he's going to be a factor in the playoff roster, if you're going to have him DH in the playoffs, and if you can get past the wild card round, in which you basically are playing every other day for the most part in these series, then you can pretty much pencil in Isak Paredes into your lineup. I don't think the first at bat you want him taking since his return from injury is in game 1 of a wild card series. So you'd like him to be back in some capacity, I think, before.
I mean, I'd like to see what he looks like, like if this is like the hamstring muscles hanging on by a thread, like I want to see what he looks like in the box. Like, is he grimacing? Is he laboring to first base? Like, I'm very curious, selfishly, not that it's tangible at all, what it looks like.
But I would hope not, because he is under contract. So, you want him back for this push. It'd be nice to have him, but there is some long-term ramifications. So if he is grimacing out of the box, then I don't want to see Isak Paredes on this team in the playoffs, because if he re-injures himself and then is out for most of next season because he actually has to have this surgery that they were considering before, is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah,
for playoffs, I think it is. I think it's worth squeezing whatever you can out of that Mexican hamstring.
And you do have a lot of infielders for the next season. I mean, you do have a extra group of guys. Like, where's Isak Paredes going to play if everyone's healthy next year? So I guess if he was hurt,
what would you do? I mean, I already have my offseason plan lined up.
I'm trading Christian Walker and playing Isak Paredes at first base.
Bingo. And what are you doing with the $20 million
of Walkers?
Yeah.
Eating as much of it as I can for a low level prospect.
Oh, I think you might be able to trade him. Like, I don't know if you have to retain money for Walker. Like, it's $20 million for 2 more years. Like, I don't know if that would take the Astros just biting the bullet and like, okay, we're gonna eat some of the salary. I actually think you could trade Walker for air, like nothing really of substance, like a low A flyer at best, or that an organization doesn't care about. I do think that you can get out of Walker's money without attaching anything of significance with it. I think somebody will take it on.
I wonder, would you be open to the idea of taking on because of what the Astros can do with starting pitching? Would you be open to taking on a contract that another team is not thrilled about?
No, not really. If
it was only for 1 more year, like some kind, like a starting pitcher that you feel, okay, maybe our analytics say that this guy can get things going if we work with him and we work with what he does best, like they did with Kikuchi and things like that.
That might be the line. Like, you better like the arm.
Yeah. Don't trade him for you're not trading for Lance McCullers, a healthy Lance McCullers. You're trading him for something that you believe that you can fix and you're going 1 bad contract out for 1 bad contract in.
You better believe in the arm, because like what I want them to do is I want them to trade Christian Walker for a bucket of curveballs, and you repurpose the $20 million on pitching. So in reality, it's pretty much the same thing. Mm-hmm. It's an arm that you like. Now I'm not 100% convinced that pitching has to be starting pitching. I don't know. We'll talk about that in the offseason, though. There's 10 days of baseball left, and the Astros got to win. It's baseball time in Texas, and the Astros are ready to play for the Silver Boot tonight. It's
always fun to win.
Now, who cares about the tiebreaker?
It's all about
the Silver Boot tonight between the Astros and the Rangers. And the Silver Boot is in play because the Astros won a baseball game yesterday. Beat the Rangers 6-5. They jumped out 6-0 after 4, which is cruise to victory. Game 3 tomorrow. They made it a little bit nervous, Nelly. They made Coffee nervous there in the 8th and the 9th inning. But a good win, a little bit of cushion. The the Guardians have actually jumped the Rangers, by the way, in the wild card race. But you have a chance, I think, and I know not mathematically, but the Astros have a chance today with a victory to deliver a Terrence Crawford haymaker and knock the Rangers out of the playoff race.
Especially with Jacob deGrom on the mound.
He's on the mound.
I mean, he's been incredible this year, 2.82 ERA. His whip is a .92 this season. He's been electric and healthy. If you can beat him today, it really does feel like a death blow to the Texas Rangers at this point. And the Guardians are playing better baseball, and the Rangers had their opportunity to gain ground on the Astros, to gain ground on the Mariners. They didn't really do it. So it'd be nice to get the silver boot. They've won it every year since 2017. Don't want to lose that. It matters to some people, not to everyone, but it does matter to some people. And if you can knock the Rangers out of the playoffs, it's a little extra enjoyable. And again, you're right. The math doesn't math that way, but getting swept by the Astros would feel demoralizing for the Rangers, especially because they just swept the Brewers last week.
The Rangers would be 5 games back at the Astros and would not have the tiebreaker. The Astros would have, so it's basically a 6-game, it's 5.5 game lead because the tiebreaker's worth a half a game because they have to surpass you. They have to completely overtake you. There's no game 163 anymore. So that tiebreaker's big. It's worth a half game in the standings. AJ Blueball was, I guess the opener yesterday, went 3 innings. He was nuts. He struck out 7 dudes in 3 innings. I'm starting to fall in love with AJ Blueball.
I don't blame you.
Starting to fall in love with him.
He's got the goods.
He does.
He looks like someone, okay, think about the future of the Astros, and you think about next year and what the rotation is going to look like. There is a level of excitement with Blueball. We talk all the time about all these back in the end of rotation quality guys the Astros have. I don't think Blueball is right now in that conversation for a front of the rotation, but he's definitely in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, see, I was wondering, this year he's going to kind of be like your floater. If you needed a game 4 starter, he might be it, depending on Javier, depending on Costanza's next starter too. But probably that multi-inning reliever. Maybe he pitches the 5th and the 6th or the 4th and the 5th. Or maybe you use him as a leverage arm in the 7th. I don't know. But I do wonder if they view him as a starter going forward. Next year, is he a starter or is he a leverage reliever for you?
Should be a starter.
I think so. I would rather groom him as a starter, and then if midpoint next season he's got an ERA of 5, okay, let's repackage him. Let's repurpose what we're going to do with AJ Blueball. I think they should open next year with him as a starter.
Let's say Dana Brown for the 3rd straight offseason pretty much does nothing in the offseason in terms of starting pitching. Got Hunter Brown, Jason Alexander, Christian Javier. What else is behind that?
We don't know about Luis.
We don't know about Luis. We don't know about Colton Gordon. We don't know about Brandon Walter. We don't know about Ronald Blanco. We don't know about Hayden Wisniewski. I guess Lance McCullers?
He'll be around.
He'll be around.
He'll have a tough time making the opening day roster.
But so Blueball is the next guy, and he's probably in front of Christian Javier
I feel like we're missing some names here.
Are we?
Yeah, I think so. Hunter Brown, Alexander, Christian Javier. You currently have Blueball. Guys that are coming off injury, don't know about Garcia, don't know about McCullers. Brandon Walter's having surgery, so I don't think that sounds good. Arrighetti.
Oh, Eric, yes.
Yeah, Spencer Arrighetti. Ronel Blanco won't be ready for opening day. Wisniewski probably won't be ready for opening day. You have Miguel Ulola. Is he a big leaguer next year?
He could factor in.
That Ethan Pecco guy is kind of interesting, too.
Who the f*** is that guy?
You wouldn't know, casual. You wouldn't know. Yeah, but again, none of those names are moving me off the fact that I'm starting AJ Blueball as a starter at the beginning of next season.
Mm-hmm.
Opening day next season, he's being lengthened out, stretched out to be a starter. I was messing with Baseball Savant today. His arsenal is pretty nice. His fastball 93, 94, can touch 98. We've seen that. Didn't do that yesterday. He also induced vertical break. How much do you like induced vertical break? I'm a big induced vertical break guy.
Sounds great.
Christian Javier's that's the whole invisible thing. Christian Javier invented it, for at least in Houston, the induced vertical break, which is around 2021 when it's going well. AJ Blueball's touching 21 on the IVB, on the old IVB. He's touching 21 on his sweeper, an average horizontal break of 17 inches. He hit 21 inches. Anything 20 or above is excellent, is phenomenal. He's got a changeup that goes the other way. 18 inches horizontally, touching up to 20 inches. I like the dude's stuff. He's actually got 4 pitches, but he's a 3-pitch mix. I like me some AJ Blueball. I'm sorry that I pay attention to the sport, Joe.
That was a really nerdy 90 seconds.
You're just a nerd.
I openly admit this. Yeah, I try not to let it come out very often. I try to closet my nerdness a lot of the time.
He's got a nerdgasm going for AJ Blueball.
Yeah,
I try to keep my nerd in the closet, and I do a pretty dang good job of that. But AJ Blueball brought it out of me. I'm out of the closet, the nerd one, for AJ Blueball.
Seems like you're all bricked up for AJ Blueball.
Clip that. Thank you. Look, he's
got hot in here.
It is hot in here. We can turn the AC on. He's got the goods.
He's got the goods.
He is exciting to watch on the mound. And what I'm curious about is the 96, 97, 98. Like, he's touching it occasionally.
Yeah.
Is that something that in a full off season, like really planned out? Like, can that really be part of his game?
It depends on what role. I think if he's a reliever, I think he can hit that consistently.
He's more between like 93 to
yeah.
95 and occasionally.
I think
really
as a starter, he's sitting 93, 94. Maybe you can get him to mid-90s, which if you're sitting 95, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, you're sitting 94. It's great.
Especially if you got a little Invisi to it. You get the IVB kicking up. I mean, I like his stuff. He's like grounding in the outfield. Did you read Rome's story today where like before every series he takes off his shoes and like walks around the warning track?
Why you like him
so he's
much.
grounding. He's one with nature. He's a devout Christian, wears number 69. Like he's an interesting guy, AJ Blueball.
I don't know.
He's an interesting guy.
That sentence is very strange.
That's what makes him interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Like he's two people. I think he's a starter. He's a reliever. I mean, he's hard to figure out.
Christian can't like the number 69.
It's odd.
It's just a number.
It's just a number. Okay. What are you implying?
You know exactly what is being implied.
Horn Dog Brandon.
Yeah.
No, I'm just pointing out that's the number he wears, and it's kind of contradictory.
No, it's
to
not.
Some of the other stuff.
He's a nobody when he made the roster, so he just gets whatever number's
you
left
think
over.
With the last name Blueball, you think that's what happened?
He'll get a real number next year.
Yeah, this is it. This is his
no,
number.
Disagree. I bet you.
You think they just assigned him this?
Yes.
I think they stay away from assigning people that number.
I think they're like, hey, there's a couple options here. Do you want like 74?
No, he picked that number.
69.
He grounds in the outfield. He picked that number. He's got an IVB of 21. He picked that number.
We'll see.
AJ Blueball did.
Kyle Tucker changed his number.
What was he?
He was 3.
That's a lot different.
3 to 30.
Usually they give you, I mean, you're right. Like when you're a nobody that makes the team, usually in spring training though, usually whenever you're on the big league team, you're going to have a pick.
They're not just options.
They're not just assigning you a number whenever you join the big league team. They assign you number in spring training when you're a minor league invite. It's so different. So different.
He could wear 43 next year.
He's not going to wear 43.
He's going to start listing some random numbers.
That's not a random number. That's Mocha McCullers' number.
Oh, my
bad. He could wear 59.
I've completely forgot what Lance's numbers was.
Yeah. There'll be options.
He's not changing. This is him. This is his identity for the rest of his life.
You want one for Christmas?
Huh? No, I don't.
Why
I
not?
don't want that jersey.
Jersey?
I'm not a blue ball 69 jersey?
I'm not a jersey guy.
What about jersey?
The only jersey I have, actually I have more than one, but my favorite jersey is my Case Keenum jersey.
Shocker.
My Texans Case Keenum. Greatest quarterback statistically.
Oh, it's not even a Cougs Case Keenum jersey?
No, my uncle gave it to me. My Theo Pete gave it to me.
I'm surprised you don't have like a ton of Cougs jerseys.
I'm not a jersey guy.
I really don't have many jerseys. I have like 3
No, I'm not. The only jerseys I have are ones that were given to me. I was given a Case Keenum jersey. I was given a Shane Battier jersey. I think that was from my cousin John. And then I have like the Space Cowboy jersey they give you.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I have another one. Maybe another Space Cowboy ones actually.
I think they've given us a couple.
I have an XFL jersey.
Wow.
From which generation?
The last time, Moose Johnston. I guess it was the merger actually.
Oh, okay.
Remember he brought us jerseys?
Yeah, I think so.
The Moose. Daryl Johnston?
It's a classic now. It doesn't even exist anymore.
It doesn't even exist anymore.
We got no Sabercats. We got no Roughnecks. We're losing teams left and right.
Comets are dead. Arrows are gone.
Yeah.
Houston's where minor league sports go to die. Sugarland, they exist. Houston, not so much.
But the Skeeters, they died.
They did die.
Independent organization, gone.
They did die. This doesn't bode well for the Dash, I don't think.
They're professional.
See. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll touch some of the other stuff in this baseball game, too. How about the bullpen? How about the offense? How about them not scoring runs after the 4th inning, too? That's kind of annoying. Lots to get to. We have a star-studded guest list today. You're going to hear from Dan Orlovsky, Mina Kimes, D'Amico Ryans, maybe more. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But a star-studded A-list group coming up a little bit later. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brannon. We are Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what I love to do? I love to play on Underdog, whatever it is, whether it's the drafts. I love those. The ladders, the streaks. They are so much fun. All of these team picks picks now on Underdog. Player picks. It is great. Football is hot and heavy. It already is. And Underdog is the place to make all your picks and win all your money all season long. Playing on Underdog is easy. Pick whether your favorite players would go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. Also new to Underdog, you can pick teams. You can pick whether or not your team will win or lose. That is right. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Tonight, Underdog has Profit Boost on Major League Baseball. How about a little FIFA Champions League getting started, and even some WNBA. It's not too early to look ahead, though, to a little Thursday night football. Buffalo and Miami. How do you feel about these? James Cook, rush yards, higher or lower, 67.5. Josh Allen, higher or lower, 234.5 passing yards. Maybe you're liking Tyreek Hill, 65.5 receiving yards. You like the higher or the lower there? That's how easy it is. Go in here, pick higher, pick lower, and you could win a lot of money. So much to play, so much fun to be had, and so much money to win. You still have the originals with Underdog too. Mention the draft. You can draft right now. You can do second quarter best ball NFL drafts right now. Might have done a draft or two. The ladders are going on. The streaks are going on. So download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. We are Jeremy and Joe. Texter says, Jeremy, who's this bum on with you?
Oh, he loves me.
That's Joe.
That
Who is
Texter.
How do you know?
He used to text Paul and I a lot. So he's a huge fan of me.
I don't remember numbers like that. I think the only one I remember is Israel, but it's because his is like different. I think he has a different area code, maybe. Israel texts in so I can remember how I recognize you. It has nothing to do with the emojis or your allegiances. It has everything to do with your area code. 713-780-3776. 3776. Texture, when my wife walked by the TV the last time AJ Blueball pitched and they said his name, she heard stuff, and then she almost peed herself when I told her he wore the number that he wears, says the texter. It's not an accident.
Just a quick bad take boulevard here for Jeremy prematurely. You said you were going to read everything verbatim.
Yeah, there's certain things I will not read.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This is a clean show, Joe.
I'm just saying.
It's a family-friendly show. We have good family fun with Jeremy and Joe.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There's certain things I will not read. It's mostly the gaffes that they make. I'm no longer going to guess those. Texture-induced vertical break sounds like a WWE finisher. It is for AJ Blueball. That's his finishing move. The induced vertical break. AJ Blueball's finisher. Induced vertical break, baby.
2 segments in, 2 wrestling references.
Yeah.
We're on good track for the show today.
Or diva music to start our show.
Yeah. We got 2 segments down, 8 more or 10 more to go.
What do y'all think about our minor league system? Our guy, Ethan Frey. Is it Frey? Oh, it's Fry. It's Fry. It's pronounced Fry. This is the dude that they drafted at LSU. He said he looks like the real deal. I mean, he's crushing like advanced A pitching. I'm not going to oversell that, but I'm excited about his potential. Good athlete that only DH'd at LSU because they have other good athletes, but it looks like he has the tools. We'll see how it all pans out. I'm not gonna go nuts over his advanced A-ball numbers though.
But Dana Brown he's aggressive. I mean, he moves guys quickly, so it does feel like we have to kind of pay attention to what's happening in the minors during the season now, because if someone's really popping, Dana Brown's gonna move that kid through the organization as fast as humanly possible.
Yep.
He did it with Bloss. He did it with Cole. He did it with Loperfido, honestly, in a lot of ways.
No, he's not bashful to advance a guy. I was shocked that he did it with
Smith.
Zach Cole. Yeah, Cam Smith.
Forgot about Cam Smith.
For better or worse. No, I mean, he's had a good rookie year. I just wish they would have manipulated his service time. I wish he would have spent 3 weeks in Sugar Land this year at any point. That way they could gain an extra year of control. I mean, theoretically, they can do it in the future. They can do it next year. But it's probably less likely to do it next year.
Got lucky last night.
Cam?
Yeah. He got real lucky last night.
That was not a smart play. That was very, very good. Texture Blue Ball is not a gym. He's a family jewel. Do you guys get my text? Just seeing if this is ESPN and I have the right number. No, we don't get your text, 1524. We don't get it. At least nothing good has come from this number. 713-780-3776. I thought the bullpen was mostly good last night. Obviously, Yaniel De Los Santos is the exception here. Although he could have been out of the 8th inning if Zach Cole makes a play. Why are we go Cougar and yell De Los Santos? De Los Santos didn't go to university in America.
I thought I heard Nick. Don't know why.
He thought you said Nick Martinez.
Yeah.
You thought De Los Santos and Martinez were the same?
I don't know how I mixed them up.
Gringo. Go back to what you were doing.
And I'm Mexican.
But the bullpen, other than De Los Santos, that was good. Abreu gave up some hits. He made us sweat, but he's so nasty.
Yeah, he looked awesome, and you need him to get 4 outs. And
4 outs.
He got it done. It was a little bad last week.
Yeah.
But then he's put it back together, and this is where going to the postseason, it feels like you're going to need him to do things like this more often. He's going to be asked to get 3 outs more often than not. It feels like in the postseason.
Yeah. If you allow me to take my nerd out of my closet again, the 15 highest velo pitches yesterday, or actually it was the 15 highest spin rate pitches came from Brian Abreu. He was hitting over 3,100 last night, which we know, us in the nerd community, that anything above 3,000 is elite. He was getting to 3,100 on 4 or 5 of his pitches. He had the top 15 spin rates in last night's game. He also had 10 of the 12 highest velos in last night's game, Brian Abreu. The dude, man, it's a long way of saying he is flat out filthy.
Yeah, he's nasty.
He's flat out filthy.
Yeah, you could just say that, or you could, super nerd out.
Hey, some people appreciate it.
Yeah.
Some people appreciate it. Jaden Murray, I like.
I like him too, actually.
His stuff is actually pretty good.
He feels like he can be a contributor for this team as well in the playoffs.
I also think he is penciled into a relief, like a bullpen spot on this team next year. Jaden Murray, opening day next year, assuming health, will be in the opening day bullpen. Making my claim now.
Yeah, him, Blue Ball have earned their spots on this roster next season.
I don't love Colton Gordon. I don't want him starting games, but I don't hate Colton Gordon and the Brandon Belak. Hey, if I need somebody to go give me 3-4 innings to finish a game, to mop up a game, I kind of like him in that role. Just, hey, I can count on you to give me 3-4 innings. You're not going to pee all over your leg. It's not going to be great, but it's going to be 3 or 4 innings. You're going to do the job. I like him in that role. I think he can actually be the 13th pitcher on next year's staff, too.
So you think you're comfortable with him in that role if they're up, 4
he's my mop-up guy.
Okay.
4, it kind of depends on the state of the bullpen. I'm thinking more like down 4 or more. Up 5 or more. Like the Brandon Belak role from a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Where you're going to throw 200 pitches a week, and you're going to take it on the chin, because if you're not willing to do that, you're not going to be in the big leagues. I want Colton Gordon to be my 200 pitches a week guy that I go to whenever the game's out of hand. I think he's good in that role. That is his role. It's his only role, really.
Yeah, I think it's acceptable. I mean, he's given up, 3, 4, 6 earned runs in all of his appearances besides last night. So he does get touched up a little bit. So you're probably right. Only really in a situation in which you're down a lot of runs, specifically in the playoffs. Like, you don't want to burn, you're in a 3-game series in the wild card round. You're down 4 runs and you're just going to kind of throw in the towel and focus on the next day. He's the guy to get you until the game is over. And if he gives up 10 more runs, then, he gives up 10 more runs.
And he might be a casualty of the playoff roster because, more days off. You're not really anticipating that as much. But I like him. I like him on the opening day bullpen next year, just as a guy that eats all of my innings. Offense, they were good in the first 4 innings, and then they went quiet, which annoys me. I hate how the Astros do this, where, they go nuts, and then they go quiet, and then they allow the other team to get back in the game. It'd be kind of nice if, foot on the gas, go win a 10-1 laugher. Don't use Brian Abreu so you can have him for the rubber game of the silver glove boot, whatever they call that thing, tonight. Which, I didn't love that the offense took their foot off the gas.
Well, it's and typically, if you put up a 4 spot, it feels like it's earlier in the game, even when they got it in the 4th inning, because pitchers aren't at their best. We all know that in the 1st and 2nd inning of a game, they take time to get established a little bit. But you got to Merrill Kelly, which they haven't done earlier this season. So it is positive, and even though I do generally agree with you, it should have been enough to not bring in Brian Abreu.
No, it should have been. And don't blow up and yell De Los Santos go Cougs. And you're right, you would have been able to avoid that.
I think he's an honorary Coug now.
It might be. We'll take him. We're a diverse university. The bats have looked better, though. The offense is looking better than it had the previous 3 weeks.
Altuve specifically.
Yeah, he has looked like he's turning the corner a little bit. You're doing it without Yordan. Hopefully you get Yordan back. So that's cool. Alex on the Twitch, what are you doing with Barista Boy? Obviously he means Mocha McCullers.
Next year?
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
I don't think there should even be a conversation. I know, in Chandler Rome's article on The Athletic, he talked about how he's going to have an opportunity to be part of this team next year, and he might have to by default, but I think the Astros organization would be better off just asking him kindly to retire.
Well, he's not going to leave the money on the table, I don't think.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't think, some people do. I don't think he would. I think he's going to try to work in the offseason to be a big league pitcher. I don't have confidence in it. I hope he proves me wrong. I like your idea where he's more, he's going to be a reliever.
From the get-go, make him a reliever in the offseason. Don't worry about being a starter, even if it looks like mathematically you need him out there. Dana Brown, add other veteran pitchers in the offseason. Find guys that are being cut from bad teams that you'd rather take a flyer on. If Lance McCullers is going to be an impactful player for the Astros next year, it's in a 1-inning role.
Yeah. And look, I'm with you too. If he doesn't earn his spot on the roster, then I think you have to make the decision. Sunk cost fallacy. We're going to have to cut ties. We're going to have to move on. But he's got the offseason to prove us wrong. He's got all of spring training to prove us wrong. A texter, this dude was trying to convince me that we have a better defense this year than last year. I says it looks worse. Doobie's not a Gold Glove. Pena's defense isn't as good. First base better, but because of Tony P, has Tony made this team better in any way? Asked the texter.
No, but I don't think Pena's defense is worse than last year.
I think the defense is far better, but I don't know if it's Pereschica. I think it might be simply Jose Altuve, one of the worst infield defenders in all of baseball, is playing infield defense a lot less.
Yeah, it's more Dana Brown, honestly, than anything, with bringing in roster construction and making the decision to move Altuve out of second base.
Yeah, I think it's more roster construction than Tony Pereschica.
And Yordan's not been in left, and he's fine. I think he is fine in the outfield, honestly, for the most part.
Yeah, he's not good out there, but it's lesser of two evils. Where does he hurt you less? He hurts you less there.
But no Yordan in left, no Altuve at second this year has been beneficial to the Astros defense.
Yeah. And Walker was way better defensively. And I know Walker hasn't had a great defensive year, but Walker still was better defensively this year than anything you had over there last year.
Not even close.
Yeah. Lance to pitching or bench coach. Why? Why would he? One, why would he want to? Two, why do you want him to do that? I'm good with Murphy and Miller. I'm good with Omar Lopez. I don't need McCullers to be coaching.
No, he's either on this roster as a pitcher or he's gone and done with baseball.
Yeah.
At this point.
All right, 713-780-3776. This Texans offense has been a talking point in our fine city. And something that I'm starting to notice, too, about the talking point about this Texans offense, it's becoming very divisive. People want to assign blame. Oh, it's Stroud's fault. Oh, no, it's not Stroud's fault. Can we just all come to the conclusion that it's all bad? Can we get there? 713-780-3776.
Give everyone a hug over there.
They need it. They need it. They need some CJ Stroud shoulder to cry on, I think. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
1317's being nice to us, and it makes me uncomfortable. Appreciate the kind words, 1317. As I said on X, the Texans are who I thought they were, and I'm not letting them off the hook. Do you call it X or do you call it Twitter?
Twitter.
I do too.
Same.
I'm always slow to conform.